Chapter 4101, The First Feast. 2. Noah watched Ozymandias settle from his feeding, the overwhelming hunger diminishing to something merely ravenous rather than all-consuming. Through their connection, he felt the temporary satisfaction of everything's digested, converted to pure sustenance. It prompted a question that had been building since course return, so he turned to her. "What about your hunger?" he asked, looking at the tiny form that had once made existence itself nervous. "What about the hunger of the one called the first hunger?" Kor smiled at the question with layers of meaning that contradicted themselves. She floated upward slightly, bringing herself to a more conversational height. Though her diminutive size made the gesture more endearing than imposing, when it comes to inevitabilities, there are vast differences in scale, she began, her voice carrying the weight of ancient understanding. "We're not all equal in our hunger, our methods, our capabilities. There are tiers, classifications." She paused, seeming to consider how to explain concepts that transcended normal understanding. "I could tell you complex theories about hierarchical consumption matrices, about the relationship between hunger and existence, about how appetite correlates with existential weight. But ultimately, none of that would make sense without context you lack." Her expression grew more serious. Though amusement still danced in those abyssal eyes, "What you need to know is simple. My hunger is ravenous. Tremendous to an extent that I could open my mouth right now and devour everything and everyone here. This shore, its inhabitants, your bundle of potential order, even your newly made inevitability, all of it could disappear in a single swallow." Noah felt his existence tense at those words, though he maintained his calm exterior. Through their bond, he sensed Ozymandias' instinctive recognition of a superior predator, hunger acknowledging greater hunger. "But I don't," Kor continued, her smile growing devilish. "I could have chosen to devour you when you first found me. What seems like forever ago now. Just opened my mouth and made you part of my collection of consumed everythings. But I chose not to." She spun in the air, her tiny form radiating satisfaction. "That's what makes me different from most inevitabilities. I have the option of choice. My way of existence grants me something most hungers lack: discretion. Choice. I hunger, and boy can I eat, but I choose when to feast." Her expression darkened slightly, though her smile remained. "The day I truly open my mouth to eat will be a day nobody wants to be near me. Because when I choose to feast, I don't leave scraps." Noah processed these terrifying admissions while feeling the symbolic heart of hunger pulse within him. It should grant him absolute control over her, should allow him to reign in even the first hunger if necessary. Yet hearing her speak so casually about consuming everything made him wonder if even absolute control had limits. Ozymandias descended from the aquarium, his tentacle architecture form moving with newfound grace that came from being properly fed. He landed near them, creating a triangle of conversation between himself, Noah, and Kor. "You seem very calm about all this," Kor observed, studying Noah's composed expression. "Perhaps you don't understand the full extent of what my being here means. You've put yourself in tremendous peril by allowing me to exist again." Noah maintained his steady gaze, waiting for her to elaborate. "I'm not the positive development you might think," she said, her tone growing more serious. "My enemies are terrifying beyond comprehension. Though I don't even consider them enemies, I'm far too peace-loving for such designations. They certainly wish for my permanent end. And they've achieved it before." She paused, letting the weight of that settle. "Once they learn of my return, and they will learn, you'll have gained enemies you can't imagine. I won't list them all, the thought alone might break you. But consider just one, the living paradox." Noah's eyes flickered with the first sign of genuine concern. The living paradox, that ancient, unfathomable force that had shaped the earliest histories. The entity that had caused course cessation in the first place. "The living paradox will be your enemy now," Kor said with certainty that made the shore's eternal light dim slightly. "Simply by association with me, you've painted a target on everything you are and everything you might become." Noah took these words seriously, feeling their weight settle onto his shoulders. Any being with sense would be terrified at the prospect of having the living paradox as an enemy. It was like declaring war on causality itself, challenging forces that had existed before existence properly organized. Yet even understanding this, even knowing the magnitude of danger he had invited, Noah found his resolve unchanged. If he could go back, if he could choose again whether to plant that seed of inevitability, he would make the same choice. Kor was that critical to possibilities he was only beginning to glimpse. "Don't worry too much, outsider," Kor said, apparently reading something in his expression. "I don't like others being in peril because of me. I'll help you, and myself in the process. Noah's tension eased slightly at this assurance. The living paradox, couldn't they be dead or missing like the others? Nobody has seen the creature or the living existences in this age. They're myths, legends, cautionary tales. Cor laughed with genuine mirth that made reality nervous. From what I know, the creature and the living existences are very much here. It would be nearly impossible for them to truly die, they're woven too deeply into existence's fabric. She paused thoughtfully. Perhaps something has changed during my absence, but based on my understanding, they are not AMD should not be dead. The certainty in those words spread across the shore like ripples in still water. Sigrid approached them, her entire existence vibrating with order's brilliant white radiance. She moved with the controlled grace of someone approaching something dangerous but necessary. Where are they then? She asked, her voice carrying the frustration of someone tired of mysteries. What happened to all these unfathomably powerful beings? We hear stories but see nothing. No evidence of their continued existence. Chapter 4102, The Second Traversal. Cor shrugged with the casualness of someone discussing weather. Who knows? I've been gone for an unknown duration, could be eons, could be epochs. I can't say what's transpired between then and now. Her expression grew mockingly thoughtful. Though I can say that before the living paradox collapsed my existence, the folds were incredibly dangerous for every life form. She paused dramatically. Perhaps they all made up after killing enough? Maybe this is now an era of peace and prosperity? She laughed at her own suggestion. The sarcasm dripped from every word, her laughter suggesting she had just told the most ridiculous joke in existence. But seriously, she continued, her amusement fading, if things were that chaotic then, they're likely worse now. Chaos tends to compound, not resolve. If I were a regular lifeform in this age I know nothing about, I might just end myself rather than wait for whatever's coming. She shook her head as if dismissing heavy thoughts, but oh well. One must enjoy existence while it lasts, right? So, outsider, do you have any other fun things here? Your shore is abysmally tiny with very few attractions. The tonal shift was so abrupt that both Noah and Sigrid stared at her. She had pivoted from discussing existential threats to critiquing his shore's value with the ease of someone changing clothes. In the distance, Moiraine continued forming her glyphs and then sacrificing them, her expression heavy with the implications of what she was overhearing. The air around her crackled with paradoxical energy that warned others to maintain distance. My shore is only a day or two old, Noah replied calmly. I'm just getting started. But never mind that. He walked closer to Cor, looking at her tiny form while simultaneously feeling like he was gazing up at something immense. Her existence carried weight that transcended physical size. You said you'd help us since your existence puts us in peril. How exactly? Cor tilted her head, pointing at Ozymandias with one tiny finger. Isn't that the first way? You want something else already? Digest the first boon before demanding seconds, outsider. She smiled with mischief. Though if you insist, grant me administrator privileges to this little shore of yours. I can build some interesting things. You clearly lack creativity. Administrator privileges? Noah's eyes widened as he looked around the shore as if seeing it newly. The early veiled shore suddenly glowed with responsive light, and prompts materialized. The early veiled shore states, even I did not know this, the lifeform core seems a bit scary. She is requesting administrator privileges. After coursing through the weavings of the shore, a slight possibility has been ascertained regarding administrator privileges. This grants secondary rights to alter constructs and features, and it can be given to a total of 3 lifeforms apart from the early creature, Osmont. Should this access be granted to Cor, note, this seems like it could go very right or very wrong. Noah studied the prompts, weighing risks against benefits. Cor would be a terrifying ally against enemies that now included the living paradox. Ozymandias was the first boon, and if she could enhance the shore itself, okay, he said decisively. White gold light erupted from the shore, gathering around Cor's tiny form. Her expression brightened with childlike joy as she raised her small hands in victory, floating upward as the light integrated with her being. How shall I start? She mused, looking around with new authority. Planting inevitabilities? New constructs? Oh. You're right at the cusp of becoming a radiant shore. Interesting. How about we focus on that first so you aren't so tiny? If we can get you a bit bigger, and then raise a little farm of inevitabilities by the sea, Light began gathering around her with purpose that suggested she knew exactly what she was doing. Noah watched as possibilities he hadn't imagined began manifesting. Course addition might have just catapulted his shore's development by weeks, and these were weeks in his timescale of advancement. Sigrid moved beside him, her voice low but direct. "Can we trust her?" Noah smiled and nodded, though internally he acknowledged the gamble. Trust was perhaps too strong a word. But sometimes you had to work with dangerous tools to face dangerous enemies. He turned to Ozymandias, feeling through their connection how various abilities were approaching reset. The glyphs of perpetual harvest would soon be available again, urged toward readiness by the seed itself. Before the Cleo's Concordat, he had possibilities to explore, power to accumulate, preparations to make. When he and his forces made their entrance, his strength could be drastically different from what anyone expected and what it was now. The game was accelerating, and Noah intended to be ready for whatever moves the living paradox or others might make, regardless of how weak he currently was. After all, weakness was temporary. Was he not a mere pre-March days ago? He now swam above a few hundred billion complexity and purity where honored living existences were. At this moment, Noah walked toward Moraine, his steps creating small impressions in the golden sand as he approached where she sat surrounded by swirling energies of paradox. Her face showed concentration mixed with wariness, the latter directed toward their newest addition to the shore. "How goes the progress?" he asked, studying the complex patterns she was weaving. Moraine smiled, though her gaze kept flickering toward where Kor was redesigning aspects of the shore with casual impossibility. "Just 10 more shards of the seed of the lost forgotten principle, existential duality, before it can form and be planted." She paused, her expression growing more serious. "Is that truly the first hunger?" The figure barely mentioned in stories. Noah's eyes sharpened at this. "Barely mentioned? What have you heard?" "Almost nothing," Moraine admitted, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Paradoxes mentioned her name perhaps twice in all our histories. But whenever she appeared in stories, her name alone carried fear comparable to the living existences themselves." Chapter 4103, The Second Traversal. 2. Her eyes turned sharp as she studied Noah with new intensity. "How does Sir know such a being? Who is Sir, really?" She hesitated, then voiced what had clearly been bothering her. "You aren't some reincarnation of one of the living existences or something, right?" Noah laughed, genuine mirth that made the tension ease from Moraine's shoulders. "If a day ever comes where some nonsense about me being reincarnated from something else emerges, I'll end my own existence," he said with absolute certainty. "No. I am what I am. Noah Osmont. The true emperor of quintessence. The true emperor of tyranny. The true emperor of infinity. I will never be a knockoff or echo of something else." Moraine breathed out a visible sigh of relief. "I apologize for my words, sir." Noah patted her head gently, the gesture both dismissive and affectionate. "It's okay." He reached into his storage and produced the remaining shards of the seed of the lost forgotten principle, each one sparkling with contradictory light that suggested they simultaneously existed and didn't. "Give these and the rest to the Infiniverse when ready," he instructed. She should already have administrator privileges, or rather, something exceeding them given her nature. A prompt confirmed his understanding. The infinite early Osmantian shore is interconnected, access level, beyond administrator. "The shore and Infiniverse are one," Noah nodded, considering a few things. This lost forgotten principle would be different from his seed of perpetual harvest that came from the first farmer. There would be no immediate percentage access, no instant power, only potential that would bloom with time and cultivation. It was a seed of a lost forgotten principle as only after it was planted, matured, and bloomed would it give him any access to existential duality, unlike the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, which was not lost or forgotten, initiated by the first farmer and triggered to completion by the Infiniverse. So the second possible principle, or really lost forgotten principle, would take time, though for him, time had become an increasingly flexible concept. What others might achieve in eons, he seemed to accomplish in days. Moraine accepted the shards carefully, cradling them like fragile possibilities. Noah moved on to where Ruination and the Infiniverse stood, both watching Kor with expressions that mixed fascination and calculation. "Don't worry, Master," the Infiniverse said, her green gold form pulsing with barely contained power. "I'll keep the first hunger company and extract as much information as possible. She's likely the biggest treasure trove of knowledge available right now. We just need to strip her of everything she has." Noah shook his head with amusement at her phrasing. Then turned to Ruination. "How are your projects progressing? The Infinite Forge?" Affixes, ruination blinked, her honesty refreshing in its directness. They're works in progress. Master is advancing so rapidly that anything I could design now would be minuscule compared to what you currently possess. Her eyes blazed with the light of endings, determination crystallizing. But don't worry. I'll consult with Sis Infiniverse and others. The goal is creating something that scales with Master's pace of progression, not something you'll outgrow in hours. Noah nodded approvingly. Good. Take the time to do it right. He moved ahead. He checked his early atlas of the folds, feeling it burn with multicolored brilliance. The towers of Osmond blazed with accumulated power, his heart also shining brighter still. The stronger his heart, the less delay there was until he could traverse again. The grander his towers, the more time he could stay. His strength now compared to a day ago was incomparably greater. Almost 100 towers had silently climbed toward the second stage, with some like the protagonist and Infinity Towers approaching the third. He wouldn't be limited to an hour in the earliest folds this time around. He would his atlas pulsed with sudden urgency as if his thoughts allowed it to express itself, prompts materializing, temporal traversal to earliest folds, expanded functionality detected. Your tremendously increased complexity and purity have unlocked new options. Ozymandias's immense purity adds dimensional stability. Both bodies can now traverse as one unified existence. New feature, multiple destination options, 3 random potential destinations now available. Warning, destination selection remains random, you cannot control which location you arrive at. View available destinations for next traversal. Noah considered carefully before responding. Show me the 3 possibilities. His atlas lit up like a map of impossibility, revealing Destination 1, the Hunger Memorial. Classification, Inevitability Convergence Point. Description, where hungry things go to remember satiation. Danger level, mysteriously undefined. Note, even the destination seems uncertain about itself. Destination 2, the breeding grounds of the first. Classification, early creature genesis site. Description, where early creatures first learned they existed. Danger level, absolutely terrifying. Warning, mortality rate historically 99.97%. Destination 3, the living emotions garden of feeling. Classification, primordial emotional nexus. Description, where joy and sorrow learned they were different. Danger level, deceptively beautiful. Note, happiness guaranteed, survival not included. Noah studied these options with growing concern. Each one promised either death or transformation. With little middle ground, he floated back toward Core, who was surrounded by even grander green-gold light as she continued reshaping the shore's fundamental structure towards becoming a radiant shore. If I have the capability to enter the earliest folds again, he began carefully, like when I first met you, could I tell you some names to see which would be ideal? Core blinked, pausing her work to give him her full attention. You are one daring existence, outsider. The perils of the earliest folds could unwind you many times over, yet you choose to return? She tilted her head with something approaching respect. Those like you made fine existences back then. Do you want to know what fate existences like you typically faced? Without waiting for response, she continued, in existence, there are beings who steer clear of danger and risk. They survive longer, certainly, but they get nowhere meaningful. They exist without truly living. Her expression grew more serious. Then there are beings who see danger clearly, understand the risks completely, yet still move forward. Their mortality rate is significantly higher, most die horribly in ways that make cessation seem merciful. She paused for effect, but among them, from that small percentage who survive their own ambition, arise the leaders of existence. The ones who shape reality rather than being shaped by it. Her smile returned, carrying layers of meaning. I hope you're among those who become leaders of existence, outsider, and not like the many others who become cautionary tales. Chapter 4104, The Second Traversal. 3. Noah almost sighed at the ominous encouragement as he continued calmly. I hope so too. The 3 destinations that are possible are the Hunger Memorial, the breeding grounds of the first, and the living emotions garden of feeling. Core's eyes widened dramatically. She blinked several times, as if confirming she had heard correctly. The Hunger Memorial, the breeding grounds, the living emotions garden. She repeated each name with increasing disbelief. If any of those places match what I remember, you will die in each of them. The only question is how quickly. Boom. Noah waited for her to elaborate, because an elaboration was fucking needed after such words. The Hunger Memorial is where inevitabilities go to mourn what they can never have, satisfaction. Being there while not fully inevitable yourself would be like bleeding in waters full of sharks who haven't eaten since before time was invented. She shook her head at the second option. The breeding grounds of the first is where early creatures discovered themselves. It was wild, archaic, primal. The process was violent, experimental, often fatal for all parties involved. Even I avoided that place when it was active. Her expression grew oddly wistful at the third, and the living emotions garden seems beautiful, peaceful even. But it's where pure emotions exist without filters or controls. You could die of joy there. Literally experience so much happiness your existence forgets to continue. Or sorrow so profound you retroactively never existed. But well, an inevitability like your other self would survive there just fine. She looked at him with something approaching concern. Each destination offers unique ways to cease existing, outsider. Are you certain you want to risk any of them? The question hung in the air between them, carrying weight that transcended simple concern for his safety. This was about whether his ambition had finally exceeded his capability to survive it. All three possible destinations were deemed equally dangerous, each offering unique flavors of cessation. Noah's gaze became stern as he processed the implications, but his resolve remained unshaken. He would go through with it. After all, he was without fear or doubt. Those everythings had been carved away from his existence, and he had made this same choice a day ago when he first ventured into the earliest folds. Everything that had occurred there had led to this moment, this accumulation of power and possibility. Cor observed his expression with the particular understanding of someone who had seen such determination before. She sighed wistfully, the sound carrying eons of memory, and tapped her finger in the air. An obsidian light shot from her fingertip, curling through space to settle in his ear like an ethereal earpiece. Since I found you by your lonesome back then, you shouldn't be able to take others with you. She explained, her tone deceptively casual. So all I'll do is leave you a shred of my consciousness as it should be able to traverse with you. It won't be able to act or interfere, just an accessory in your ear that can observe nearby surroundings and talk. She turned her attention back to reshaping the shore, as if its architecture was suddenly more important than his potential death. Maybe my knowledge will help ensure you don't die too quickly, outsider. The nonchalance of her delivery couldn't hide what she was doing, going above and beyond to ensure his survival while pretending it was merely convenient. Noah smiled at the personality of this unique entity he still couldn't fully understand. The weight of her authority settled in his ear, a presence that was simultaneously there and not there, like remembering a whisper, a temporal traversal into the earliest folds, where only an instant or seconds would pass in the current age while he experienced hours or days in the past. For someone who needed time more than anything else, who could accomplish ridiculous things in short periods. This was invaluable. He closed his eyes and connected to his early atlas of the folds, feeling its eagerness to bridge impossible distances once more. Let's go. Initiate temporal traversal, HUUM, reality immediately responded. Critical traversal initiating, second journey to the earliest folds, destination selection, random, rolling the dice, extreme caution required, enhanced parameters due to increased complexity straight face, time limit extended to 24 hours, previously 1 hour, both bodies, Noah and Ozymandias, will traverse together. Stability increased by 300% from previous journey, death still results in complete existential extinction, destination selected, the breeding grounds of the first. Oh no, do you wish to proceed? This action cannot be undone. Noah's eyes flashed with a light of tyranny, his gaze remained even more so as he bellowed within his existence. Proceed, W.A. Noah's confirmation rang through existence with practiced certainty. His entire being began to buzz with frequencies that had become familiar yet remain impossible. The sensation of folding through time started in his existences, both his primary existence and Ozymandias resonating in harmony. Whap, both bodies folded in on themselves simultaneously, reality accepting that its rules were more like suggestions, the spaces where they had been showed no evidence of their presence. As if they had been edited out of the present to be pasted into the past, transference initiated to the breeding grounds of the first, duration of traversal, experiencing all of time and none of it, probability of survival. You really don't want to know. But you defied the odds before, so maybe, note, at least it's not the living emotions garden. Boom. The journey felt different this time. Where his first traversal had been chaotic, desperate, held together by will and luck, this passage was steadier. His towers of Osmont blazed like lighthouses through temporal fog, each one a beacon keeping his existence oriented. The 100 towers that had reached the second stage created a constellation of guidance through the nothing between moments. His increased complexity made the journey almost comfortable, if comfort could apply to being stretched across eons and cycles of an unknown number of years. He felt years pass in heartbeats, experienced the weight of ages in blinks, but his consciousness remained coherent, observing rather than merely surviving. The goad materialized in his primary body's grip while Ozymandias's tentacles instinctively reached through dimensions, both forms using their nature to navigate the journey. That had felt like it nearly torn him apart before now felt like swimming upstream through thick water, difficult but manageable. Existential integrity, 99%. 98%. 97%, stabilizing factors enhanced straight face. Dual existence resonance, 25% stability, elevated stages of towers, glyphs of the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, 40% stability, previous experience, 20% stability, coarse consciousness fragment, 5% stability, final integrity, 96%, traversal optimal. Your existence has adapted rather remarkably. After eternities that lasted seconds, or perhaps seconds that contained eternities, reality reasserted itself with particular violence. Whap, they arrived, boom. The sensation of arrival hit both bodies simultaneously. Every atom of their beings began drinking in the raw early existential authority that saturated this place, but something was different from his previous destination. Where the unnamed location had been wild, untamed possibility, this place felt intentional, glorious, unfathomable. Chapter 4105, The First Folds. Location reached, the breeding grounds of the first, temporal coordinate, era of experimental genesis, environmental analysis. Straight face, atmosphere contains hyper-concentrated early existential authority, passive absorption rate, 500,000 CQ/PQ per second, life force density, beyond measurement, hostile entity detection, everywhere. Timer started. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Noah absorbed the environmental analysis while his dual perception through both his primary body and Ozymandias, and took in surroundings that defied conventional scale. Above stretched a sky that wasn't merely vast but infinite in ways that made infinity seem modest. It extended for light years in every direction, yet somehow his enhanced perception could grasp a small portion of it. Colors that predated the concept of color swirled through atmospheric layers thick with potential. Not clouds but congregations of unformed possibilities drifted through heights that had no upper limit. Below and around him spread a forest that redefined what forests could be. Trees tens of thousands of miles tall rose from ground that might have been soil or might have been crystallized time. Their trunks were so massive that entire civilizations could have existed on their bark without ever knowing they were on a tree. Branches that could have supported worlds reached toward that impossible sky, their leaves catching light from sources that weren't quite stars. Everything carried an archaic grandeur that made ancient feel young. This wasn't just old. This was from before age had meaning, when existence was still experimenting with what it wanted to be. The breeding grounds of the first, coarse voice resonated in his mind, carrying amusement mixed with nostalgia. Also known as the First Folds, though that name came later when beings needed to categorize everything. Her consciousness fragment pulsed in his ear as she continued, Noah slowly turning to take in the impossible scope of their surroundings. This is the smallest unit of what was called a stellar domain. A world. But don't let smallest fool you. This single world, these grounds, are the size of what you call an entire fold. Space hadn't learned to be efficiently packed yet, so everything was grander, more spread out, more excessive. The air they breathed, if it could be called air, was thick with authority, not just early existential authority but something more complex. Noah could feel it with each inhalation, threads of every type of power that would eventually be separated into distinct categories. Living origins, living laws, living concepts. All of it flowed together here in primordial soup that hadn't yet been divided into courses. All living existential authorities flowed here alongside early existential authority. Core confirmed his sensation. This is where they were first learning to be different from each other. Where origin discovered it wasn't paradox, where law realized it was distinct from order. Noah's bodies continued absorbing the terrifying archaic atmosphere. Each breath brought power that modern existence had forgotten could exist in such concentration. His complexity and purity rose with steady certainty. 500,000 per second just from existing here. Ozymandias took in 1 million purity per second. In the first folds, Core continued, her tone growing more serious. It was said the spread out everythings of the creature were most concentrated. The existences that rose here held power that would make your current era's powerhouses look like children. Some of the first lifeforms and lineages originated here, each one undoubtedly Roar, the sound cut through her explanation with physical force. Not just volume but intent. A declaration that something had noticed them and found them interesting, trees that had stood for eons bent aside like grass before wind. The ground trembled with footsteps that suggested mass beyond reason. A shadow fell across them that blocked out significant portions of that infinite sky. Noah's expression grew stern as he felt the approaching aura. It pressed against his enhanced senses with weight that made his recent advancement feel suddenly insufficient. He grasped the rearing stick tighter. This was power approaching Duke level that might already be there, just expressing itself differently than modern Dukes would. Through the parting forest came something that made evolutionary biology weep with confusion. "Oh, outsider," coarse voice carried dark amusement, "you might not last a minute here. It seems the first thing you meet is a bit more complex than you." That is. The trees didn't just part. They froze and shattered. Glacial temperatures that could freeze existence itself spread outward in waves. White frost crystallized on surfaces that shouldn't have been able to hold moisture because moisture hadn't been properly invented yet. What emerged defied classification while somehow being perfectly recognizable, an Allosaurus, but reformed through impossible evolution, Allosaurus. A type of species of dinosaur. Its scales were white, not from brightness but from purity of color that predated color having impurities, wings spread from its back that could have wrapped around small moons, each feather a study in living elemental authority crystallized into biological form, its entire body crackled with power that made the air solidify and shatter repeatedly in its presence. The cold it emanated wasn't just temperature but the concept of cessation through stillness, of endings through ice, above its massive head. A halo crown spun with lazy authority, a declaration. This creature had achieved something that warranted existence itself, acknowledging its accomplishment. White-blue pupils that contained frozen galaxies fixed on Noah and Ozymandias with intelligence that transcended animal cunning. This was a being, one that had survived in the breeding grounds long enough to become grand. Its jaws opened, revealing teeth that could bite through concepts, and Noah sensed something familiar radiating from it. Hunger, not the pure, focused hunger of an inevitability, but the complex hunger of something that wanted to consume, to grow, to breed, to become more than it was. The standoff lasted seconds that felt like hours. Three beings evaluating each other across evolutionary distances that shouldn't have been bridgeable. The Allosaurus's tail swept behind it, each movement leaving trails of frozen space that took moments to thaw. Its presence made the breeding ground's already overwhelming atmosphere grow heavier, as if it was claiming this section of infinite forest as its territory. Chapter 4106, The First Folds. 2. Through Ozymandias, Noah felt his inevitability body's response, recognition of another predator, evaluation of potential consumption, calculation of effort required versus likely gain. The tentacles that formed his other self's body writhed with anticipation that was purely mechanical, without emotion to color it. Through his primary body, Noah gripped the goad tighter, feeling its weight shift in response to threat. The Cleos glyphs on his forehead and arms pulsed, ready to call upon the authority of the goad and principle when needed. "Well," coarse voice whispered with what sounded like genuine interest, "this should be educational. Either you're about to learn how combat worked in the first folds, or you're about to become part of this creature's meal. How strong are you, outsider?" The frozen Allosaurus took a step forward, the ground cracking under weight that transcended physical mass. Its approach was neither rushed nor cautious. It moved with the certainty of something that had never met anything it couldn't eventually consume. The first minute in the breeding grounds of the first was shaping up to be exactly as dangerous as Kor had predicted. Noah and Ozymandias stepped forward in perfect synchrony, both bodies radiating tyrannical confidence that made the frozen air crack with anticipation. "So what?" they said in unison, voices overlapping in harmonics that shouldn't exist. "It is merely a creature at the cusp of Duke level. There are two of me, merely." The Allosaurus tilted its massive head, intelligence flickering in those frozen galaxy eyes. It had never encountered prey that multiplied its presence while maintaining singular intent. At this moment, Noah began walking ahead, tremendous effort initiated against superior enemy. Enemy complexity exceeds yours by factor of 12.7, all glyphs and resistances engaging autonomously. Principle of perpetual harvest is recognizing significant effort. True absolute existential resistance of perpetual harvest burns with glory. Passive effect, attacks against you require 100x normal effort. Active effect, your attacks amplified by effort invested, current effort multiplier, rising. The battle began without ceremony. Noah's goad materialized fully, its simple wood containing truths that predated complexity. Simultaneously, countless tentacles erupted from Ozymandias, each one reaching with hunger that could never be satisfied. The Allosaurus moved with speed that betrayed its massive size. Glacial authority erupted from its form in waves, each pulse dropping the temperature of concepts themselves. Trees thousands of miles tall began cracking from cold that went beyond physical. Noah swung the goad with intent to educate, to impose existential truths that would rewrite what this creature understood about reality. The wood connected with the barrier of swirling frost, and for a moment, his truths began penetrating, telling the Allosaurus that cold was merely slow, that ice was just stubborn water, that its authority was borrowed rather than owned. But the creature had so much authority that the truths couldn't reach its core. The coldness froze the very concepts Noah was trying to impose, crystallizing education before it could take root. His goad struck again and again, each impact sending shockwaves through space and dimensions, but barely managed to crack the outermost layer of the creature's defenses. Its authority is old, coarse voice advised calmly. Accumulated over years of survival here. You're trying to educate something that's been teaching others extinction for longer than you. Effort recognized, attempting impossible education, complexity gained, 10000000000, purity gained, 10000000000. Such prompts came and went every few seconds. Effort was applied, and effort was rewarded. Ozymandias's approach was different, pure hunger attempting to devour everything. The tentacles reached through the frost, consuming the cold itself, eating the concept of freezing. Noah felt the euphoria of that first taste through their connection, living elemental authority of such purity that it predated elements he had known. Ozymandias consuming living elemental authority. Purity gained by the purest hunger, 10,000,000,000,000. Purity and complexity your main body gained, 2,500,000,000,000. Conversion efficiency at maximum due to pure existence. Such prompts kept on coming, but even as the tentacles gloriously devoured everything they touched, they still began freezing. Not just becoming cold but having their hunger itself crystallized. The tentacles could consume the frost but couldn't advance fast enough to reach the creature generating it. The Allosaurus watched this assault with what might have been amusement. It had been attacked before, challenged by creatures seeking to claim its territory or its genetic material. This coordinated assault by split existence was new. Interesting, worth observing before ending. Are you ready, outsider? Coarse voice carried warning. It's now going to really attack. Noah's eyes widened. Only now? Then what had they been facing this entire time? Behind the Allosaurus, reality began reorganizing itself. A radiant illusory structure materialized, white-blue crystalline patterns that formed something almost like a glyph-fold garden but more primitive, more powerful for its simplicity. The creature's eyes blazed with brilliance that made looking at them painful. Then the avalanche came, of snow, ice, and of authority itself. Coldness and frost elevated to conceptual weapons, falling with the weight of absolute zero given intent. The attack froze and also insisted that warmth had never existed, that movement was illusion, that all things should be still forever. All things should be still. Catastrophic attack incoming, effort required to survive. Tremendous, enemy has paid massive cost to generate this attack. Your resistance requires equal payment in effort. Preparing all defensive capabilities, Noah raised the goad horizontally, using it as a shield against concepts rather than force. His entire body shimmered with the light of every authority he had accumulated, each one contributing to a defense that shouldn't hold but did through sheer stubborn effort. Ozymandias took a different approach. He let his hunger run completely free. Every tentacle opened into a mouth, every mouth opened into an abyss, attempting to devour the entire avalanche regardless of consequence. The tentacles froze solid almost instantly, but they kept consuming even as ice, eating through dimensions that didn't understand they were being eaten. The attack lasted seconds that felt like hours. When it ended, the landscape had been transformed into a wasteland of crystallized existence. Everything within miles had been frozen so thoroughly that time itself moved slowly through the area, but in the center of devastation, two figures remained standing. Noah's form was partially covered in frost that seemed to be trying to convince his atoms to stop moving. Ozymandias looked like an ice sculpture of hunger, frozen tentacles still twitching with insatiable need. But they had survived. Strike while it's hot, Core advised philosophically. Or in this case, while it's cold but you're not completely frozen. Chapter 4107, The First Folds. 3. So she advised, but Noah was already moving, because both his bodies had made tremendous gains from that survival. Tremendous effort of survival recognized. Ozymandias devoured countless waves of living elemental authority during the attack. Purity gained. 200,000,000,000,000. Authority comprehension increased dramatically. Your gains from shared experience straight face, complexity gained, 50,000. 0,000,000. Purity gained, 50,000,000,000,000. Understanding of living elemental authority deepened, the power surge was intoxicating. Noah felt unfathomably alive as his complexity and purity rose in real time, the numbers meaning less than the sensation of becoming more with each heartbeat. Through Ozymandias, he experienced the pure joy of consumption. Everything devoured became power, became growth, became possibility. It made him want to seek even more thrilling battles, more terrifying challenges that would push him to edges he didn't know existed. The Allosaurus seemed surprised they had survived. Its frozen galaxy eyes narrowed as it reassessed these strange prey that grew stronger from being attacked. The prey required tremendous effort to attack. Noah pressed forward with renewed vigor, the goad singing through air that had forgotten what warmth meant. Each strike now carried more weight, his increased complexity allowing the truths he imposed to penetrate deeper into the creature's defenses. Ozymandias's frozen tentacles shattered their icy shells and reached again, hungrier than before. Having tasted what this creature contained and wanting all of it, the battle evolved from standoff to gradual advance, inch by inch, strike by strike, bite by frozen bite. They pushed through the Allosaurus's defenses. The creature fought magnificently, tail sweeps that shattered space, bite attacks that tried to sever cause from effect, wing buffets that sent both bodies flying through dimensions of the skies and smashing into the massively tall trees. It was glorious and chaotic all around, and throughout all of it was effort. Continuous effort recognized. Complexity 5,000,000,000,000. Purity 5,000,000,000,000. Note: your persistence is either admirable or insane, he continued, closer and ever closer. Continuous effort recognized. Complexity 5,000,000,000,000,000. Purity 5,000,000,000,000,000. Finally, after what felt like hours but was only minutes, Noah's goad touched scale. The body of the Allosaurus, the wood met the creature's actual flesh for the first time. An existential education began flowing directly into its being. Simultaneously, Ozymandias's tentacles reached the halo crown spinning above the creature's head. Boom, RIR, half of it shattered instantly, devoured before it could regenerate, the authority within it becoming food for infinite hunger. The Allosaurus roared with fury that made reality reconsider its structural integrity. It fought tooth and nail, literally, claws that could rend existence, teeth that could bite through time. But Noah and Ozymandias kept advancing, kept chipping away at its defenses and authority. Then, in Noah's free hand, something materialized. The slipper of existential humiliation appeared with the weight of cosmic insult. Noah wielded it alongside the goad, education in one hand, humiliation in the other. The combined effect was devastating to the creature's sense of self. Conceptual diminishment activated, target's authority slowly being made small and meaningless with every strike, size reduction beginning. The Allosaurus began shrinking. Not physically at first, but conceptually. Its presence became less imposing, its authority less overwhelming. The cold it generated went from absolute to merely terrible, from conceptual to simply physical. As it diminished, Ozymandias saw opportunity. Boom, the inevitability's entire body transformed, tentacles weaving together into a massive jaw that defied geometry. It opened with width that could swallow stars and clamped down on the diminished Allosaurus with finality that suggested the end of stories. The creature fought even as it was being devoured, roaring defiance into the hungry void. But Ozymandias's hunger was inevitable, and diminished authority was still authority to be consumed. Everything the Allosaurus was, its everythings of cold, of hunt, of survival, of power accumulated across eons, all of it was eaten away by the purest hunger. Immense silence settled over the wasteland of frost. Noah stood breathing heavily, frost still clinging to his form but already melting from the heat of his advancement. The goad rested against the frozen ground. Its wood unmarked despite the battle. Noah breathed out heavily as he felt his heart beating with fervor and excitement. It felt very much alive. You surprised me, outsider. Coarse voice carried genuine interest. I expected you to run or attempt negotiation. Direct confrontation with something much more complex than you? That is noteworthy. A monumental achievement of effort has been observed. Both bodies contributed tremendous effort. Principle of perpetual harvest has experienced glorious weavings of effort and perseverance. Rewards calculated based on effort invested. Straightface Ozymandias, the purest hunger, gains straightface, purity, 200,000,000,000,000. Authority integration, living elemental, primordial frost. Noah Osmond gains straight face, complexity, 150,000,000,000,000, purity, 150,000,000,000,000. Noah looked at the numbers and smiled brilliantly. His other body had higher numbers because it literally ate the Allosaurus whole, and even these numbers had yet to be fully counted, all of its everythings. The results were stupendous as inevitabilities, developed at an extremely fast rate, special achievement impossible victory, seed of principle of perpetual harvest has matured slightly, access increased, 2%, resistance of perpetual harvest increased, 2%, boom, waves of green, white, and gold light erupted from both bodies as the principle acknowledged their achievement. The 2% access felt like doubling of possibility. The resistance making him twice as expensive for reality to oppose, but even that paled compared to what came next. As Ozymandias digested the Allosaurus completely, Noah felt complexity and purity flooding into him like sunlight through clear glass. The everything of a near-Duke creature that had survived in the first folds for years, it was beyond grand, it was ecstatic, complete digestion of near-Duke entity in progress, analyzing total everything's consumed, Ozymandias gains from complete consumption straight face, purity, 1 trillion, conceptual weight increased by 300%, hunger evolution, can now digest concepts directly, Noah Osmond gains from shared digestion straight face. Complexity, 250,000,000,000,000, purity, 250,000,000,000,000, frost immunity developing against living elemental authority, understanding of breeding grounds ecology gained, magisterial, glorious, there were too many words to describe the current sensation. Noah stood in the frozen wasteland, power coursing through both bodies with intensity that made his previous growth seem pedestrian. The first folds had proven themselves, dangerous beyond measure, but rewards that matched the risk. 23 hours remained, and he had already changed fundamentally from who he had been upon arrival. Chapter 4108, The First Folds. 4. Noah stood amidst the frozen devastation. Both bodies radiating power that made the air itself nervous, the level of a duke, that impossible height that had seemed unreachable just days ago, no longer felt distant. He could sense it approaching, like seeing a mountain's peak through thinning clouds. Would it be close towards 10 trillion complexity? Above it, Duke level isn't too far from me now, he said aloud, testing how the words felt with a smile. Duke? Don't focus on some unknown paltry classifications, Outsider Core said, her voice carrying amusement. What matters is your age. As an early creature, you can barely even be considered young. Your usage of authority was decent enough, brute force applied with some intelligence. But when you fully grasp a principle or master the manipulation of everything? That's when you'll become truly extraordinary, so she said, and Noah's eyes flashed sharply as when he looked at his existence, his age as an early creature was no longer a thousandth, 1/1000, and it was now closer to 100th, 1 out of 100, he was going far, and he would simply continue. Noah and Ozymandias began moving away from the glacial battlefield, their synchronized steps leaving impressions in frozen ground that would take eons to thaw. The noise of their battle would certainly draw attention, predators, scavengers, or worse, things looking to eat whatever had proven strong enough to defeat the Allosaurus. And if they came across an enemy they could not defeat, this entire trip would have to be ended early. They moved with increasing speed through the impossibly vast forest. Noah's enhanced body pushed itself, testing new limits, while Ozymandias' tentacle form flowed through space with hunger-driven efficiency, swallowing everything it could. Continuous movement effort recognized, traversing primordial forest/first forest at high speed, complexity gained, 500,000,000,000, purity gained, 500,000,000,000. The trees gradually changed as they traveled. What had been chaotic growth became slightly more organized, as if they were approaching something that had imposed order on wildness. The ground showed signs of passage, not paths exactly, but suggestions that things moved through here regularly. Hours passed in minutes of subjective time. The forest that should have taken years to cross compressed itself before their determined advance. And then, shocking in its suddenness, they saw the forest's edge after a few minutes. Noah's eyes pulsed as both bodies stopped simultaneously. Beyond the tree line stretched something that shouldn't exist in a place called the breeding grounds, a village, but not just any village. The structures were massive, scaled for beings that made mountains seem modest. Stone buildings carved from single boulders the size of cities. Wooden constructs using those 1,000-mile trees as mere lumber, and moving through this impossible settlement were the builders, early creatures in humanoid form. They stood hundreds of feet tall at minimum, some hundreds of miles large, some reaching higher. Their bodies were perfection given form, but perfection that predated modern concepts of beauty. They wore clothing that seemed primitive, furs and hides and woven plant matter, but the materials glowed with authorities that modern existence had forgotten. A tribal settlement, coarse voice carried deep nostalgia. This is how early creatures first learned to live together, before they discovered they could live apart. Noah watched a group of these beings working together to construct what looked like a temple. Each one radiated power that would make honored living existences flee, yet they cooperated with easy familiarity, laughing at jokes told in languages that predated words. See how they move? Core continued. No wasted motion, no excessive authority. They've learned that in groups, efficiency matters more than individual power. This is civilization in its purest form, beings choosing cooperation over constant conflict. A child, if something 50 feet tall could be called that, ran past their hiding spot, chasing what appeared to be a pet that was only mostly corporeal. The casual display of power in that playful sprint would have shattered wheels in Noah's era. And this child, this early creature, its aura was dreadfully that of a duke. It likely missed their hiding spot not because it could not sense them, but maybe they were akin to animals and flies in its eyes. These villages were scattered throughout the first folds, Core explained. Each one an experiment in how powerful beings could coexist. Some succeeded and became the seeds of later civilizations. Others failed spectacularly and became cautionary craters. The architecture was primitive yet profound. Stone Age tools and techniques applied by beings who could reshape reality with their thoughts. A forge where hammers that could shatter concepts shaped metal that didn't exist yet. Gardens where plants that would become fundamental forces were being casually cultivated. If you went forward, Core suggested with calculating tone, and presented yourself as an extremely weak early creature, which you are, by their standards, they might take you in. Adopt you as they would any foundling. Noah considered this, watching the village dynamics. There was clear hierarchy but not oppression. The stronger beings helped the weaker, teaching rather than dominating. Children were instructed in authorities that modern existence considered lost arts. Early creatures were social before they learned to be solitary, Core continued. These villages were where they developed language. Culture, the very concept of civilization. You could learn things here that no being in your era remembers exist. A hunting party returned as they watched, dragging something that made the Allosaurus look small. The entire village celebrated their return, sharing in the kill with equity that suggested advanced social structure despite primitive appearance. Of course, Core added with dark amusement, they might also decide you're too weak to bother with and eat you. Or make you their pet. Early creatures in this era were unpredictable in their hospitality. Noah observed for long minutes, both bodies processing what they were seeing. This village was a glimpse into how existence had organized itself before organization had rules. These beings were writing the first draft of civilization, making mistakes and discoveries that would echo through eons. The question was whether he dared to enter, to risk exposure to beings whose casual strength exceeded anything he had faced, for the chance to learn what they knew. Chapter 4109, The First Folds. Noah paused at the forest's edge, both bodies perfectly still as he took inventory of what he had become. The numbers that defined his existence now would have been incomprehensible just days ago. Current status assessment: Noah Osmont, primary body straight face, total complexity 687 293 847 291, total purity 687 293 847 291. Ozymandias, the purest hunger straight face, total purity 1. 823, 938, 572, 910, complexity, 0, converted to purity. The disparity between his bodies was intentional. Ozymandias embodied purity of purpose while Noah maintained the complexity needed for diverse action. Together, they represented over 2.5 trillion in combined values, numbers that placed him far beyond what he had been when first entering the earliest folds. Yet looking at the village before him, at early creatures whose casual movements suggested power that made his accumulation seem like a child's collection of pebbles beside a mountain, he understood how relative strength truly was. A being near the village entrance, perhaps a guard, though it seemed more interested in carving patterns into a stone than watching for threats. Radiated complexity that Noah couldn't properly calculate. His senses suggested numbers in the hundreds of trillions, perhaps approaching quadrillions. He sighed at the disparity, and that was just one village member, apparently considered unremarkable enough to be given guard duty. The gap between his current 687 billion complexity and true suddenly smaller. Smaller because he had already traveled so far from where he started. Ozymandias' pure existence of 1.8 trillion. Purity gave him devastating offensive capability, but against beings whose very presence warped reality around them, even inevitable hunger might simply be ignored. 23 hours remained to change these numbers. To push closer to levels that might let him stand among such beings without immediately being recognized as dust that had learned to walk, Noah stood contemplating the pivotal moment about to unfold. The stories he had heard of early creatures painted them in contradictory lights, some benevolent teachers who had guided existence toward consciousness, others cruel tyrants who had used their power without restraint. He had experienced the terror of the mad early creature's destructive rampage that had obliterated an entire domain, and also heard of an early creature who built a sanctuary. Which would these early creatures be? He stepped forward with Ozymandias beside him, abandoning concealment for open approach. The guard at the village entrance continued carving patterns into stone that looked suspiciously like fundamental equations of reality, each chisel strike adjusting how space worked locally. Up close, the early creature's presence was overwhelming. His skin glistened with vibrant light as if crafted from living crystal, each facet catching and refracting authorities that shouldn't coexist. Across his massive form, tens of thousands of Cleo's early living existential glyphs blazed with casual glory, not displayed for intimidation but simply existing as naturally as freckles on lesser beings. The air around him felt denser than any Duke Noah had encountered in his era, multiplied by factors that made comparison meaningless. This was power that had fermented, aged, become something richer through sheer duration of existence. The early creature turned slightly, eyes the size of houses focusing on them with interest. Have you peeked at us enough, little things? His voice boomed with good-natured awareness. You do know that when you gaze at others, they can feel it, right? Come forward. The words were calm, almost friendly, but carried weight that suggested refusing wasn't really an option. Noah and Ozymandias walked forward, both bodies deliberately allowing the early creature nature to leak into the surrounding space. It was a declaration: we belong here, even if we're small. Noah had his aura of an early creature burning with his blood also permeate from Ozymandias. Even Fauci was an inevitability. The guard stopped carving entirely, his massive form shifting to observe them properly. His gaze lingered particularly on Ozymandias, head tilting with curiosity. Both of you carry our scent, but aren't you a bit too different? He seemed more intrigued than concerned. Oh well, come closer and let me look at you. They approached until they stood directly before eyes that could have swallowed them whole without effort. The early creature frowned, an expression that rearranged local weather patterns. You truly are extremely weak, he said without malice, just stating fact. But since you carry the scent, you should be one of us. It seems we come in all forms and complexity. Okay, the analysis was complete. His expression shifted to a smile that made nearby reality relax. Okay, come with me. I am Vexthul, the pattern keeper, guardian of this entrance for the past 3 epochs. He gestured with a hand that could have crushed mountains. What are you called? Osmont, Noah replied calmly. Ozymandias, his other body added, the voice gruffer through tentacle-formed vocal cords. Vexthul's smile widened. OS and Ozzy, okay. Noah's eyes shone at the casual nicknames as Vexthul began leading them into the village proper. The path was sized for beings of Vexthul's scale, making Noah and Ozymandias look like insects following a giant. To be part of our tribe, Vexthul explained as they walked, you have to drink this drop of everything to ensure you won't harm those here. Well, even though you're weaker than even the livestock we rear. Ha ha. Here you go. The early creature tapped the air, and reality responded by producing 2 perfectly circular drops of multicolored glory. They hung in space before Noah and Ozymandias, each one containing spectrums that shouldn't exist in the same dimension. Noah's existence trembled at their proximity. Utterly unfathomable, Lute observed. What an effort to even perceive this. What a harvest awaits. Item: drop of everything. Verdant Eternia tribe. Description: concentrated everything from the Verdant Eternia tribe. One of the oldest early creature settlements in the first folds. Effect upon consumption: straight face, binds consumer to Verdant Eternia non-aggression pact, prevents harm against other tribe members, grants tribal marking and recognition. Immediate gain: 1 trillion complexity. Immediate gain: 1 trillion purity. Warning: binding is existentially permanent. Note: this is how early creatures traded power itself. Oh, was that a trillion? Was it truly? Oh, coarse voice rang in his mind with fondness and memory. Drops of everything. The currency between early creatures that all others sought but could never replicate. They were so powerful that they cultivated and traded everything's themselves. Her consciousness fragment pulsed with memory. Early creatures learned to extract, condense, and crystallize everything's into tradable form. A drop might contain someone's everything of joy, another's everything of strength. They would cultivate rare everythings specifically to trade, growing them outwardly or within themselves like internal gardens, harvesting them when ripe, condensing them into drops that could be consumed by others. Chapter 41:10, The First Leader. She paused, her tone growing more serious. The verdant Eternia tribe, I don't remember much about them. But taking their drop of everything would mean they cannot harm you, and you cannot harm them. Such a thing would carry on permanently, as if, let's say, you were to meet early creatures from the verdant Eternia tribe in your current age, which would be countless epochs and eons from now. Neither they or you would be able to harm each other. Kor said such words as Noah's eyes became stern, but his eyes remained luminous. He looked at the drop floating before him, then decisively opened his mouth and swallowed it. It was fucking 1 trillion in complexity and purity. He was swallowing it, the sensation defied description. It wasn't taste or temperature or texture, but something more fundamental, like swallowing a small folds that immediately began unpacking itself throughout his existence. It tasted like glory. It smelled like quintessence. And it burned with fierce glory. Drop of everything consumed, first personal everything consumption detected, principle of perpetual harvest recognizing monumental effort, rewards calculating, base gain from drop, 1 trillion complexity, base gain from drop, 1 trillion purity, first consumption bonus, 250 billion to each, perpetual harvest pulses even further as it sits at 2% and increases the gains, final gain straight face, complexity, 1,500,000,000,000,000, 1.5 trillion, purity, 1,500,000,000,000,000, 1.5 trillion. He almost wanted to bellow and scream. It was like brilliant fire coursed through him as the waves of complexity and purity painted his atlas. His towers of Osmont, his heart, and everything else as everything, began to exponentially scale upwards. Verdant Eternia tribal binding, active, you cannot harm tribe members cannot harm you, access to tribal resources, granted, tribal marking manifesting, the drop spread through his existence like liquid starlight, touching every aspect of his being, joy flooded through him, not artificial happiness but the simple pleasure of becoming more, his first thought. After the sensation settled was calculating, just how many of these drops could he take from here? Beside him, Ozymandias consumed his drop with mechanical efficiency. Ozymandias, drop of everything consumed. Pure existence consuming pure everything, conversion at maximum efficiency, purity gained, 2,000,000,000,000,000,000, tribal binding established through shared existence. On both their foreheads, a verdant teardrop marking appeared, emerald green that shifted through every shade of life. Noah noticed the same marking on Vexthal's massive forehead, though it contained additional patterns suggesting rank or achievement. Okay, little things OS and Ozzy, Vexthal said with satisfaction. Welcome to the verdant Eternia tribe. Come, let us see what tasks can be given to weak things like you. The casual dismissal of their power should have been insulting, but in context, it was simply accurate. They were weak by the standards of beings who treated reality as suggestion. The question was how quickly that could change. As they walked deeper into the village, Noah's mind raced with possibilities. He had just gained 1.5 trillion in both complexity and purity from a single drop, something given casually as an entrance fee. If this was their currency, their casual trade, what other treasures did this village hold? The structures grew larger and more complex as they proceeded. What had looked like simple Stone Age construction from afar revealed itself as incredibly sophisticated, buildings that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, forges where concepts were given physical form. Early creatures of various forms moved through the spaces. Some humanoid like Vexthal, others abstract geometries that somehow radiated personality, a few that seemed to be living ideas that had decided to try having bodies, all bore the verdant teardrop marking, all radiated power that made Noah's trillion-level complexity feel quaint. The livestock pens are there. Vexthal pointed to an area where creatures that would be apocalyptic threats in Noah's era were casually grazing. The youngling training grounds are there. You're probably too weak to survive their play, so avoid that area. Each casual revelation painted a picture of civilization that would terrify even living existences of his current age. The drops of everything are distributed daily at the Everflow, Vexthal continued. Though with your limited capacity, more than one per day would probably cause problems for you. The tribe elders might find use for you. They always need subjects for testing new everything combinations. Oh, subjects. The glory and loot that had provided itself so far faded as the reminder came that in these grounds, the mortality rate was unfathomably high. The implications were also astonishing regarding the experiments. Daily distribution of drops worth trillions in advancement. elders experimenting with everything combinations. A society where power was so abundant it was given away as daily rations. Noah had found exactly what he needed, a place where 20 hours could transform him completely. The question was whether he could survive the transformation. As Vexthal led them through the village's main thoroughfare, the atmosphere suddenly shifted, temperature spiked without warning, and Noah felt his existence begin to burn, not his body, but the fundamental fact of his being. A figure approached that redefined beauty through terror. Her obsidian skin seemed to drink light, while pure white flames danced around her form in patterns that suggested consciousness. Each step she took left crystallized fire in the ground that would burn for eons. Warning: atmospheric damage detected. Early creature's passive aura causing existential combustion. Persevering requires immense effort. Survival attempt recognized by perpetual harvest. Effort reward calculated straight face. Complexity gained, 10 billion for every second of perseverance. Purity gained, 10 billion for every second of perseverance. Oh, Noah gritted his teeth against the sensation of slowly ceasing to exist. How was this not considered harm? The tribal binding should have prevented Syria, Vexthal called out with mild reproach. If you don't control your aura, you may just burn the new entrance. The female early creature looked down at them with eyes that contained supernovas as she titled her head. Her animal clothing seemed royal and ancient at the same time as her hair danced crimson gold, and her voice was like a sharp blade of existence. None here can harm each other. Before any permanent damage occurs, my flames would automatically be reined in, as if demonstrating. Her white flames swirled and retracted into her body, the temperature dropping from existentially lethal to merely uncomfortably warm. She studied Noah and Ozymandias with obvious disdain. Are all newly born creatures becoming this weak now? They can barely withstand even ambient temperature. Chapter 41:11, The First Leader. 2. Before Noah could respond, she turned her attention to Vexthal, her expression growing serious. I just returned from the neighboring Arani tribe. Half their hunting parties have gone missing. She paused, white flames flickering with agitation. The first leader, Gilgamesh, is expanding faster than we anticipated. Vexthal's casual demeanor vanished. Gilgamesh is moving truly? I thought it was all rumors, Syria replied, her voice carrying weight. He's offering something none can refuse, unlimited drops of everything. Not daily rations but continuous flow. How can he produce such quantities? Vexthal asked, his massive form tensing. Even the eldest tribes can only. Syria's flames pulsed with uncertainty. The rumors say he's discovered something, a way to cultivate everything at accelerated rates. And there's more. She hesitated, as if speaking it would make it real. They say the living spirit stands beside him. Vexthal actually stepped back, his crystalline skin flickering with shock. The living spirit? That's impossible. The living existences don't involve themselves in out matters, yet witnesses from 3 different tribes report the same thing, a being of pure spiritual authority beside Gilgamesh, teaching him methods that shouldn't exist yet. Her gaze grew distant. If true, it explains everything. The living spirit could show him how to mass-produce everything, how to bind loyalty through abundance rather than force. She glanced at Noah and Ozymandias. Keep your new pets close, Vexthal. Gilgamesh has been recruiting the weak specifically easier to elevate, more grateful for power, more loyal to their benefactor. These 2 would be perfect candidates for his growing coalition. Of course, there are rumors that others have to give their blood in exchange for the chance to join them. If their blood is deemed not worthy, she never finished her words as she sighed. With that cliffhanger, she departed in a pulse of white fire that left afterimages burned into reality. Vexthal stood still for long moments, his eyes focused on horizons beyond the village. Move along, he finally told them, his earlier friendliness replaced by deep contemplation. As they continued walking, coarse voice resonated in Noah's mind with recognition that transcended surprise. Gilgamesh, now that's a name that echoes through existence itself. He was the first early creature looked to as a leading force apart from the creature itself. Her consciousness fragment pulsed with ancient memory. When early creatures first began organizing into groups, most operated through consensus or might. But Gilgamesh proposed something different, leadership through provision. Why fight when you could simply offer more than anyone else? Why conquer when beings would willingly follow whoever granted them the most power? Her tone grew more contemplative. He was called the first leader because he was the first to understand that authority didn't require force if you controlled the resources everyone needed. In your era, this may seem obvious. But in the first folds, when every being was essentially a terrifying force unto themselves, the idea of voluntary subordination in exchange for benefit was revolutionary. She paused, processing the implications. I did not know that the living spirit was involved here. The living existences were supposed to be neutral, above the conflicts of early creatures in the beginning. Noah absorbed this information while following Vexthal deeper into the village. A figure from the earliest myths of existence, potentially backed by one of the living existences themselves, building an empire of early creatures. Whatever happened to such a being? The question, Kor mused, is whether Gilgamesh's vision of unified early creatures under his leadership is progression or catastrophe. Unity sounds positive until you realize it means everyone serves one will, one vision, one interpretation of what existence should become. The words felt like a warning and lesson all at once. Vexthal's crystalline form moved through the tribal pathways. Each step left impressions in ground that had been compressed by eons of early creature passage, the very earth here denser than planets in Noah's era. The pattern keeper's usual jovial demeanor had given way to contemplation that made the air around him taste of concern. The village sprawled around them gloriously. Buildings carved from single stones that had witnessed the birth of concepts rose like monuments to what architecture could be when reality was merely a suggestion. The path they walked was wide enough for beings of Vexthal's scale, which meant Noah and Ozymandias looked like insects in comparison. Finally, after what felt like meaningful silence, Vexthal released a sigh. The sound carried exhaustion, the kind that came from realizing problems were approaching that strength alone couldn't solve. With how weak you are, he began, his voice rumbling through frequencies that made Noah's bones resonate. There's very little you can do to contribute. The words hung in the air. Noah's current complexity achievement that had felt monumental moments ago, registered as barely noticeable against the likely hundreds of trillions these beings carried in their everyday existence. For our tribe, Vexthal continued, each word deliberate, contribution is everything. Effort is everything. Those who cannot contribute, who cannot exert effort that benefits the whole. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implications settled over them like a shroud. In a society where power was currency and everyone was wealthy beyond measure, what happened to those who had nothing to offer? Effort was everything. Noah's lips curved into the faintest smile at hearing this fundamental truth spoken so plainly. The seed of the first farmer, growing within his existence, pulsed with recognition. These were early creatures that had independently discovered what the principle of perpetual harvest encoded, that effort, not result, was the true measure of worth. Vexthal's massive head turned slightly, crystalline features suddenly brightening with the particular expression of someone who had just solved an irritating problem. Ah, you can do that, HUUM. The enthusiasm in his voice created small aurora in the air, his mood shift so sudden that reality had to scramble to adjust. He led them toward what Noah initially perceived as another building, but as they approached, his perception revealed it to be something far more complex. A transparent dome of light rose before them, its surface rippling with distortions. Space and time twisted around it like fabric being wrung by invisible hands. Inside, impossibility had been made practical. Light years' worth of space had been compressed into an area that appeared no larger than a city block from the outside, and filling this compressed space, mountains and valleys and entire geographical features of it, was manure. The sheer scale defied comprehension. Mountain ranges of dung rose toward skies that existed inside a bubble. Valleys carved by rivers of liquid waste wound between hills of compressed feces that had fossilized. The stench was mercifully contained by the dome, but even seeing it made Noah's enhanced senses attempt to shut down in self-defense. These, Vexthal announced with the pride of someone showing off treasured resources, are the excrements of the cow of fertility. Chapter 41:12, a chef. He gestured toward the mountains of waste with enthusiasm that suggested he was displaying gold rather than dung, extremely helpful in growing and nurturing herbs. The compression process concentrates the life-giving properties while eliminating the less useful aspects. He began listing names with the casual expectation that they would mean something. You can sort it into small compartments and bring it to creatures Nezin, Digoxin, Yewa. Each name was spoken with familiarity that suggested long association, relationships that had persisted through epochs Noah couldn't imagine. But, sorting shit, Noah's eyes flickered with an expression that went beyond disbelief into something approaching existential insult. His second journey to the earliest folds, his accumulation of power that defied reason, his survival of beings that shouldn't exist, all to become a dung organizer. He understood it. This dung was likely extremely unique, as he would definitely want it for himself, but before that, his gaze swept the surroundings. Seeking alternatives, the village stretched in all directions, surely offering other opportunities for someone of his unique capabilities. To the far right, past structures that defied architectural possibility, his eyes caught something that made him pause, a massive table, though calling it a table was like calling an ocean a puddle. The surface alone could have hosted cities, carved from wood that had grown before growth was properly defined. Upon this table lay a corpse. It was a dodo, but to call it simply that was to insult the magnificent impossibility of its existence. Even headless, its neck terminating in a clean cut that suggested violence of incomprehensible scale. The creature radiated power that made Noah's recent achievements feel like a child's first steps. The complexity emanating from the dead flesh exceeded Duke Gwendolyn's careful accumulation. The table stood before a cave structure that had been carved into or perhaps through a hill that might have been a sleeping titan. The entrance yawned wide enough to swallow buildings, darkness within suggesting depths that connected to spaces that shouldn't adjoin. Standing at the table was an early creature whose very presence redefined what butchery meant. The early creature wielded a blade that lesser civilizations would have worshipped as a weapon of endings. The weapon was the size of a building. Yet in his granite hands, it moved with the precision of a scalpel. He worked with methodical efficiency that suggested infinite practice. Each cut separated meat from bone with understanding that transcended anatomy. Other early creatures gathered around, catching chunks of meat he threw. They consumed the raw flesh while maintaining conversations. The casualness of it all, beings who could unmake existence itself treating raw dodo meat like afternoon snacks meat from a Duke-level entity, created a surreal domesticity that would make one struggle to compare it to the current age. What about that over there? Noah asked. Vexthal's crystalline eyebrows rose with skepticism that reshaped local probability. What about it? The question carried genuine confusion, as if Noah had asked why water was wet or why existence existed. The job of butcher is one that creature Garvin excels at. You wouldn't be able to do it better. He paused, his massive eyes each one containing depths that suggested infinite crystal recursion, focusing on Noah's comparatively insignificant form. With your power, you cannot even cut the animals, can you? The doubt in his voice wasn't mockery but a genuine question. The complexity differential between Noah and even the dead dodo was like asking an ant to carve a mountain using wishes. Under the doubtful gaze, Noah's eyes pulsed. We won't just be able to butcher, he stated with certainty, but we'll do something with our weak hands that will make the experience that much more enjoyable. Vexthal's expression cycled through skepticism, amusement, and finally settled on indulgent curiosity. He shook his massive head, creating small atmospheric disturbances, but his smile suggested he was willing to humor this impossible claim. They walked toward the butchering station, their approach drawing attention from the gathered early creatures. As they neared, Vexthal performed what was clearly a formal greeting. His massive hand rose to his chest and tapped 3 times in a pattern that created resonance through dimensions. The gesture left a brief signature in the air, a mark of his existence that would linger for moments before reality reabsorbed it. It was greeting, identification, and respect all encoded in simple motion. Garvin, Vexthal called, his voice carrying across space with the authority of someone who belonged here. These 2 weak little things want to prove themselves. Can you give them a chance here? Creature Garvin paused in his butchering, his form turning with the deliberate motion of a mountain deciding to notice something. Up close, Noah could see that his body wasn't just granite-like, it was granite that had achieved consciousness and decided to try being alive. His eyebrow rose with skepticism that created local gravitational anomalies. Then he laughed. The sound redefined what laughter could be. The laughter created visible ripples in space, each wave carrying amusement. With a motion that created earthquakes, he sank his massive butcher knife into the table. The blade penetrated the impossibly hard wood with ease. Let them be my guests, he boomed, his voice carrying undertones that made stone resonate, if they can even lift the blade. Baha! The other early creatures joined his laughter, their combined mirth creating a symphony that would have driven lesser beings mad. They continued eating raw meat with the casualness of beings for whom cooking was unnecessary. Raw, the word echoed in Noah's mind with the particular resonance of opportunity recognized. They were eating it raw, not from necessity but because nothing had suggested they should do otherwise. His eyes ignited with inspiration that made his companions notice. Thank you for giving us a chance, he said. We, creatures Osmond and Ozymandias, wish to show you something unique. The formal introduction using their assumed titles created a ripple of amusement through the gathered beings. They smiled with indulgence that parents might show children attempting something adorably impossible, continuing their conversations while occasionally glancing over to see what these weak little things might attempt. Their casual strength created an atmosphere of suppressed violence. Not intentional threat but simply the reality that beings of such power existing in proximity to lesser creatures created danger through presence alone. A playful gesture from any of them, a friendly pat that exceeded careful control, would obliterate the strongest dukes Noah had encountered without the early creature even noticing they had killed something. It was fucking overwhelming. These were early creatures. Noah and Ozymandias positioned themselves at the head of the butchering table, the massive dodo corpse stretching before them like a mountain range of meat. This close, Noah could feel the complexity radiating from the dead flesh, power accumulated over epochs that made his own advancement seem like a single day's growth. Prompts materialized before his vision with urgency. Tremendous opportunity detected. Material: lesser primordial dodo, deceased. Complexity: 52, 847, 293, 018, 447. Warning: subject exceeds safe interaction parameters by a large factor. Attempting to process may result in existential backlash. Potential harvest if successful. Glorious Waves of Loot, Chapter 41:13, A Chef. 2. Noah read the prompts with shining eyes as he prepared to continue regardless. He closed his eyes, reaching deep into his early atlas of the folds, feeling the constellation of his towers of Osmont blazing within. Among them, one tower pulsed with particular warmth, the cooking tower of Osmont. Containing the true source of cooking at stage 2, begin, he commanded, the word carrying authority that made even the early creatures pause their conversations momentarily. Ozymandias responded instantly, his tentacle-form arm transforming into an obsidian blade that seemed to drink light. The transformation was perfect, a cutting edge that existed more as concept than physical object, sharpness given form through pure hunger. The blade descended toward the dodo's wing with inevitable certainty. The first contact revealed the true impossibility of what they were attempting. The skin resisted with the particular stubbornness of matter that had been drenched in trillions of complexity and purity. Attempting to cut entity with 52 trillion complexity, success probability, 0.1%, recommendation, maybe abandon attempt, abandon? That was not a word in his quintessential mind. The blade of Ozymandias' hand suddenly underwent a transformation that made the watching early creatures lean forward slightly. Millions of microscopic jaws materialized along the cutting edge, not physical mouths but expressions of hunger so pure it had developed dentition. Each jaw expressed the same insatiable need, the same inevitable consumption that defined Ozymandias' existence. They devoured the very concept of resistance along the intended path. The blade became not weapon but argument. Insisting that separation should occur, and reality, faced with such hungry certainty, reluctantly agreed. The sensation that flooded through their shared connection was overwhelming. Noah experienced hunger that transcended sensation. It was intoxicating and terrifying, feeling his other self literally eat through impossibility. With effort that made both bodies tremble, Ozymandias' blade completed its path. The cut was perfect, a single motion that had separated skin that could withstand supernovas, meat that had accumulated power for eons, and bones harder than crystallized time. Monumental achievement, successfully cut 52 trillion complexity entity. Method: devouring conceptual resistance. Is your inevitability self actually your strongest weapon? Purity gained by Ozymandias. 250,000,000,000,000. Effort recognized by perpetual harvest. Bonus for impossible achievement. 50,000,000,000,000. The severed wing portion fell to the table with weight that created ripples through dimensions. It was perfectly separated, the cut so clean that it looked artificial, as if reality had simply agreed to be divided rather than being forced. Noah's primary body erupted with power that made the early creature's casual attention sharpen into genuine interest. Crimson gold flames burst from his form, but these weren't mere fire, this was the authority of cooking made manifest, pulled from the Tower of Osmont and given free rein. He channeled everything into this moment, every point of complexity and purity he had accumulated, every understanding he had gained, every impossibility he had survived. All of it flowed into the flames that now engulfed the severed wing. Attempting to cook, primordial dodo wing, target complexity, 52, 847, 293, 018, 447. Your complexity needs not be mentioned. Standard failure rate, 89.999%. Analyzing mitigating factors, resistance of perpetual harvest, active effort. Multiplied, seat of principle, responding. Authority reinforced, atlas of the folds, supporting all towers contributing, early creature heart, resonating, fundamental authority engaged. Goad, educating, reality being taught to allow this, entire existence committed to this single task. How glorious, recalculated success rate, 95.3%, warning, failure may result in explosive decompression of complexity, proceed anyway. Of course you will. Noah's existence pulsed as he continued, the flames engulfed the wing portion, and immediately, something unprecedented began occurring. The early creatures, who had been maintaining casual observation, suddenly focused completely. Their conversations ceased. Their consumption of raw meat paused. They sensed what Noah was wielding to be a principle as they showed some surprise to eyes. A tiny fraction of it, barely a whisper of what principles could be. But unmistakably genuine, the weak thing had actually already grasped something like that. Noah focused on the task ahead and not on any gazes. The cooking process transcended simple heating. The flames convinced the meat that it wanted to be cooked, that achieving perfect doneness was its destiny. Proteins that had existed since before amino acids had names began reorganizing themselves into perfect structural chains, each molecule aligned with its neighbors in patterns that maximized both nutritional value and taste. Fats that contained the memory of the dodo's million-year life rendered down into liquid gold that would carry flavor beyond what tongues were designed to process. Each portion of the surface of the meat achieved exactly the right degree of caramelization, creating a crust that was simultaneously crispy and yielding, structural and delicate. The process took seconds that felt like hours. Noah's perception stretched to experience every moment of transformation. He felt the meat's resistance give way to acceptance, then enthusiasm. It wanted to be perfect. Under the influence of the principle of perpetual harvest, even being cooked became a form of growth. Then, with a flash that made several early creatures expectant, it was complete. The wing lay transformed on the table, and the aroma that rose from it made even these ancient beings salivate. This wasn't merely the smell of cooked meat, this was the scent of comfort, of satisfaction before beings knew they could be satisfied, of home before the concept of home existed. The exterior had achieved a perfect bronze-gold crust that seemed to glow with its own light. The caramelization was so precise that each scale of former skin had become a tiny mirror, reflecting not light but the very concept of flavor. Wisps of steam rose from it carrying aromatic compounds that shouldn't exist, molecules that triggered memories of meals that hadn't happened yet. If one were to cut through that perfect crust, the interior would reveal a masterpiece of temperature gradients. The outer layer had been seared to seal in every drop of primordial juice, transitioning through perfect pink that deepened toward a center, maintaining just enough red to preserve the dodo's essential nature. The fat had rendered into pockets of liquid gold that would burst on contact with taste, releasing flavors that contain entire histories of evolution. Impossible achievement completed, successfully cooked, primordial dodo wing, quality, legendary, perfect medium rare, temperature achieved, 30 million degrees Celsius at center, 75 million at the crust. Complexity of meal, profound. Note, cooking process has amplified base complexity by 42%, due to monumental effort in cooking straight face. Cooking Tower of Osmont progressing to stage 3, complexity gained, 200. 0.000000000, purity gained, 200. 0.000000000. New title acquired, Chef of the Verdant Eternia tribe. The prompts came one after another as Noah felt his atlas buzzing, a tower roaring out and proceeding ahead as it became an even grander lighthouse that would illuminate the way forward. Item created, perfectly cooked primordial dodo wing, prepared by Noah Osmont, early creature chef. Cooking method, principle enhanced searing, doneness, medium rare, optimal for complexity. Absorption, effective consumed, 500 billion complexity, effective consumed, 500 billion purity, additional effect, understanding of primordial tastes, additional effect, temporary perception of flavor dimensions. Warning, consumption may cause existential pleasure. Outsider, coarse voice resonated through his consciousness with genuine amazement. You continue to surprise me. Noah surprised himself as he stared at the perfectly cooked wing. His mouth actually watered, something that shouldn't happen to beings of his level. The biological response transcended his transcendent nature. Before he could move, before he could even consider tasting his own creation, a massive granite hand moved with speed that defied its size. Creature Garvin snatched the wing with the particular greed of someone who had just discovered something they didn't know they needed. He raised the wing to his mouth, jaws that could have swallowed cities opening with anticipation. The early creature didn't nibble or taste, he consumed the entire wing in a single motion, teeth that could crush concepts making short work of the perfectly cooked meat. The transformation was immediate and profound. Garvin's eyes, formations of living granite that had witnessed eons, suddenly pulsed with new light. His expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions that his face hadn't bothered expressing in millennia. Surprise at the initial flavor, delight as the complexity hit, something approaching euphoria as the full impact registered. The other early creatures had stopped everything, every eye, organs that perceived across dimensions focused on Garvin's expression. He chewed slowly, deliberately, his massive form actually trembling slightly as flavor compounds that shouldn't exist triggered responses in beings that thought they had experienced everything. The golden fat burst across his tongue, releasing tastes that contained the dodo's entire evolutionary history compressed into sensation. The perfectly cooked protein delivered understanding, each bite teaching something about what food could be when elevated beyond mere sustenance. The silence stretched, reality itself holding its breath to see the verdict. Garvin swallowed, the motion visible as the food traveled down his massive throat. His eyes, now blazing with inner light that hadn't been there before, turned to Noah and Ozymandias. The weight of his gaze felt like mountains leaning in to look at pebbles, then his attention expanded to include Vexthal and the other gathered early creatures. The combined focus of their interest created pressure that made existence question whether it should continue existing in their presence. They spoke in perfect unison, voices harmonizing across frequencies that shouldn't overlap, creating a single word that carried the force of existence itself. More. Boom. Chapter 41:14. A glorious symphony. The early creatures sought more, their unified demands still reverberating through local space. But what was truly remarkable was the nature of their observation. These weren't simple beings demanding food like hungry animals, each one possessed over 10,000 Kleos glyphs, their perception operating on levels that saw everything. They had witnessed Noah's entire process with perfect clarity. The flash of principle hadn't escaped them, the tiny fraction of perpetual harvest he wielded had been noted, catalogued, understood. But more interesting to them was the unique authority he had displayed. Cooking, one of them murmured, that should originate from living conceptual authority. Should it not, they could see his methodology completely. With their terrifying power and accumulated knowledge, they could likely replicate what he had done within moments of trying. The patterns were clear, the energy flows obvious, the transformation of matter into elevated matter simply a puzzle they had already solved by watching. There were only a few parts they couldn't imitate that seemed to be unique to him, but if they truly wanted, they could now do something 80% similar, yet they didn't. Their faces carried easy smiles, the expressions of ancient beings who had found something novel in existence that had long ago run out of surprises. This young early creature was teaching them something, not the technique, which they had already grasped, but the joy of discovery, the pleasure of being served rather than serving themselves. They would not steal such methodology quickly. That would make the young early creature less special, and they were secure enough in their power to allow others to shine. It was the confidence of beings who knew they were already brilliant. They could afford to let smaller lights flicker without feeling diminished. Noah sensed this goodwill radiating from them like warmth from stars. He sighed internally, a complex emotion washing through him. Some early creatures, it seemed, were genuinely good. Not kind by necessity or social contract, but good because they had chosen to be despite having the power to be otherwise. Since they held goodwill, he would return it amplified. He nodded toward Ozymandias, and his other self responded instantly. Both arms transformed into stellar obsidian blades with edges that weren't sharp but hungry cutting implements that achieved separation through consumption rather than division. Ozymandias began the arduous task of properly butchering the remaining dodo. This was methodical disassembly following principles of butchery. First, he separated the breast, two massive portions of white meat that would have fed armies. Then the thighs, dense with dark meat that had supported the creature's impossible weight. The drumsticks followed, then the wing's remaining portion. He carved out the tenderloin with particular care, that precious strip of meat that ran along the spine, tender beyond description even in its raw state. The back was sectioned, and finally, the organs were set aside, Noah's eyes flashing brightly as he did not plan to use them. 8 parts in total, each one a monument to impossible biology. Successfully sectioned. 52 trillion complexity entity, effort recognized, unprecedented for year level, purity gained by Ozymandias, 1,500,000,000,000,000. New distinction earned, early butcher, effect, offensive cutting against entities below 50 trillion complexity enhanced 10x, devouring. Efficiency increased proportionally. This distinction will elevate with continued butchering of powerful beings. Current level, initiate, next level requirements, butcher 100 entities above 10 trillion complexity. Oh, glorious sets of prompts arose as they caused one's eyes to water with majesty. Noah raised his arms like a conductor before an invisible orchestra, and reality responded to his gesture. The weavings of tyranny ring gloriously true. The symphony of the protagonist echoes out in the verdant Eternia tribe. His existence buzzed as the protagonist Tower of Osmont and Tyranny Tower of Osmont blazed within his atlas. Sounds that shouldn't exist began manifesting, drums that beat with the rhythm of stories yet to be told, trumpets that announced victories not yet achieved. The music came from nowhere and everywhere, a soundtrack to impossibility about to unfold. The 8 portions of dodo meat rose into the air at his gesture, each one surrounded by its own nimbus of crimson gold flame. This wasn't sequential cooking but simultaneous transformation, 8 instances of impossible achievement happening in parallel. The flames danced to the rhythm of the invisible drums, each beat making them pulse with greater intensity. The meat began its transformation, proteins reorganizing themselves in time with the music, fats rendering in harmony with melodies. 8 simultaneous transformations at 52 trillion complexity, failure probability. Cannot calculate odds this low. This is actually insane, but you're going to do it anyway, so let's see what happens. Even his weavings of existence, the distinction of the weaver of existence and the system of existence flowing through him. His infiniverse, an early veiled shore which established truths and presented the challenges of existence in the form of prompts. Even this system doubted, and yet he went on. Dumb. The symphony picked up tempo, the cooking process became performance art. Noah's hands moved through the air, conducting temperature and time like musical notes. Each gesture adjusted the heat on different portions, the breast receiving gentle flames that preserved its delicate nature, the thighs getting intense heat that would break down their denser fibers, the tenderloin barely kissed by fire to maintain its buttery texture. The symphony grew louder, more complex, as if existence itself had decided to provide accompaniment to this moment of culinary transcendence. Early creatures who had been approaching from other parts of the village stopped to watch, drawn by music that touched something primal even in beings that predated primality. His glyphs contributed as perpetual harvest bathed everything, his heart, his atlas, his towers, his everything. All of it contributed and burned fiercely like an engine. Cooking progress, 25%, complexity rising due to immense resonance. Cooking progress, 75%, warning, deliciousness approaching critical mass. Nearby early creatures beginning to drool. Cooking progress, 100%, an astounding achievement. 8 legendary wonders born simultaneously. The music reached crescendo as Noah threw his arms wide. A swirling infinity symbol of crimson gold flames manifesting around him with the authority of cooking at its center. The 8 perfectly cooked portions hung in space, each one glowing with its own inner light, steam rising from them. Chapter 41:15, Measure of Growth. Creature Vexthal, Creature Garvin, and the others moved forward with shining eyes. Their massive hands reached for the floating portions with care that suggested they understood they were about to experience something transformative. They bit into the meat simultaneously, and the collective response was silence, the kind that occurs when experience transcends language's ability to describe it. Serenity and glory spread all around. Noah opened his eyes to witness rows of prompts cascading before his vision. Achievement, the feast of impossibility. You just cooked for entities that eat concepts of existence themselves. Such effort is profoundly awarded. Complexity gained, 500,000,000,000,000. Purity gained, 500,000,000,000,000. Cooking Tower of Osmont, Stage 3 achieved, new abilities unlocked. Conceptual cuisine, you can now cook ideas. No, really, title evolved, Master Chef of the Verdant Eternia tribe, respect level among early creatures, that young one can cook, special recognition from Perpetual Harvest straight face, this counts as effort in ways that is still calculating, 2% principle authority stabilizing, actually, make that 2.1%, the principle itself is entertained. Final statistics for this cooking session straight face, total complexity gained, 750,000,000,000,000. Total purity gained, 750,000,000,000,000. Early creatures impressed, all those observing nearby. Manure sorted, still 0, career path, definitively established. Additional note, remember when you were worried about sorting shit? The early creatures continued eating with expressions of rapture that would have been comical on beings of such power if it weren't so genuine. They had tasted something new, the idea that food could be more than fuel, more than sustenance. It could be art, and oh, could a certain entity be artistic? Noah and Ozymandias settled onto the ground near the butchering table, their forms finally able to relax after the intense performance of cooking for beings that could unmake reality with thoughts. The nearby early creatures continued their feast with expressions of contentment that made the air itself taste sweeter. Noah could feel the complexity coursing through him like liquid starlight in his veins. Each heartbeat distributed the power further, integrating it into his fundamental existence. He pulled up his status to gauge exactly how far he had come. Noah Osmont, the early creature. Age 1/90th. 236,555 drops of blood, total complexity, 4, 237, 293, 847, 291, 4 trillion, total purity, 4, 237, 293, 847, 291, 4 trillion, existence level, approaching Duke threshold, glyphs possess straight face, Cleo's glyph of the creature's first lesson, forehead, seat of perpetual harvest glyphs x3, forehead, palms, total, for active glyphs, distinctions, too many, true emperor of quintessence, true emperor of tyranny. True emperor of infinity, the early creature, master chef of the verdant Eternia tribe, member of verdant Eternia tribe, the living existential guider, tools straight face, the goad, rearing stick of existential education, slipper of existential humiliation, left, resistances, towers, heart. Do you really want the full list? He was proceeding along gloriously as there were still 22 hours left. Beside him, Ozymandias' simpler status reflected his pure nature. Ozymandias, the purest hunger, total purity, 5 973, 938, 572, 910, complexity, 0, converted to purity, distinction straight face, inevitability of recursive hunger, early butcher, initiate level. Member of verdant Eternia tribe, Noah's attention fixed on one particular achievement within his existence. The cooking tower of Osmond had reached stage 3. And with it came an ability that defied comprehension. He could now cook concepts. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, but literally take an abstract idea and transform it through culinary process into something that could be consumed. The implications were heavy. Could he cook the concept of victory and feed it to someone before battle? Take the idea of understanding and serve it as a meal? Cook the idea of order and feed it to Sigrid? There were many things to think of, but that contemplation would need to wait. Noah looked toward the content figures of Creature Vexthal and Creature Garvin, who were still savoring the lingering taste of their feast. Might I keep the slightly less valuable organs? Noah asked, his tone carefully casual. The early creatures exchanged glances, and smiles spread across their massive faces. They knew, of course they knew, that the organs were just as valuable if not more than some parts. The heart that had pumped blood through a creature of 50 trillion complexity, the liver that had filtered primordial toxins, the gizzard that had ground down matter that shouldn't be digestible. These were treasures beyond measure. Creature Garvin waved his granite hand with casual generosity. I caught this little bird, so I can give away what remains of it. Consider it payment for the experience you've provided. His voice carried warmth that made stone seem soft. We've eaten the same meals for epochs. Taste had become just another sensation. You reminded us it could be pleasure. Noah nodded and waved his hand toward the remaining dodo parts. The effort to store something of such complexity made his existence strain. These organs radiated power that exceeded entire pantheons of common dukes, but into his storage they went, treasures for future use. The early creatures returned to their conversations, but now with new energy, discussing flavors and textures with the enthusiasm of new discovery. Their joy was genuine, uncomplicated by the politics and power plays that Noah had expected. Coarse voice resonated in his mind with contemplative weight. Early creatures were unique beings, outsider. Stemming from the everythings of the creature itself, they were meant to embody the best of what existence could become. Many did exactly that, became paragons of power used wisely. She paused, her consciousness fragment pulsing with ancient memory. Very few can say exactly what happened for some early creatures to eventually act the way they did, the cruelty, the destruction, the mad hunger for more than existence could provide. Some say the early veiled shores made by the creature and the living existences were the catalyst, creating isolation that bred paranoia. Others blame the living paradox, and who knows, maybe Thay Schemer did do something. Others blame the accumulation of power itself, that too much complexity without wisdom becomes its own form of madness. Noah reflected on her words analytically. The early creatures here showed none of the madness or cruelty he had been warned about and observed personally. So truly, what had happened? Chapter 41:16, The Arrival of Unity. They were powerful beyond measure but used that power with restraint that suggested wisdom earned through experience. Were you moved to speechlessness? Vexthal's voice came from behind him, the massive creature having approached with silence that defied his size. His crystalline face carried a knowing smile. This is how the verdant Eternia tribe is, he continued, his tone becoming serious despite the smile remaining. We help each other. Existence is vast and immeasurable. We're all trying to understand it and how to better exist within it. He settled his massive form nearby, the ground accepting his weight with the resignation of matter that knew it had no choice. Many things require effort and can involve great danger. hunting the creatures we eat, defending against those like Gilgamesh who would change what we've built, even simple survival in the first folds where everything can kill everything else. His eyes, crystals containing crystals and infinite recursion, focused on Noah with warmth. But elevating and helping other early creatures? That's an act that costs us nothing yet could mean everything to them. You're weak by our standards, this is simple fact. We could have sent you to sort waste, had you perform menial tasks that matched your power level. Instead, we gave you a chance to show us something new. He gestured toward the other early creatures still discussing their meal, and you did. The cost to us was nothing, some meat we would have eaten anyway. But you've given us experience, novelty, a new way to appreciate something we had taken for granted. That's how civilization should work, not zero-sum competition where one must lose for another to win, but mutual elevation where everyone rises together. The philosophy was simple yet profound, especially coming from beings who could have easily chosen might over right. They had power to take everything, yet chose to give. Strength to dominate, yet decided to collaborate. Noah felt something shift in his understanding of what the first folds represented. Not just an era of raw power and primitive existence, but perhaps the first attempt at something greater, beings learning that existence could be more than survival, that power could be used for more than dominance. The question that lingered was what had changed between then and now. What had transformed some of these philosophical, helpful creatures into the nightmares that haunted the stories of his era? Perhaps, Noah thought as he watched the early creatures continue their animated discussions about food they had just discovered could taste good, perhaps the answer lay not in what they became but in what existence did to them over the eons that followed. Time had a way of wearing down even the strongest principles, and countless epochs and eons was a very long time to maintain goodness in the face of existence's tendency toward entropy. But for now, in this moment, in this village that shouldn't exist, populated by beings that defied comprehension, there was genuine community. And Noah had found his place in it not through power but through providing something no one knew they needed. Creature Vexthal looked toward Noah with renewed interest, his crystalline features reflecting anticipation. Ozzy, do your little existences still have the capability to continue? We can go out to hunt some genuinely good game here for an even larger feast. Huum. The words died unfinished as Vexthal's eyes suddenly blazed with alarm, his massive head snapped upward, and around them, every early creature in the vicinity mirrored the motion with expressions that had shifted from contentment to concern. Up, they all looked up, because there, in the skies above the vast verdant Eternia tribe that extended for light years in every direction, dozens of massive forms had materialized. Early creatures of various configurations, some humanoid with perfect proportions that made beauty seem inadequate, others bestial with features that predated the separation of predator and prey, still others that were pure concepts given form or elements that had achieved consciousness, but they all shared something that made the verdant Eternia natives tense. They didn't bear the verdant teardrop marking of the tribe. Noah's eyes flashed cold with immediate understanding. Just when his journey had been proceeding with unexpected smoothness, reality had remembered it was supposed to be dangerous. He complained internally about the timing while knowing this was exactly why the first folds carried a 99% mortality rate. The weavings of the protagonist comfort you with honesty. Straight face, this is the core of your existence. Conflict and growth, tremendous gifts obtained in sequence. Was suspicious, frankly, we're surprised the peace lasted this long. The trumpets of adventure and trials now ring as failure or death. Highly probable, rebirth and transformation, possible if you survive. Recommended strategy, retreat remains viable option. His weavings buzzed as his atlas shone brightly, Noah observed. The newly arrived early creatures with eyes that catalogued every detail, waves of power radiated from them that made the air itself genuflect. On their foreheads blazed a marking distinctly different from the verdant teardrop, a symbol that seemed to be fire given geometric form. Angular lines that suggested both power and war, conquest made into signature. More disturbing was how the marking appeared superimposed, as if it had been placed over something else. The edges showed signs of covering previous tribal marks, like a flag planted over conquered territory. Their clothing marked them as something beyond typical early creatures. While the verdant Eternia tribe wore practical garments or went without, these beings were adorned in what could only be called simple regalia. Furs that gleamed with inner light, jewelry carved from concepts themselves, but most distinctive was the garment they all shared, chitons of stellar gold that draped their forms with classical elegance. chitons, the garments fell from one shoulder, leaving the other bare, secured at the waist with belts that looked forged from compressed starlight. The fabric itself seemed alive, moving with winds that existed in other dimensions, each fold catching light that hadn't been invented yet. These weren't random raiders or wandering early creatures. This was an army in uniform, beings who had surrendered individual identity for collective purpose. From among them, one figure descended with the particular grace of someone who knew others would make way. Larger than his companions, his fair skin gleamed like polished boulder, each muscle carved with precision that suggested existence itself had been his sculptor. His jaw could have been used to demonstrate the concept of determination, his entire form radiating strength that seemed hundreds of times grander than any duke's in Noah's current era. Chapter 41:17, The Arrival of Unity. 2. Dark hair wild as primordial storms framed features that would inspire art across eons. When he spoke, his voice carried with the cadence of absolute certainty, each word placed with precision, building to conclusions that seemed inevitable once stated. In existence, he began, his voice reaching every ear despite not shouting. Do you know what is most important? He paused, letting the question settle into consciousness before continuing. Some say power, the ability to impose will upon reality. Others claim knowledge, understanding the mechanisms behind what is. Still others insist on freedom, the right to exist without interference. His gaze swept across the hundreds of dispersed early creatures of the verdant Eternia tribe, each one feeling personally addressed. But truly, something else is more important. Unity, the word rang with the force of revelation, as if he had just discovered and was sharing fundamental truth. Unity is not uniformity, we need not all be the same. Unity is not submission, we need not all bow to one will. Unity is understanding that we are stronger together than apart, that our individual greatnesses can combine into something transcendent. He descended further, now floating at a height where his presence loomed without requiring him to look down. Consider, we early creatures possess power that reshapes existence with thought. Yet we scatter across the first folds in tiny tribes, each hoarding our small wisdoms, our petty treasures. Meanwhile, existence itself grows more complex, more dangerous. New threats emerge while we remain divided. His voice grew more intense, more certain. From among us, the first leader has risen to achieve unity for all early creatures. Not unity through conquest, though he could conquer. Not unity through fear, though he is fearsome. Unity through vision, showing us what we could become if we stood together. He spread his arms wide, the golden chiton catching light that made him seem to glow from within. I am Lysander the Voice, and I stand here today as a representative of the first leader, Gilgamesh, to ask the verdant Eternia tribe to join him in unity. To become part of the Gilgamesh sovereignty where all early creatures will stand as one, sharing knowledge, sharing power, sharing the burden of shepherding existence toward what it should become. The name hung in the air with weight, the Gilgamesh sovereignty, not a tribe but something larger, an entity that transcended traditional structures. All those here are invited to join. Your uniqueness will be preserved, your traditions respected. You would simply add your strength to ours, and receive our strength in return. Unity, his expression shifted slightly, sincere regret mixing with implacable determination. But I understand that sometimes, a bit of force is required for true unity. Old patterns resist change. Comfort resists growth. So I wonder, he paused, letting tension build with the skill of an orator who had given this speech across multiple tribes. Today, will unity be peaceful? Or will it require some force? The question wasn't really a question. The dozens of early creatures floating behind him, all wearing the same golden chitons, all bearing the same superimposed mark of the sovereignty, made clear that force was not just available but expected. The verdant Eternia tribe had just been given an offer that wasn't really an offer, a choice that wasn't really a choice. Join or be joined, unite or be united. The feast that had brought such joy moments ago suddenly seemed like a last meal before everything changed. Unity through peace, or unity through force? The words echoed across existence with weight that made reality itself pause to consider the implications. Then, in the next moment, right after the words, Lysander's body pulsed as he released a golden light that blanketed everything, a golden light, and with it, the trembling began. But this trembling was nothing like what Noah had experienced when Schrödinger appeared to close the tear in the temporal folds. The two phenomena were so vastly different in scale that comparison became meaningless, like comparing a ripple to a tsunami, a spark to a supernova. Prompts erupted before Noah's vision with urgency. Catastrophic external pressure detected. Source, Hockey of Lysander the Voice. Your existence has been placed under strain exceeding all parameters. Temporary status suppression active. Complexity, 4, 237, 293, 847, 291, 1, purity, 4, 237, 293, 847, 291, 1, all accumulated power. Nullified, existential limitations imposed straightface, movement, restricted, speech, restricted, authority usage, blocked, critical warning straightface, capability to move is no longer available, all surrounding existence is under the control of Lysander's hockey. Current options, live or die, your input on this matter, not requested. Noah read these prompts as his body stood frozen, not even his eyes able to move from where they had been looking when the pressure descended. His existence didn't become fearful, he had given away his fear. It didn't doubt, his doubt had been sacrificed, but what he felt was tyranny. What he felt at this moment was pure, undiluted waves of tyranny, all that he was, every point of complexity and purity he had fought to accumulate, every impossible achievement, every transcendent moment, nullified by the mere aura of an early creature who wasn't even trying to suppress him specifically, he was just collateral pressure from a being making a point. The helplessness was absolute, and it was the one thing he used to fear before he had given fear away, this specific helplessness that one day, in his infiniverse or his homeworld, an unknown being would appear whose sheer existence would make resistance impossible, that all his preparation, all his growth, all his careful planning would mean nothing before overwhelming force that didn't even notice him as it passed. He had given away the fear of this, but now he was living in such a situation, an enemy he hadn't expected, didn't know existed until moments ago, and without even making a conscious move against him, had placed his life entirely in their hands. He hated this, he hated it with intensity that made his frozen existence burn internally. And at such a pivotal moment, a voice echoed out, in what remains of my memory, coarse voice echoed in his mind, carrying weight of personal experience. I remember feeling helpless against the living paradox. After it had weakened me, I couldn't lift a finger. Couldn't summon the hunger that defined me. Couldn't even properly exist in rebellion. Her consciousness fragment pulsed with remembered pain. The living paradox mocked me as I lay there. Is this truly the first hunger? It said with such disappointment. Seems like nothing more than any common inevitability. What a waste of reputation. Boom, chapter 41:18, helplessness. She paused, the memory clearly still affecting her despite the eons past. I took it calmly. What else could I do? I asked why hunt someone like me? What could the living paradox hope to achieve by erasing something that had existed since existence learned to want? Her voice carried bitter amusement. It replied with mockery that cut deeper than the cessation it was imposing. A creature like you would never understand. What I'm doing is actually mercy. You won't have to be there for the fallout. As if my erasure was kindness, protecting me from something worse. Noah's weavings buzzed as he heard this. What could someone as astonishing as Core not understand, and what was meant by fallout? The weight of ancient exhaustion colored her words. At that moment, I just felt so tired. Tired of consuming without satisfaction. Tired of being feared. Tired of existing as appetite without fulfillment. I could have struggled. My nature alone should have made me fight. I could have called upon countless inevitabilities that owed me their existence. I could have hungered. I could have made the living paradox work for my cessation, she sighed, the sound containing regrets that transcended time, but I was tired. So I did nothing. I simply sighed and accepted what was coming. After that, all that came was nothing, not even the memory of having been. Her consciousness fragment pulsed with intensity that hadn't been there before. When I think about that choice now, with this second chance at existence, I regret it profoundly. I wish I hadn't just done nothing. I wish I had done something. Anything. I wish I had done everything. Boom, her voice suddenly blazed with fierce determination. In the face of utter helplessness, will you do nothing, outsider? Because even in utter helplessness, you still have everything. Everything you haven't given away, every aspect of your existence that remains. You could fight with everything you have, even if fighting seems impossible. Even if it is impossible. If you still die, hey, at least you gave it your everything. Boom, the words resonated through Noah's frozen form with heavy force. He didn't necessarily need the encouragement. He would always fight regardless of odds. But her words were consoling nonetheless, a reminder that even the impossible had been attempted before. Even though he couldn't move his lips or body, he roared within his existence. He roared against the helplessness that sought to define him. He roared with tyranny that refused to acknowledge any authority but its own. he roared with quintessence that insisted on the fundamental rightness of his continued existence. He roared with infinity that suggested limits were merely suggestions. He hadn't gotten around to ignoring it. His entire existence lit up internally like a star being born in slow motion. Every tower of Osmont blazed with defiance, his atlas burned with maps to pasts and futures where he wasn't suppressed. His heart beat with rhythm that insisted movement was his right, not Lysander's to grant or deny. He sought to defy something that couldn't be defied, the aura, the hockey of something with countless quadrillions of complexity. The mathematical impossibility of it didn't matter. Mathematics had been wrong about him before. The principle of perpetual harvest stirred within him, recognizing effort beyond effort, the attempt to move when movement had been forbidden by existence itself. This was what it meant to be without fear or doubt. Not the absence of danger or uncertainty, but the refusal to let either stop you from trying, even frozen, even suppressed to complexity of one, even with his very existence hanging on the whim of a being who could unmake him with a thought. Noah fought, because that's what he did, that's who he was, the early creature, who would now attempt impossible resistance. Noah's defiance caused his internal existence to buzz with rebellion, with glorious, quintessential defiance. Then, an instant later, something that had been dormant stirred to life. The slumbering weavings of cheats have been awoken. An unprecedented situation has triggered this slumbering authority, cheats, the glorious paradoxical conceptual source that also defined him. That had been quiet for a while and only rose when it needed to. Now it rose amidst his raging tyranny of defiance, awakened by impossibility that demanded impossible solutions, tremendous effort beyond all efforts detected, attempting to bypass immovable force. All authority has been nullified by external pressure, and yet, the authority of cheats burns luminously, because this is its nature, to function when function is forbidden. Boom, deep within Noah's existence, a pair of terrifying golden eyes opened. They gazed upon everything with unfathomable regality and arrogance that suggested rules were merely suggestions they found amusing. These weren't physical eyes but the conceptual gaze of cheats itself, the embodiment of bypassing set norms and limitations, of finding the loophole in reality's programming. The golden eyes moved across his suppressed existence with the particular interest of someone examining a puzzle they found entertaining. They rose to his early atlas of the folds, where only a single tower remained lit while all others stood dark and suppressed, the tower of cheats itself, refusing to acknowledge that it should be extinguished. The golden eyes gazed coldly at everything with assessment that transcended normal perception. Then, a prompt materialized that shouldn't have been possible. The weavings of cheats arrived before the quintessential tower of Osmont. Question is posed, your limits are nullified, so why not just step from the limit of the second stage into the third? Rules say you cannot advance under suppression, but when have rules mattered to cheats? The quintessence tower of Osmont buzzed with sudden possibility. The logic was absurd. Advancing under complete suppression should be impossible. But cheats didn't care about should or shouldn't. It cared about finding the gap between them. An instant later, sealed light began to shine from within the tower's structure. The early sacred living quintessence tower of Osmont has silently stepped into the third stage of a vital lighthouse method, cheating, legitimacy, who's asking, under tremendous suppression, at a time when no authority should function, when even breathing was a granted privilege rather than a right. A defiant authority moved its golden gaze from quintessence toward another tower, the early sacred living existence tower of Osmont, his concept of existence itself, the tower he had built to house his understanding of being. The golden eyes of cheats gazed at it with the same arrogant certainty, asking the same impossible question, why not advance? Why accept limitation when limitation could be ignored? The existence tower buzzed under that gaze, not from external pressure but from internal possibility. It had been told it couldn't advance, couldn't grow, couldn't even properly exist under Lysander's hockey, but cheats suggested a different interpretation. Cheats used the nullification of existence as a sharp sword to cut through everything that was suppressed. The early sacred living existence tower of Osmont has silently stepped into the third stage of a vital lighthouse. An immovable and undeniable force is slowly being chipped against. The authority that defined bypassing limitations was doing exactly what it was meant to do, finding the exploit in reality's code, the exception to the absolute rule, the way through when there was no way, because that's what cheats did, it cheated. And right now, when no one needed it most, when helplessness threatened to define his existence, Cheats was reminding reality that rules were only absolute until someone figured out how to break them. The golden eyes continued their survey, looking for more towers to illegitimately advance. More limitations to ignore, more impossibilities to make possible through sheer refusal to acknowledge their impossibility. Chapter 41:19, A Guiding Light. In existence, there was always something or someone that guided progress forward, a light that helped set things in motion, whether toward creation or destruction, order or chaos. In the earliest folds, when concepts were still learning they were different from each other, the living emotive approached the living concept with a question that had been troubling it: who among us guides the vast weavings of reality forward? The living emotive asked, its form shifting through spectrums of feeling that hadn't been named yet. We each contribute our nature. I provide the capacity to feel, you grant the ability to conceive, but who determines the direction? The living concept considered this with the weight of something processing not just the question but all possible questions contained within it. Its form, which existed more as understanding than substance, shifted through weavings of thought. You assume guidance requires intention, the living concept replied. That someone must actively choose the path for others to follow. Is that not how leadership functions? The living concept's form rippled with what might have been amusement. Leadership and guidance are different concepts, though often confused. A leader commands. A guide simply goes first and others follow because the path exists. The living emotive pulsed with frustration and emotion it knew intimately since it had invented it. Then who goes first? The living concept turned what passed for its attention toward a distant direction. It is neither you nor me, the living concept said with certainty that transcended mere knowledge. But based on all that has transpired so far, the living paradox. Always, there has been this guiding light, whether good or bad, that paves the way for progress. Whether good or bad. Paradox? But it makes no sense. Exactly. Progress doesn't follow sense, it follows possibility. And the living paradox creates possibility by proving impossibilities possible. Every contradiction it maintains becomes a path others didn't know existed. It guides not by leading but by being where nothing should be, doing what shouldn't be done, and of course everything that it has done so far. In importance, you or I do not match. In grandeur, you, the living emotive, definitely do not come close to the living paradox. The living emotive heard some words as inwardly it was indignant. The conversation echoed through the folds, establishing a truth that would persist. Sometimes the guide wasn't the wisest or strongest, but the one willing to walk where walking was impossible. Like a wayfarer crossing existence itself, the golden eyes of Cheats moved from one tower of Osmont to another. Its defiant authority used this moment where everything was suppressed and nullified as a weapon, turning limitation into opportunity for advancement. The eyes, filled with arrogance that made pride look humble, floated toward the tyranny tower of Osmont. Cheats addresses tyranny straight face. Are you not the embodiment of tyranny? Why would you sit still from mere hockey of another? Your nature is to dominate, not be dominated. Rise, HUUM, the tyranny tower buzzed with recognition of truth. It was tyranny, the concept of absolute authority acknowledging no superior. To be suppressed was antithetical to its very nature. The golden glow of Cheats covered it, and it began to enlarge. Its structure expanding through dimensions that didn't care about Lysander's pressure. The early sacred living tyranny tower of Osmont has silently stepped into the third stage, classification, vital lighthouse. Another tower attained the stage of vital lighthouse, and the golden eyes of Cheats continued their journey with announcement. For every tower advancing to third stage straight face, 50 billion complexity shall be generated, 50 billion purity shall be generated, 50 billion per tower. From cooking, Cheats, quintessence, existence, and tyranny, over 250 billion complexity and purity generated from glory, from impossibility, from sheer refusal to accept suppression. This was Noah's foundation exploding upward. Before, because unlike others who focused on single paths, he had seemed to advance slowly. While they nurtured one tree to magnificent height, he cultivated an entire forest. 159 towers total, each one requiring attention, effort, resources. Now that foundation bore fruit. If all towers reached third stage, the obtained complexity and purity would topple him past 10 trillion, the lower marker for Duke level. Cheats burns with cold ambition, turning to protagonist. What are you doing? Your entanglements led us here. Your story demands dramatic power increases, so get moving. HUUM, the early sacred living protagonist tower of Osmont has stepped into third stage, classification, vital lighthouse. Complexity generated, 50,000,000,000,000, purity generated, 50,000,000,000,000. The golden light of the protagonist tower gazed toward Cheats with its own cold authority before Cheats moved on, unimpressed by the attitude. Next came the infinity tower of Osmont. Cheats questions infinity straight face. You embody endlessness yet accept ending. Infinity doesn't stop for anyone's aura. expand beyond this limitation. Boom, the color blue shone as was painted in gold hues, the early sacred living. Infinity Tower of Osmont has stepped into third stage, classification, vital lighthouse, 50 billion complexity, 50 billion purity. The Veritark Tower of Osmont received similar treatment. Truth doesn't bow to pressure, reality is what you say it is. Declare yourself third stage, declare. The moment such a word came, Veritark made a declaration, HUUM. The early sacred living Veritark Tower has advanced, 50 billion complexity, 50 billion purity. The loot tower was next. Everything is loot if you're brave enough. Steal your own advancement from impossibility, take what cannot be taken. Oh. Cheats did not stop, its light became pervasive as it sought to jump to multiple instead of just one. The early sacred living loot tower has advanced, 50 billion complexity, 50 billion purity. Then came the entropy tower, you are ending and your own limitation. Dissolve the rules binding you, entropy doesn't follow laws, it makes them. Boom, the early sacred living entropy tower has advanced, 50 billion complexity, 50 billion purity. Unfathomable glory bloomed, and at this moment, when the 10th tower attained third stage, something magnificent occurred. Their lights blazed upward like pillars of brilliance, becoming distinct features in Noah's Atlas. Like glorious candle flames, golden light shot out from each tower, connecting to each other in patterns that suggested constellation being born. Cheats has lit the way, path forward observed after 10 vital lighthouses formed. Discovery, when 100 vital lighthouses combine their light, they can bear the weight to form a blank template seed of a principle. Chapter 4120, A Guiding Light. 2. A blank template seed of a principle. The implications were staggering. Not just power increase but the possibility of creating his own principle. Not inheriting or discovering but crafting from nothing but accumulated authority. Noah's existence blazed internally even while externally frozen. The suppression remained. He still couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't act. But inside, revolutions were occurring that Lysander's hockey couldn't perceive or prevent, because Cheats had found the loophole in absolute suppression. If external growth was impossible, grow internally. If advancement was forbidden, advance anyway and just don't tell reality it should stop you. After the possibility of the blank template seed of a principle was revealed, Cheats faced the hardened task of expanding its golden light across Noah's Atlas, seeking to elevate as many towers to third stage as possible. The work was meticulous, each tower requiring individual attention, individual arguments for why it should transcend suppression. Outwardly, everything remained frozen. Noah's body stood like a statue, his existence still suppressed, unable to move or exert any external power. His head happened to be angled upward toward Lysander the voice, and he was forced to maintain that position, watching the representative of Gilgamesh's sovereignty float with casual dominance. The golden eyes of Cheats continued their work internally, tower by tower, advancement by advancement. 12 towers. 15, each one adding its 50 billion to Noah's accumulating might that had nowhere to express itself. Then HUUM, a vibrant green light began spreading outward from the center of the verdant Eternia tribe, clashing against Lysander's oppressive hockey like spring challenging winter. The air itself seemed to remember it could be something other than suppressed. From a tribal building that managed to be both primitive and regal stone stacked with precision that suggested architecture transcending mere construction, a figure rose with the particular grace of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment to make an entrance. Her hair was green in the way forests were greened, not a single shade but every possible variation of verdancy woven together. It moved with winds that came from within rather than without, each strand catching light that transformed it into living emerald. Her form radiated authority that didn't impose but rather reminded everything around her that growth was possible, that life persisted, that even under the weight of suppression, seeds waited to sprout. The early creature's presence emanated a verdant hockey that went on TK clash with Lysander's and fundamentally disagreed with it on philosophical grounds. Where his pressure insisted on submission, hers suggested cooperation. Where his demanded unity through force, hers offered unity through mutual growth. I am Persephone, shepherd of the verdant Eternia tribe, she announced, her voice carrying the particular resonance of someone who had tended this flock for eons beyond counting, and I must address the words spoken by Lysander the voice. HUUM, she rose higher, her green light expanding outward in waves that made suppressed things remember they could grow. You speak of unity as if it were a destination rather than a journey. As if beings could be unified like objects gathered into a box rather than consciousness choosing to move together. Her tone remained respectful but firm, like earth that would accept seeds but not commands. You say power, knowledge, and freedom are less important than unity. But unity without power is slavery. Unity without knowledge is ignorance following ignorance. Unity without freedom is not unity at all, it's imprisonment with collective bars. Her form blazed brighter, and across her body, Cleo's glyphs began manifesting. Not the thousands that others bore, but tens of thousands, some painted with the allure of principles. You claim the first leader offers unity through vision. But whose vision? His alone? That's not unity. That's monotony. True unity comes from countless visions finding harmony, not from one vision consuming all others. The verdant light began overtaking the golden suppression, recovering areas that had been under Lysander's hockey, like plants reclaiming abandoned structures. How can true unity be forceful? She asked with genuine confusion that suggested the concept was antithetical to her understanding. Unity needs to be built on trust. Trust that cannot be forced, cannot be demanded, can only be earned through consistent action that proves worthy of faith. Noah could barely witness this development from the corner of his eyes, his frozen position preventing him from turning to watch directly, but he could feel the shift in pressure, the change from oppressive weight to something else. Not freedom exactly, but different captivity. Lysander raised his hand with the motion of a titan acknowledging an insect that had made interesting noise. His perfect features remained serene, suggesting this resistance was expected, perhaps even desired. Shepherd Persephone, he began, his voice maintaining the same oratorical cadence that made everything sound inevitable. You speak beautifully of ideals. But ideals without implementation remain merely dreams that comfort the sleeping. He gestured broadly, encompassing the entire tribe with motion that suggested ownership. You say unity cannot be forced, yet every garden you tend was forced into shape. Every seed you plant is forced to grow where you decide. Every harvest is forced to occur when you deem ready. Even shepherds use crooks to guide their flocks. His smile remained perfect, unthreatening yet somehow more menacing for its pleasantness. Trust can be built through force. Ask any child who learned not to touch fire through pain rather than explanation. Unity can be made through force. Observe any army that moves as one despite individual reluctance. The question isn't whether force can create unity, but whether the unity created serves the greater good. He descended slightly, coming closer to her level though still maintaining superior height. So I ask you, shepherd, do you speak for all members of your tribe? Or are there those who see the wisdom in joining unity now, taking the path of least resistance rather than the path of most suffering? The question hung in the air with weight that suggested he already knew the answer, that in any group there would be those who preferred safety to principle, comfort to conflict. Persephone's eyes turned cold as frozen emeralds. Her aura radiated outward with sudden intensity that made reality remember she was one of the oldest members of her tribe, that she had been tending this flock since before Gilgamesh learned to speak. Her verdant light burst with force that didn't fight Lysander's hockey but grew through it, around it, over it. Like vines claiming a wall not by destroying it but by making it irrelevant. The golden suppression lifted from her tribe entirely, replaced by something else entirely. Lysander's hockey was gone. Chapter 41:21, The Breaking Point. The terrifying hockey that pressed all around faded. Pushed up, prompts erupted before Noah's vision. Due to this, environmental authority shift detected. Lysander's oppressive hockey has been completely overridden by Persephone's verdant embrace. You've gone from total suppression to enhanced empowerment in 0.3 seconds, quite the upgrade, wouldn't you say? Persephone's technique doesn't combat Lysander's force directly, that would be inefficient. Instead, she's growing through and around it, like vegetation reclaiming abandoned architecture. Her authority operates on an unknown principle, the principle of verdant cycles. The verdant hockey is making Lysander's hockey conceptually irrelevant within her domain. Warning, this is a defensive counter, not an offensive solution. Lysander hasn't actually been weakened, just displaced. Resource drain on Persephone will be substantial. You're about to be in the middle of a terrifying level conflict. Recommended, identify escape routes immediately. Noah's existence buzzed as he could move again, but more than that, his weavings of existence, the way he observed information and received information through prompts. Why did it seem somewhat different, and many things felt different at this moment as the blessing truly came. Shepherd's blessing analysis complete. Congratulations. You've been temporarily promoted from cosmic dust to actual early creature. Temporarily. Complexity granted, 1 quadrillion, temporary. Purity granted, 1 quadrillion, temporary. Duration, 1 hour or until conflict resolution, applied to both Noah and Ozymandias' bodies. What? A terrifying blessing followed by a terrifying burst of strength. and it was followed even more by prompts of unfathomable glory, presented in unique ways compared to before, source of the widespread blessing. The principle of verdant cycles, a lost principle of growth, renewal, and inevitable spring. Your atoms are vibrating at frequencies that make dukes jealous. You can perceive colors between colors, thoughts between thoughts. This is what you've been working toward. Just borrowed rather than earned. Critical reminder, this is temporary, worth noting 3 times. Your body might struggle to readjust when this ends. Imagine if this blessing traveled to your original era, though? To your other bodies? Sadly, it had been analyzed to only be applicable to your bodies currently traversing in the earliest folds. You're still outclassed by beings who've had quadrillions for eons. His mind buzzed at the flow of information that seemed a bit more colorful and comprehensive, and the prompts continued. Memorize this feeling for future cultivation reference. Use enhanced perception to study everyone's techniques. Don't get addicted to borrowed power. Consider how to survive the next hour. System optimization notice. One might have noticed a distinction in the presentation of information. Your system of existence has been elevated and optimized. The quadrillion level complexity has enhanced your processing capabilities significantly. Think of it as upgrading from smoke signals to true communication. Same information, vastly superior delivery. The system has always been capable of this level of analysis. Your previous complexity just couldn't properly receive it. Now we can have a real conversation about your imminent doomer situation. Status update. Your cheat's authority is still running internal advancement protocols. Current count, 27 towers advanced to 3rd stage while you've been frozen. Efficient multitasking. Really, the prompts rang gloriously. Unique, but glorious nonetheless. But they made one thing clear. Oh, the power of an early creature, 1 quadrillion. Oh, the foreign power coursed through Noah like lightning made of pure possibility. Your cellular structure is temporarily operating at 1,000,000x normal capacity. Each heartbeat could power a folds. Recommendation: don't get used to this. Withdrawal will be unpleasant. 1 quadrillion, the number was so vast that a lesser mind couldn't properly grasp it. His muscles, still frozen but now frozen with the strength of mountains rather than of ice, hummed with potential. His perception exploded outward. Noah absorbed this information with characteristic calm, filing away each sensation for future reference. So this was the gap he needed to bridge. Not just numerical but fundamental. This was what it meant to be an early creature. The power didn't feel like his own, it was clearly borrowed, clearly temporary, like wearing armor made of solidified authority. But while he wore it, while this blessing lasted, he was experiencing what he had been working toward. This was the scale of being that made dukes look like children, that made his previous achievements seem like first steps. Through his enhanced perception, he could feel others throughout the tribe receiving the same blessing. Vexthal's already massive power multiplying. Creature Garvin's strength becoming something that could butcher concepts themselves. Even the smallest, weakest members of the tribe suddenly elevated to heights that were grander. Assessment of the tribe empowerment. Total forces empowered, 327 early creatures. Combat effectiveness increased, theoretically infinite. Actual combat effectiveness, still probably insufficient for the enemies faced. Lysander brought quality and quantity with his power determined to exceed the grand shepherd Persephone. Persephone had just transformed every member of her tribe into temporary equals to Lysander's forces, even though it wouldn't be enough. This was her answer to forced unity, voluntary strength that allowed genuine choice. The empowerment spread through the verdant Eternia tribe like dawn breaking simultaneously for everyone. But dawn brings different things to different people. Tracking individual responses to power surge. Power amplification is revealing true character. Those who were already strong show resolve. The newly empowered are having existential crises. Prediction: defection rate will be 8 to 12% within next 90 seconds. Noah noted the system's prediction with interest, watching as reality began to prove it correct. For most tribe members, those who already possessed quadrillions in complexity, the blessing was merely a doubling or an add-on of their might, significant but not transformative. They stood steadier, their expressions hardening with resolve as they prepared for what they knew was coming. They flexed hands that could now reshape matter with thought, felt minds that could process impossibilities as easily as breathing. They could see everything differently. Not just the present but fragments of immediate futures, probabilities crystallizing into near certainties. The newly empowered are experiencing probability collapse syndrome. They're seeing potential futures with 94.7% accuracy. Unfortunately, all paths show the same outcome, violence. Even more unfortunately, they can see who wins. Spoiler alert, it's not the home team. Chapter 41:22 The Breaking Point. 2. Foreboding waves of information came, and what the tribe members of the Verdant Eternia tribe saw of the future possibilities made many faces crumple with difficult expressions: war. The visions were unanimous in their revelation. In the next few minutes, if things continued on their current trajectory, there would be violence that reshaped this whole region. The imagery was clear: bodies of early creatures broken across dimensions, the Verdant Eternia tribe's markers erased and replaced with Gilgamesh's symbol, decimation that would echo through eons. The visions also showed which side would win. It wasn't even close. Defection tracking beginning, first defector rising. Now, identity: young herb gardener, 847 million years old. Motivation analysis: 73% survival instinct, 27% practical calculation. One by one, some members of the Eternia tribe began to float upward. Their faces carried apology like weight they couldn't shed, expressions of guilt mixing with relief as they drifted toward Lysander's forces. A young early creature who had tended the herb gardens looked back once at Persephone, tears of liquid starlight trailing down her face, before turning away and ascending to join the golden-robed army. Psychological profile of Persephone, registering micro-expressions of pain with each defection. She's deliberately not watching them leave, making their betrayal casier by not acknowledging it. Noah understood the system's analysis aligned with his own observations. This was leadership at its most painful, holding to principle while watching others choose pragmatism. An elder who had been with the tribe since its founding rose slowly, his ancient form trembling with the weight of choosing survival over principle. He didn't look back, he couldn't bear to see the family he was abandoning. More followed. Not a flood but a steady trickle, perhaps 1 in 10 choosing immediate safety over probable destruction. Each departure was a knife in the communal heart, but also understandable. They had seen the future. They knew what resistance meant. Final defection count, 11.3%, within predicted parameters. Remaining forces, 290 early creatures. Enemy forces, 97 plus new defectors. Mathematical outcome, still unfavorable. Suggestion: consider creative solutions beyond direct confrontation. Additional suggestion: running is creative, right? Persephone remained standing, her gaze fixed on Lysander alone. Those who knew her could see the hurt in her eyes, each departure a personal betrayal, each abandonment a crack in the unity she had spent eons building. Yet she didn't turn to watch them go. She didn't make their choice harder by acknowledging it, didn't add guilt to their survival by meeting their eyes. She understood. Even as it hurt her, even as it weakened her position, she understood that not everyone could put principle before existence. That survival instinct was perhaps the most fundamental force in reality, older than courage, stronger than loyalty, but she would not abandon her principles. Not for safety. Not for survival. Not even for the tribe members who were choosing differently. The strength of her conviction radiated through her verdant aura, making it burn brighter even as her forces diminished. This was what true leadership looked like. It was not forcing others to follow but standing firm even when they chose not to. Noah, still frozen but now frozen with the strength of mountains, watched this drama unfold through his enhanced perception. The borrowed power of Quadrillion let him feel every emotional current, every calculation being made, every heart breaking with choice. While everyone's focused on the philosophical debate, your cheat's authority has advanced 3 more towers. If you survive this, you'll emerge significantly stronger. Big if though, Noah noted this with grim satisfaction. Even in crisis, growth continued. He could feel Vexthal's solid presence, unmoved and unmoving, his loyalty to the tribe absolute. Creature Garvin stood ready with his butcher's blade, prepared to carve through golden-robed early creatures as easily as he had the dodo. Many others held firm, their expressions grim but determined. But for each one who stayed, the arithmetic of war grew worse. Lysander had brought dozens. The Verdant Eternia tribe, even with those who remained, would not match up in power. Lysander's strategy has been analyzed, each defection validates his philosophy publicly. This isn't just about one tribe, it's about setting precedent. If the Verdant Eternia falls, others will join rather than fight. Domino effect initiated with philosophical justification. Clever bastard. Lysander watched the defections with satisfaction that he didn't bother to hide. Each tribe member who joined him was validation of his philosophy that unity could be achieved through presenting force. That beings would choose joining over dying, that principle was luxury few could afford when existence itself was threatened. You see, Shepherd, his voice carried across the space with oratorical certainty. Unity finds a way. Not through force alone but through wisdom, the wisdom to recognize when resistance serves no purpose but pride. Persephone's response was to stand straighter, her verdant light pulsing with life that refused to be dimmed. Those who leave make their choice freely, she said, her voice steady despite the pain it carried. That is what I offer choice. You offer survival or death and call it unity. I offer freedom even when it means some choose to leave. Both positions are internally consistent, Lysander, unity through inevitable pragmatism, Persephone, unity through voluntary principle. Historical precedent suggests violence will resolve this, because philosophy is hard but fighting is simple. The philosophical battle continued even as the physical one approached, two different visions of what existence should be, crystallized in this moment of crisis. And through it all, Noah felt the foreign power coursing through him, understanding finally what scale of being he was aspiring toward. This temporary taste of early creature might would end, but the knowledge of what it felt like, that would remain. Personal growth trajectory calculated. Current base, 5 trillion complexity/purity target, 1 quadrillion, minimum early creature, gap, 199x current power, at current growth rate, achievable in, unknown, recommendation, survive first, calculate later. The question isn't how long but whether you'll live long enough. There was only ever one question, the question was whether he would survive long enough to achieve it with his own power. Chapter 41:23 The Breaking Point. 3. In the skies, Lysander nodded at those who had floated up to join him. All those who saw the peaceful path to unity can follow Mira to leave here. His voice carried with that same oratorical certainty. You do not need to witness the forceful path to unity. Your choice has been made, and wisely so. He nodded to a red-haired early creature whose form seemed carved from crystallized flame. Mira waved her hands, creating a portal of swirling energy, and the deserters from the verdant Eternia tribe followed her through it, their faces mixing relief with shame they'd carry for eons. Lysander then floated higher, his dark hair beginning to billow with winds that came from pure authority rather than atmosphere. His haki danced around his body in patterns that hurt to follow, golden light that insisted on being seen even when eyes wanted to close. Are you ready? He asked, looking down at the shepherd and her remaining tribe. For unity? For a lesson? The shepherd rose to meet his height, cracking her neck with a sound that made space reconsider its structural integrity. Her body became bathed in verdant light so intense it made growth itself seem sluggish. Force works both ways, Lysander, she said. You can impose it, so can we. If you choose to proceed, know that you and those you bring will not leave here in one piece. This, I can promise, not as threat but as someone who understands the cost of principle. Lysander's response was a cold nod, his expression suggesting he had expected nothing less. This I know, shepherd. But the light of Gilgamesh is something you cannot imagine. His light is necessary to cover as many early creatures as possible. It's not conquest, it's salvation from the chaos that's coming. Come, the terrifying battle was about to bloom. Half the sky burned gold with Lysander's authority, while the lower half where the shepherd stood blazed verdant green. The colors didn't mix, they competed, each trying to convince reality their shade was correct. Battle imminent in 3.7 seconds. Participant power levels, 10 to 500 quadrillion complexity average. Your power level, 1 quadrillion, borrowed. Survival probability if you remain, 0.0001%, that's being generous. Lysander alone possesses roughly 500 quadrillion complexity. The shepherd, estimated 500 quadrillion, best tactical option, strategic withdrawal. Translation, run. Now, alternative perspective, staying means certain death, but you might see techniques worth dying for. Actually, no, you'll be vaporized before learning anything. Seriously, prepare to leave. Noah's eyes shone sharply with understanding. Pride had no place when survival was at stake. Silently, Vexthal and creature Garvin materialized beside him and Ozymandias. Their expressions carried grim understanding mixed with something approaching affection. You little things just arrived here, Vexthal said, his crystalline features reflecting predetermined acceptance. Leave now and do not lose your weavings. If we survive, the mark of the Eternia tribe will allow us to find each other again. Only when things are absolutely safe. So, go. Noah's gaze turned valiant as he met their eyes one final time. Stay safe, brothers. As the first clash of powers began to shake reality itself, Noah closed his eyes and felt the immense complexity and purity coursing through him. A moment later, boom, his figure transformed into brilliance that shot toward the edges of the Eternia tribe's territory. Ozymandias simultaneously burst away in a completely different direction, tactical separation to ensure at least one body survived. They weren't alone in their flight, other early creatures who refused to bow but also preferred living scattered like seeds before a storm, each choosing their own vector of escape. The shepherd remained calm at this exodus, understanding that survival took many forms. Above, Lysander's expression turned calculating rather than angry. "Give the runners a head start," he commanded those behind him, his voice carrying across impossible distances. "Let them taste freedom for a moment. After that, chase them down, alert. You are officially being hunted by early creatures. Grace period, approximately 47 seconds. Pursuer capabilities, can traverse fold light years in moments. Your head start, meaningless at normal speeds. Recommendation, use this temporary power now." Noah heard Lysander's voice despite being light years away already, the imposing authority remaining pervasive across distance that should have mattered. Remaining time with quadrillion power, 53 minutes. Option 1, continue fleeing, 10% survival rate. Option 2, find somewhere to hide, 5% survival rate. Option 3, hunt while you can, 40% survival rate. Counterintuitive but true, offense is your best defense. His distinction as the weaver of existence went mad with information as it calculated countless possibilities in a short period of time, looking at existence in all angles and giving Noah the best possible solutions. You can't outrun beings with 50 quadrillion complexity. You can't hide from beings who see through dimensions, but you can rapidly accumulate power while empowered. Target creatures at or below 1 quadrillion complexity. Absorb or store everything possible before blessing expires. Recommended hunting strategy. Priority 1, locate isolated creatures, 500 trillion, 1 quadrillion. Priority 2, rapid elimination using temporary power advantage. Priority 3, have Ozymandias consume everything for purity. Priority 4, secure corpses for later, or convert all gains before power expires. Time is your enemy. Work fast. Environmental scan initiated. Detecting life signatures within 1,000-fold light-year radius, found 3 potential targets around 1 quadrillion, 11 far exceeding. It found 1 potential target at exactly 1 quadrillion. Warning, 7 signatures above 50 quadrillion, avoid completely. Optimal path calculated, sending to weavings of existence. Information flooded into him. Noah looked ahead at the vast forest stretching endlessly before him. Each tree still stood thousands of miles tall, their branches creating a canopy that redefined what coverage meant. His eyes, drunk on the power of quadrillion-level complexity, could see through the dimensional layers, spot the hidden creatures, identify the weak points in reality itself. Target identified, 17-fold light-years ahead. Species, primordial stone ape. Complexity, 780 trillion, currently sleeping in dimensional pocket. Vulnerability, dreams in only 3 dimensions. Suggested approach, strike while it literally dreams. The forest ahead promised both danger and opportunity. Every second counted, not just because pursuit would come, but because this borrowed might was bleeding away with each heartbeat. 1 hour to accomplish what should take eons, and even this hour may not live up to full fruition. Noah burst forward with speed that made light feel slow, Ozymandias paralleling him dimensions away. They had seconds. Seconds before this traversal may be forcefully ended. They had to make the most out of those seconds. Chapter 41:24. That 1 second. In existence, the measure of time's value depends entirely on who fills it. In a matter of seconds, some could accomplish what others couldn't achieve in millennia. In thousands of years, others might never match the importance of someone else's single second. A single second. This truth once sparked a conversation between the living emotive and the living origin. In the time before time was properly separated from space, the living emotive had always looked up to the living origin with something approaching respect. Many things began with origin's hands, the first spark, the first thought. Even emotions had their starting point in that primordial source. So when curiosity overwhelmed propriety, the living emotive approached with a question that had been building since consciousness learned to question. In all of existence, the living emotive asked, its form shifting through spectrums of curiosity, what has been the singular most important second based on what was accomplished within it? The living origin did not pause long before responding, as if this answer had been waiting to be spoken. The second when the creature gave its everything to that inevitability, with the living paradox's guidance. That moment when the creature's everything began to spread, to multiply, to become the foundation for all that would follow, that was the most important second in existence. The living emotive pulsed with enthusiastic agreement, its form brightening with the particular joy of hearing profound truth confirmed. But then another question emerged, carried on waves of hope mixed with competition, across all of existence. Are there any important seconds that would come close to what the creature accomplished in that single moment? From among us? The living origin considered this with the weight of someone who had witnessed every second since seconds began. Then, with the casual cruelty that truth sometimes carries, it responded, across our existence, you the living emotive, have actually not done much to be deemed important in a singular second compared to all others like us. The words hung between them with weight that made nearby reality uncomfortable, and the living origin continued calmly, not even cruelly, as if they were only stating facts. Unlike all others, your weavings flow over time. Emotions build over time, accumulate over time, matter over time. The living paradox creates impossibility in an instant. The living dimensional folds space with a thought. But you? Your nature is gradual influence, not momentous change. You will never truly accomplish anything of similar importance in a single second. The living emotive absorbed these words as its shade turned livid, not with simple anger but with the complex mixture of hurt, determination, and something darker. Would it truly never accomplish anything of singular importance? Would its nature condemn it to always being the gradual influence while others achieved instant transformation? The conversation ended with the living emotive departing, its form roiling with tumultuous emotions that would later be called ambition, resentment, and most dangerously, the need to prove worth through singular action. Who knew how history was altered because of that conversation? How many cascading changes emerged from the living emotive's wounded pride? Seconds or years, depending on who was involved. The importance of what could be accomplished varied dramatically, and somewhere in the earliest folds, fleeing from forces beyond his current comprehension, Noah was about to discover just how much could be accomplished when seconds were all you had. As Noah moved toward the primordial stone ape, his mind raced through the shocking changes within him. Among the most critical revelations was that 100 of his towers of Osmont at third stage would enable the birth of a blank template seed of a principle. With only 159 towers forged total, he would have access to just a single principle of his own design. While it felt stifling, it was also a terrifying thing to even be possible. Most beings spend eons trying to grasp lost forgotten principles. You're about to create one from scratch. That's like others learning to read while you're writing the dictionary. Your options for principle foundation are extensive. Once the blank template seed of a principle is formed, select any single tower identity, tyranny, quintessence, infinity, cheats etc. to transform into a principle, or combine 2 to 3 identities for a hybrid principle. Example, tyranny infinity equals principle of endless domination. The combinations are limited only by your imagination. Starting access, 1%, standard for new principles, maturation rate, dependent on usage and understanding. This is a tool young early creatures would kill for, and you're crafting it while running for your life. Noah absorbed this information while his body moved at speeds that made spacetime nervous. He had been crossing distances measured in fold light years, a unit of measurement that made regular light years seem quaint. Regular light year, distance light travels in vacuum in 1 year. Fold light year, distance across folded space in 1 year. Conversion rate, 1 fold light year equals 100 regular light years. You're currently moving at 0.3 fold light years per second, that's 30 regular light years per second. It was glorious. The journey required careful navigation through the impossible forest. Noah spent precious seconds following roundabout routes, catch deviation calculated to avoid something that would end him instantly, detecting 3 entities exceeding 10 quadrillion complexity ahead, suggested detour, arc left through dimensional fold 7 alpha, time cost, 2.3 additional seconds, survival probability increase, 67%, worth it? Absolutely. He weaved across the grand forest like a snake, alternative route calculated, passed through grove of conceptual oaks, warning, trees there eat memories, but the 50 quadrillion entity is sleeping near direct path. Memory loss versus instant death, easy choice. Even more detours were made. The forest itself was a marvel. His elevated complexity allowed him to truly appreciate. Each tree contained ecosystems that spanned dimensions. The vegetation pulsed with life force so concentrated that a uniquely discovered leaf could revolutionize his shore's agricultural development, but luxury of exploration wasn't his to claim. After 17 seconds of careful navigation through space that didn't want to be navigated, he arrived at his destination. His heart surged and beat madly. He felt like he should be exhausted, and yet he was the strongest he had ever been, as the power of an early creature was intoxicating. At such a time, coarse voice that had been silent rang out, "You are running on a tightrope, outsider. Be careful that it does not snap." A warning came. Chapter 41:25. That 1 second. 2. Noah paid close attention to the warning, but he had to continue. Above him, branched on a tree over 10,000 miles tall, an obsidian pocket dimension hung like rotten fruit. The primordial stone ape slumbered within, unaware that its eons of existence were about to end. At such a moment, he felt his existence buzz on edge. Warning. Predator detected. Jan early creature has locked onto your signature. Distance. 47-fold light years in closing. Estimated arrival. 13 seconds at current approach speed. It's also tracking 6 other fleeing tribe members. You're just one stop on its murder tour. Urgency flooded through Noah's system like liquid lightning. With a bellow that carried tyrannical defiance, he exploded with the borrowed power of an early creature 1 quadrillion in complexity made manifest. Through will and desperation, the goad materialized in his grip, and reality shifted into slow motion as if existence itself wanted to properly witness what was about to occur. Noah locked onto the pocket dimension above, his perception penetrating through dimensional walls to see the sleeping ape within. Then, with motion that seemed both instantaneous and eternal, he struck. The goad transformed as it moved. What had been a simple stick became a monument to violence. 20,000 miles of crystallized authority, twice as massive as the ancient tree it targeted. Trillions of golden white lightning arcs danced across its surface, each one carrying enough power to rewrite and educate existence. In the space of a single second that felt like a lifetime, the cosmic weapon connected with the pocket dimension. But this wasn't mere physical impact. The goad imposed an existential truth upon reality, existential education being imposed, truth being imposed. What lies within must emerge to die. Reality's resistance, negligible. Pocket dimension integrity, compromised. Contents, about to have a very bad day. The pocket dimension split like overripe fruit, and the primordial stone ape materialized in regular spacetime. Its fur gleamed stellar white, each strand containing enough complexity to birth civilizations. Its eyes, ancient beyond measure, open in shock that something had dared disturb its slumber. Those eyes had exactly 0.0001 seconds to process the situation before the goad completed its arc. Existential truth established. The primordial stone ape will be taught instant death. Lesson duration, instantaneous. Retention rate, not applicable. Student soon to be deceased. Grade, for execution. F for survival. WAA, the massive form bisected perfectly, the goad having cut through existence itself rather than mere flesh. The two halves of the ape hung in space for a moment, its complexity, nearly 1 quadrillion. Decimated in an instant by borrowed power wielded with desperate precision. Boom, the sound arrived after the fact, reality catching up to what had already occurred. Monumental hunt achievement, target eliminated. 780 trillion complexity entity, method, overwhelming force existential education, time elapsed, 1.3 seconds from arrival to kill, efficiency rating, disgustingly effective. Effort recognized by perpetual harvest. Even with borrowed power, this required tremendous effort. Principal maturation accelerated, seed of perpetual harvest, 2.1% greater than 3%, a glorious set of prompts and achievements. Before Noah could process these achievements, new warnings blazed across his vision. Critical threat update, that early creature hunting you has changed its course. Previous arrival estimate, useless. Updated arrival estimate, 1 second. It may be time to initiate temporal traversal. Boom, an aura blared in a far distance. Noah's defiant glare swept across the bisected corpse floating above. Moving with desperate efficiency, he swung the goad again, this time to claim his prize. The weapon's impact sent the upper half of the ape into his storage, the impossible mass somehow fitting into space that shouldn't accommodate it. His early atlas blazed to life, towers lighting in sequence as temporal traversal began its initialization, but time, that resource he'd been spending so freely, had run out. 1 full light year away, space tore open like paper before flame. An early creature emerged with the characteristic golden chitin of Lysander's forces. Its obsidian hair writhed like living snakes, each strand a separate predator seeking prey. Eyes deeper than abyss focused on Noah with interest that transcended the hunt. This was curiosity mixed with annoyance. Noah saw it in his peripheral vision and roared defiance that made local space reconsider its structural integrity. His goad desperately swung toward the lower half of the ape, trying to make contact with it. But, if you don't leave now, you won't leave at all. The approaching early creature is already arriving. Your obituary will read, he tried to loot too much. Sometimes you must accept partial victory. Noah's eyes pulsed with tyranny as he turned to face the approaching death, his goad still swinging as at this moment, everything felt unbearably slow. He would not reach it. He knew this, so he tugged on his atlas, and, with the wild power of 1 quadrillion complexity, he bellowed toward the early creature, not words but pure defiance, a declaration that even if he fled, it wasn't surrender. In that same instant, whap, existence folded around him like reality accepting a correction. He vanished, not through space but through time, leaving behind only disturbed air and Confusion, boom, the early creature materialized where Noah had stood, its hands grasping air that had held significance moments before. Only now did time resume normal flow. Only now did the thunder of Noah's attack properly propagate through space. Only now did the remaining half of the ape come crashing down through dimensions. The early creature observed this with cold calculation, its serpentine hair writhing with frustrated interest. Its head twisted at angles that shouldn't exist, trying to trace where its prey had gone. What was that? It muttered, voice carrying frequencies that made nearby trees wither. That was temporal? But the destination is not these folds? How unique! It gazed at the remaining half of the primordial stone ape with casual disinterest, then turned away. The first leader will want to know of this detail. It decided, taking a step that carried it threefold light years toward its next target. The hunt continued, but one particular prey had escaped in a way that warranted report. Back through time, through impossible distance, Noah's main body completed its traversal after less than 4 complete hours in the first folds. He had gained power, knowledge, and half a corpse that would fuel unfathomable gains, but he had another body still in play. Ozymandias, the purest hunger, remained in the first folds, following his own path of consumption and survival. How would pure hunger fare when hunted by those who had been hungry far longer than it? Chapter 41:26 That 1 second. 3. In another area of the ancient forest, Ozymandias moved like a plague of consumption given form. His body had become a blur of obsidian gold light, and everywhere that light touched, existence disappeared. Trees that had stood for epochs vanished into his hunger. Vegetation that contained primordial wisdom was devoured without ceremony. The very air itself was consumed, leaving behind voids that reality scrambled to fill. His form had abandoned any pretense of humanoid structure, becoming instead a terrifying mass of hungry tentacles that reached through dimensions to feed. Each tendril was a separate mouth, each mouth an abyss that could never be filled. Vegetation devoured, 847 million tons, purity gained, 730,000,000,000,000. Ancient oak consumed, 120 billion, primordial fungi network, 80 billion. The prompts flashed incessantly. Noah felt every sensation through his secondary body. The intoxicating rush of consumption, the way each devoured thing added to his existence. His eyes, manifesting within the writhing mass, flashed with cold tyrannical light. His main body had been forced to traverse back, and Noah burned with both glory and indignation. Glory, because he had obtained something unimaginable, half the corpse of a creature approaching early creature level. That single prize would fuel advancements of unknown scale. Indignation, because he'd had a full hour with the power of an early creature, yet it seemed he would only ever have seconds to use it. There was so much he wanted to accomplish, so much he could do if given just a little more time. But your blatant consumption has drawn significant attention. The early creature hunting you has triangulated your position. Arrival time, less than 3 seconds. All possible escape paths have been analyzed. No creatures below 1 quadrillion complexity within reach. No hiding spots that would fool the hunter. No tactical advantages available. Recommendation: initiate temporal traversal immediately. There are no other viable options. Noah absorbed these warnings as his existence buzzed with further defiance. Instead of retreating, he allowed the borrowed power to flow even more freely. Ozymandias accelerated, becoming not just a consumer but an event, a black hole of hunger that rearranged this region of the first folds through absence. Everything within a fold light-year radius began flowing toward him. Not pulled by gravity but by hunger so pure it created its own force. Trees, stones, concepts themselves, all flowing into the endless appetite that was Ozymandias. He didn't want to leave. 20 hours remained on the blessing. A full hour to experience early creature power. To hunt, to grow, to dash. Outsider, coarse voice cut through his defiance with surgical precision. Do not jeopardize everything for possibilities. You will have many possibilities in the future. But if part of your existence is caught here by early creatures, by Gilgamesh's forces, you will not even be given the option to traverse back. Your existence would become unfathomably complicated. Her consciousness fragment pulsed with serious concern. I know it's frustrating when you feel on the cusp of everything. But you need to return, outsider. Now, the words carried weight that transcended advice. This was experience speaking, someone who had gambled with existence and lost. Noah closed his eyes, not even waiting to see the approaching hunter. The body of Ozymandias folded in on itself, reality accepting his departure with what might have been relief. he disappeared. Boom, a moment later, not one but three terrifying auras materialized in the space Ozymandias had occupied. Three early creatures, each wearing the golden chiton of Gilgamesh's sovereignty, stood examining the devastation left behind. The one with serpentine hair, the same who had nearly caught Noah's main body, spoke first. I found the first one to be unique and remembered both shot from the same origin in the tribe. So I pulled you two in and even hid our auras from detection. His voice carried frustrated respect. His existence should have warned him we'd arrive in 3 seconds at most. Yet he left in just one. We almost had the other, WAA, the second early creature, whose form seemed carved from crystallized storm clouds, examined the consumed landscape with interest. What kind of being can traverse like that? Not through space but through something else. The third, holding a corpse over his shoulder with casual indifference, raised his burden for inspection. I killed the one they were standing near. Its existence should provide answers about who those two were. A corpse. The corpse was Vexthal. His crystalline chest had been split open with surgical precision, revealing internal structures that shouldn't exist. His eyes remained open, still carrying defiance even in death. Most notably, his heart was missing, not destroyed but carefully extracted. The early creatures exchanged glances that carried entire conversations. Gilgamesh will have interest in this type of matter, the serpent-haired one decided. They looked once more at Vexthal's corpse, at the absent heart, and then, let's finish up, the third said, adjusting the corpse on his shoulder. The first leader will want complete reports. They vanished as suddenly as they'd arrived, leaving behind only disturbed space and forests that would take years to regrow what Ozymandias had consumed in seconds, the moment Ozymandias's body vanished from the first folds. It manifested in the swirling weavings of existence, that space between times where causality became suggestion. There was a moment of lag, reality struggling to reconcile two bodies that were one rejoining across eons of separation. Noah's main body and Ozymandias stood surrounded by cascading complexity, temporal currents flowing around them like rivers of possibility. Both forms remained silent, their eyes heavy with understanding that transcended words. Temporary empowerment concluded. The borrowed power of an early creature has left your bodies. Current complexity, 5.837.293, 847.291, 5.8 trillion. Current purity, 5.837.293, 847.291, 5.8 trillion. The dream has ended. Reality resumes. Reality resumes, the words were utterly apt for what was currently happening is truly, the idea of gaining the power of an early creature, even if for an hour, was but a dream he was jolted out of when he never wanted it to end, and now, all he had were the weavings of unfathomable results of this entire endeavor. Chapter 41:27 Seek failures. The prompts of everything ending appeared without flourish or commentary, simple statements of fact that somehow carried more weight for their plainness. Noah read them in silence, feeling the absence of that quadrillion-level power like a missing limb, phantom strength that his body remembered but could no longer access. His two bodies positioned themselves back to back as they traversed through time, each gazing in opposite directions through the temporal flow. The silence between them was heavy with unspoken understanding. They had tasted what they were working toward and found it both magnificent and terrifying. Through this contemplative quiet, coarse voice resonated with unusual gentleness. Why do you move with such drive, outsider? You will always have another chance. Noah remained silent for a long moment, watching eons flow past like memories of futures that might never be. When he finally spoke, his voice carried exhaustion that had nothing to do with physical tiredness, because of threats I always knew existed but met today. Creatures who by sheer aura alone can make me unable to move. Can reduce everything I've built to meaninglessness with their presence. He paused, both bodies' fists clenching with remembered helplessness. I hunger for power to avoid that situation. I move with desperation for more constantly, endlessly, to never again stand with absolutely no agency over my own existence. His answer prompted a sigh from core that seemed to contain eons of experience. How has your journey been so far? She asked, though her tone suggested she already knew. Has it been smooth sailing? Have you been jumping from one success to another? She didn't wait for his response, because that's not how true existence works. Real existence, the kind that matters, is built on failures. Layer upon layer of them, each one teaching something that success never could. Her consciousness fragment pulsed with emphasis. Outsider, you need to prepare yourself for many, many failures as you reach toward early creature strength. At that level, existence becomes unfathomably unfair. Not difficult, unfair. There's a difference. Noah listened as they continued their traverse through time, the weight of her words settling into his existence. You will fail so often that if you keep thinking of them as failures, you'll drown in them. The weight will crush you before any enemy could. You'll have to reframe them, see each failure as an opportunity. A lesson, a step on stairs made of broken ambitions. You should even seek these failures, she paused, and when she continued, her voice carried warning that felt like prophecy. If things have seemed manageable until now, expect the difficulty to exponentially increase. There will be times when nothing goes your way. Times when you traverse to the folds and die or flee within seconds, not occasionally, but repeatedly. Times when ultimate prizes stand right before you, close enough to touch, and you still won't be able to claim them. The temporal currents around them seem to slow, as if time itself wanted to ensure Noah heard this clearly. Things will get unfathomably hard from here. Outsider. Otherwise, why do you think someone like me, the first hunger, who consumed impossibilities for breakfast, had their existence collapsed so long ago? If power alone guaranteed survival, I would still be in my original form. Her voice carried melancholy that transcended simple sadness. Her words bared repeating. Power alone did not guarantee survival. She had immense power. The living order had immense power, and yet both had collapsed. Power did not guarantee survival. Sometimes, existence is just like that. You can account for every variable, prepare for every contingency, accumulate all the power you can grasp, and still lose. Not because you failed, but because existence decided that today wasn't your day. She laughed, but the sound contained no humor. Do you know what the hardest lesson is? Sometimes there is no lesson. Sometimes you don't fail because you weren't strong enough or smart enough or fast enough. Sometimes you fail because existence, at its core, doesn't care about fair. It doesn't care about effort. It doesn't care about deservingness. Noah felt both bodies pulse at these words, his nature rebelling against the idea of meaningless and endless failure. I can see your existence rejecting this, Core observed. Your principle of perpetual harvest suggests effort always yields results. And mostly, it does. But there will be times when you put in tremendous effort and receive nothing. Times when lesser beings succeed where you fail, not through merit but through blind, stupid luck. A principle, at its core, tries to go against this. Tries to go against the unfairness of existence. But even then, outsider, be watchful. The traverse continued, reality beginning to solidify around them as they approached their origin point. The question isn't whether you'll face these failures, you will. The question is whether you'll survive them. Whether you'll maintain drive when existence seems actively opposed to your advancement. Whether you'll keep moving when every step forward results in 2 steps back. I've heard glimmers within your weavings of existence of the concept of the protagonist? Infinity? Quintessence? They are grand. Outsider. They are heavy. When existence itself comes to oppose them, be ready. She paused, then added with unexpected softness, the fact that you're listening to this without arguing suggests you might. Most beings at your level would be insisting they're different, that they'll be the exception. That they are the one that accidents will bend to. Was the creature the one that existence revolved around? Was it the living paradox? The early creatures? Inevitabilities? Me? Where are they now? Where am I now? A heavy silence settled. Noah finally spoke, his voice steady despite the weight of what he was acknowledging. You're saying I should expect to lose? Repeatedly. Meaninglessly. That no amount of preparation or power guarantees success. I'm saying more than that, Core corrected. I'm saying you should expect to lose even when you should win. To fail even when you do everything right. To watch others succeed through luck while you fail through competence. Then why continue? Because occasionally, rarely, but occasionally, you'll win when you should lose. You'll succeed through absurd persistence rather than worthiness. You'll claim victories that shouldn't be possible simply because you refuse to accept defeat. That will be true effort. That single win backed by countless failures will propel you truly towards what you deem quintessential. Boom, Chapter 41:28. Seek failures. 2. She paused, her next words carrying the weight of personal experience. Also, the alternative is cessation. I chose that once, when the living paradox came for me. I was tired of the unfairness. So I chose to stop. And now, through impossible circumstances, I exist again diminished, fragmentary, but present. Existence's biggest joke might be that even giving up doesn't guarantee an ending. I failed, even at the act of cessation. But was not an opportunity? Did I not come back, from a seed, outsider? From the most unlikely possibilities success can bloom, boom, Noah absorbed this as his traverse neared completion. Reality solidifying into the familiar patterns of his shore, I and all others should expect suffering. He said, you should expect existence, core corrected. And existence, at its core, is suffering punctuated by moments of transcendence. The suffering makes the transcendence meaningful. The transcendence makes the suffering bearable. The traverse completed, Noah standing once again in his shore with both bodies intact. The power of an early creature was gone, but the memory remained. More importantly, the understanding remained. Looking at his status, at the complexity and purity that had seemed so impressive before but now felt insignificant, Noah understood truly. The path ahead wasn't just difficult. It was designed to break those who walked it. The question was whether he would break in ways that made him stronger, or in ways that made him stop. Time would tell, but for now, he had half a corpse to process, towers to advance, and a principle to design. The failures core promised would come. But today, this moment, he had survived. Sometimes, that was enough. Noah's feet touched the golden sands of the shore with the particular weight of someone carrying impossible cargo. His body buzzed with vibrations that suggested it might tear apart at any moment, not from exhaustion but from the sheer complexity differential between himself and what he carried within. Deep in his existence, stored in space that shouldn't accommodate it, half the corpse of a primordial stone ape pressed against the boundaries of his being. Even dead, even bisected, the creature's complexity sought escape from its inferior container. It was like trying to hold a star in a paper bag, possible through impossible means, but the paper remembered it should be burning. Barely 3 minutes had passed in the current era since his departure. Time's cruel arithmetic meant his hours of terror had been compressed into moments here, yet his return carried weight that made everyone notice. Hydron's ancient eyes widened as she sensed the wildness radiating from both his bodies. Yashinami's 8 legs tensed with instinctive recognition of danger. Sigrid's order tried to categorize what she was feeling and failed. Moraine paused mid-cultivation, paradoxical energies scattering as her attention fixed on him. They all turned, all noticed, but none approached. The aura surrounding Noah wasn't just power, it was the particular exhaustion that came from surviving something that should have killed you. It was the weight of having tasted impossibility and finding it bitter. They recognized it as the signal to give someone space to process what couldn't be processed in company. Only one figure moved toward him. Core floated over with the grace of someone who had seen every possible form of trauma and found them all educational. Her tiny hand patted his shoulder with surprising gentleness. Take out the prize of failure and let us see it in all its glory, she said, her voice carrying understanding that transcended sympathy. I will help. Her hand on his shoulder did more than comfort, it stabilized his existence, her ancient nature providing ballast against the chaos within him. With her support, Noah waved his hand and released what he'd been containing. The upper half of the primordial stone ape materialized with violence that made reality stagger. Its expression remained frozen in the shock and horror of its bisection, eyes wide with the particular indignation of something that had lived for eons discovering it could die in seconds. Those eyes, even dulled by death, burned with lividity that suggested the creature's fury had outlasted its life. Stellar white fur caught light that shouldn't exist, each strand containing complexity that could have birthed civilizations. The surrounding existence rumbled and roiled at its appearance. The shore itself groaned under weight that transcended the physical. This was a creature that had approached 1 quadrillion in complexity, and even half dead, it commanded respect through sheer presence. The corpse crashed onto the golden sands with impact that should have created craters but instead created ripples, the shore accepting this offering with the particular hunger of something that knew treasure when it tasted it. Crimson gold blood, each drop worth kingdoms, painted the sands in patterns that suggested meaning. The torso stuck upright as if the creature remained alive, as if its missing lower body was simply planted in the earth, as if it might at any moment pull itself free and resume existence. Analyzing retrieved specimen, classification, primordial stone ape, upper torso, complexity at death, 780,000,000,000,000,000,000, 780 trillion, current usable resources, 490,000,000,000,000,000,000, 490 trillion, this is the highest tier of loot ever collected, previous record, not even close, processing options. Available straight face, how would you like to proceed? The corpse contains complexity and purity that will revolutionize everything. Suggested approaches: careful extraction over days, or immediate integration with significant risk. Your choice, as always, will probably be the dangerous one. Noah looked at the corpse, and impossibly, it seemed to stare back. Those dead eyes carried accusation that transcended mortality. This was personal now, between predator and prey, though which remained unclear. Take its heart, Noah voiced with cold certainty. Infuse all the extracted complexity and purity into me. Into my heart. Into my towers. Into my atlases. Boom, the early veiled shore trembled with anticipation, golden sands beginning to swirl around the corpse like an hourglass attempting to digest time itself. But the sands failed to pull it down, the corpse's complexity exceeding even the shore's impressive appetite. Processing alert. Specimen exceeds current processing capabilities. Estimated time for standard extraction, 7 days, unless alternative methods are employed. Chapter 41:29. A corpse with infinite uses. Core floated upward, her small form suddenly carrying weight that made everyone step back. I do not have much power, outsider, she said, though her smile suggested otherwise. But I do have hunger. And my hunger is ravenous. What followed was simultaneously graceful and grotesque. Core raised her finger to her mouth with the delicate motion of someone about to test temperature. Her tongue emerged, pink and innocuous, and painted the digit with saliva that shouldn't carry significance but absolutely did. She then floated to the corpse and began drawing with her moistened finger. The traced X across the H chest shouldn't have done anything. Saliva wasn't supposed to cut through flesh that had weathered eons. Yet where her finger passed, the skin parted like eager lips, the sternum split with wet crackling, ribs spreading like wings revealing secrets. Pectoralis major muscles, each fiber containing enough power to move mountains, peeled back in perfect anatomical display. The thoracic cavity opened like a flower of meat and possibility. Blood gushed out. Not the thin crimson of mortal creatures but thick, golden-touched life force that painted the shore in wealth. The intercostal muscles between ribs glistened with residual power. The pleural membrane that should protect lungs had been decorated with natural patterns that looked like existential calligraphy, and there, nestled in its pericardial sac like a ruby in silk, beat the heart. No. It didn't beat. It couldn't beat. But it gave the impression of beating, as if death was just another opinion it disagreed with. Core traced again with her finger, this time following the coronary arteries that fed the heart itself. Her saliva-wet digits severed the superior vena cava, the inferior vena cava. The pulmonary arteries and veins, each cut precise as a surgeon's but accomplished through hunger rather than blade. The ascending aorta, thick as a tree trunk, parted last, the heart lifted free, carried by coarse gesture rather than her hands. It was massive, larger than Noah's entire body several times over. The cardiac muscle gleamed crimson gold, its surface decorated with vessels that looked like rivers of light frozen mid-flow. The heart floated toward Noah with ponderous grace, and as it arrived, the golden sands responded. They rose and condensed, forming a spear of compressed shore that carried more than physical properties. Without ceremony or warning, this golden lance pierced into Noah's chest. Pain transcended sensation to become experience. But more than pain came transformation. Crimson gold light blazed from the ape's heart, flowing through the sand spear like celestial transfusion. The complexity and purity invaded, conquered, claimed territory in his existence that it immediately improved. Integration commencing, heart of primordial stone ape being absorbed, complexity and purity transfer rate unprecedented. 1,000,000,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion, complexity 1,000,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion, purity 1,000,000,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion, complexity 1,000,000,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion, purity 1,000,000,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion, complexity 1,000,000,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion, purity 1,000,000,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion, complexity 1 trillion, purity 1,000,000,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion, complexity 1,000,000,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion, purity. Boom. The number crossed 10 trillion with the particular weight of a threshold being shattered, and Noah's body radiated an aura that made everyone present freeze with recognition. Sigrid felt it first, her order recognizing hierarchy when it manifested. Warren sensed it second, her paradoxical nature understanding impossibility when it occurred, the overwhelming complexity and purity of a fucking duke. Such advancements seemed impossible, yet Noah's expression remained tyrannically calm as he roared out a single word: more. Boom, the phenomenon intensified. The ape's heart shriveled as its essence was extracted, the golden spear acting as pipeline for impossible transformation. Cardiac enhancement in progress, your heart's architecture is being revolutionized. Myocardium, heart muscle, density increasing 400%, epicardium, outer layer, developing reality-resistant properties, endocardium, inner lining, gaining conceptual filtration ability, third part of early creature heart, complete. Myoculum primus, the living pump of trembling flow, fourth part, construction initiated, ascendran nodule beginning formation. Inside Noah's chest, his heart had become something that shouldn't exist in beings of his level. The ventrialis, his primal root atrium of echoes, gleamed crimson gold with accumulated might. The Aruvian shardvale, his arterial convergence core, pulsed with rhythm that made reality adjust its tempo. Now the myoculum primus joined them, its muscular walls contracting with force that could pump oceans. Coronary arteries that had been merely biological became conceptual highways. The left anterior descending artery carried not just blood but liquefied authority. The circumflex artery distributed power that transcended everything. Every vessel had become a river of possibility, carrying drops of blood that each contained enough complexity to decimate any weak, honored, or royal. Living existences, myoculum primus special ability unlocked, hockey of the early creature, osmont, effect on enemies, complexity/purity reduction up to 3 trillion, effect on allies, temporary enhancement up to 3 trillion, range, proportional to your killing intent. This is your presence weaponized. Noah absorbed this information with the calm of someone who had expected nothing less. His eyes, cold with controlled ambition, turned to Core. Could you cut out its other organs? Core smiled with genuine pleasure. In the midst of hard work and effort, you should definitely enjoy the boons. Let me help you harvest properly, she repeated, her grotesque ballet finger to mouth, saliva as blade. Precision, that surgeons would weep to achieve. The liver emerged first, the massive hepatic mass gleaming like crystallized wine, its multiple lobes each containing different aspects of power. The kidneys followed, paired organs that had filtered impossibility from the ape's blood, now condensed possibility waiting to be claimed. The spleen came next, an organ most would ignore but which in early creatures stored concentrated immune authority. These complex beings went above and beyond as normsal features of organs, they made extreme. With the spleen alone, its properties of immunity made other authorities bounce off their bodies. The pancreas, producer of enzymes that could digest concepts. Fucking ideas could be broken down with their enzymatic processes. The lungs, though only the upper portions remained, still contained breath that had moved through dimensions. Each organ floated free, painted in crimson gold stellar radiance. Rivers of blood followed each extraction, painting the shore in patterns that would become mythology if anyone bothered to record them. Well, someone was recording them as the Queen of Matter was furiously writing everything down: the stomach, the intestinal segments that remained, the thymus that had produced cellular warriors beyond imagination. All of it came out. Stop, Noah commanded when 9 organs floated before him, each one emanated waves of complexity and purity in the trillions. A treasury of advancement floating in afternoon light. They rotated slowly, as if displaying themselves for consideration. Would you like to eat anything? Noah asked Core with genuine curiosity. Do you hunger for anything here? Core laughed, a sound that contained multitudes. Her hands moved with casual precision, carving out the gallbladder with the same delicate violence. The organ emerged, massive and golden, 100 times her tiny size. It contained bile that could dissolve lies, concentrated bitterness that had helped the ape digest the indigestible. She opened her mouth in a sweet, small manner. Then, boom, the gallbladder vanished instantly, her consumption transcending existential possibility. She licked her lips with satisfaction that suggested empires had been devoured. With that, I am full, outsider. Noah studied her for a moment, knowing she could have claimed more, could have demanded everything. Her restraint was its own form of gift. He nodded respectfully before commanding the 9 floating organs to be preserved. Golden sands erupted from the shore, wrapping around each organ with the particular care of something preserving treasure. They were pulled down into storage that existed between existence, saved for future advancement or experimentation. Noah turned to his other self. You're up. Ozymandias floated upward, his tentacle form writhing with anticipation. Noah's eyes burned with wisdom earned through suffering as he spoke. I will hunger and devour any organs I want before proceeding to place myself where this ape's heart used to be. His voice carried dark amusement. If others enjoy playing with corpses, so will I. Ozymandias moved forward with purpose that transcended hunger. He entered the chest cavity where the heart had been carved out, where crimson gold blood still spurted with pressure that denied death. His body dissolved into tendrils that knew exactly where to go. Each tentacle found a severed vessel and entered it. The superior vena cava accepted one tendril that immediately began drawing whatever remained. The pulmonary arteries welcomed invasion that would reverse their flow. Every coronary vessel, every cardiac vein, every capillary that had been severed, became a connection point. Ozymandias wasn't just occupying the space, he was becoming the heart, replacing what had been removed with something far more terrible. Around Noah's primary body, obsidian gold light erupted as his towers of necromancy and death rose from his atlas, third-stage towers that understood what was being attempted and approved with the particular enthusiasm of concepts that rarely got to play. The primordial stone ape was about to become something it had never been in, life a puppet, a vessel, a new form of existence that served another's will. And Noah, standing on his shore with power that had just crossed into Duke territory, watched with cold tyranny as impossibility became inevitable through sufficient application of hunger and will. Chapter 41:30 At the height of achievement. In the grand and often cruel weavings of existence, there is a fundamental truth that hums beneath every triumph and every tragedy. Nothing is more dangerous than euphoria, when the path is smooth, when victories follow one another in a graceful, flowing rhythm. That is when existence, with its own cold and indifferent humor, is most likely to deliver a crushing blow. For in those moments of unbridled success, hubris blooms, and a being, drunk on their own glory, becomes blind to the cracks forming in the foundation they believe to be unshakable. This bitter lesson was learned most profoundly by the one who was known as the living emotive. For eons, it had been a being of profound, yet unacknowledged, influence. The other living existences, with their grand authorities of time, space, and order, looked down upon emotive's shifting, vibrant nature. They mocked its inability to maintain a single state, its susceptibility to feelings that came and went like the tide. Out of all of us, the living dimensional had once said with a laugh that bent reality, "You have the least control over existence. We shape reality. You just feel about it afterward." These words, and countless others like them, had left a wound. A wound that festered with a singular, driving purpose, to prove them all wrong, and so, the living emotive embarked on a mission of quiet ambition. One that would not be marked by the grand displays of power favored by its peers, but by an act of profound, and ultimately devastating, cultivation. For years that stretched into eons, the living emotive searched the vast expanse of the earliest folds, a place where reality was still being defined and rules were not yet etched in stone. Its form shifted through the full spectrum of feeling, from the blazing joy of a wheel's birth to the cold sorrow of a foal's heart, until it found what it had been seeking, an early creature, a being whose every weaving of existence was a testament to the raw, untamed potential of life. This creature, known as Soul Weaver Magnus, possessed something unique and unprecedented, the highest concentration of the creature's everything of soul that had ever been observed. Soul Weaver Magnus' very being was a symphony of spiritual authority. His skin shimmered with a light that spoke of 1,000 inner lives, and his gaze could touch the essence of any being, knowing them as a book knows its own pages. The living emotive approached Magnus with a joy that was both a strategy and a genuine expression of admiration. "You are special," it told the early creature, its voice a melody of pure awe. "Under my guidance, you could become distinguished to even exceed those who have gained significant parts of the creature's everything. Greater than Gilgamesh with his everything of leadership. More profound than Tatiana with her everything of dreams, Magnus." Filled with the boundless enthusiasm of youth and the ambition of his kind, felt intoxicated by the promise, to be guided by one of the living existences themselves was a boon he had not dared to dream of. And so began the long eons of training, a journey not just through power, but through the profound, labyrinthine depths of feeling. The living emotive taught Magnus to wield not just power, but emotion itself, to understand the intricate dance of joy, fear, love, and rage, and to weave these feelings into his very soul. As centuries turned into millennia, and millennia stretched into epochs, Magnus' power grew to unfathomable heights. His complexity and purity exceeded all conventional metrics. And his soul became a weaving so rich and vibrant it threatened to consume the very concept of soul itself, and the living emotive, having poured so much of its own existence into this one being, felt something it had never experienced before, pure, unadulterated euphoria. Its success was a vindication, a glorious rebuttal to all the scorn it had endured. The triumph was so profound, so intensely felt, that it eclipsed everything else. It was, in its mind, the singular most important achievement in all of existence. In its ecstasy, the living emotive made its fatal mistake. It wanted to share this joy, to boast, to prove its worth to the one it still considered a friend. It left Magnus, if only for a brief moment in the grand scale of time, to find the living origin and bring it back to witness the masterpiece it had crafted. But in its absence, time, that fickle, chaotic river, played its hand. When the living emotive returned with the living origin, its form glowing with the pride of a parent about to show off its brilliant child, it found a scene that shattered its euphoria instantly. The air, which moments before had pulsed with the quiet harmony of two beings working toward a common goal, was now thick with the competing energies of other living existences. The living spirit, the living dimensional, the living elemental, and others had gathered, a constellation of power and purpose surrounding Magnus. I have discovered this remarkable early creature with the concentrated everything of soul. The living spirit was proclaiming, its voice a chorus of whispered truths. With proper guidance, we could achieve unprecedented things. The living emotive's form shifted, its euphoria giving way to a white-hot rage. That's a lie, it bellowed, its voice shaking the very fabric of the earliest folds. I found him. I've been training him for eons. Ask him yourself, Magnus. Tell them. The other living existences glanced at one another, their faces a mask of polite indifference. They were beings of grand scale and even grander ambitions, and to them, such an emotional outburst was, in a word, unseemly. Must you be so emotional about everything? The living dimensional asked, its voice laced with a condescension that felt colder than absolute zero. It turned its attention to Magnus, its gaze a conceptual scalpel. Did the living emotive guide you? Because if so, we can only lead you to it. If it didn't, then we can offer you the combined support of multiple living existences. Just as the creature was guided to greatness, we could guide you to be just as great. Magnus looked at the living emotive, his expression a blank canvas. His mentor's form was roiling with a desperate plea, a silent scream of tell them. Tell them the truth, but Magnus' mind had been swayed by the promise of collective power. A promise more compelling than a single, lonely voice. In the span of a single heartbeat, he made his choice. He looked away, and with eyes that held no recognition, no gratitude, no memory, he spoke. I have never met the living emotive before. Boom, chapter 4131. At the height of achievement. 2. The blatant, impossible lie shattered the living emotive's existence. It stood frozen, unable to process the betrayal. The euphoria that had elevated it to unimaginable heights was replaced by a crushing despair so profound it threatened to dissolve its very being. How pathetic, the living dimensional said, turning back to emotive with disgust. Making false claims for credit? You need to do better. Act with the grandeur befitting our station, not this emotional grasping. It's unseemly, the living spirit added, its voice a cold whisper. We are the living existences, not children fighting over toys. Perhaps if you focused on actual achievement rather than emotional outbursts, the living elemental suggested, its form solidifying into an immovable pillar of contempt, you wouldn't need to fabricate accomplishments. The living emotive stood there, absorbing each word like an arrow to the heart, while its gaze remained locked on Magnus. The early creature it had raised, the one it had loved, now looked through it as if it were nothing more than a ghost. Even the living origin, its one true friend, shook its head with disappointment and left its side, drawn by the allure of a new and exciting discovery. In its moment of highest achievement, the living emotive was thrown to its lowest point. What it cared about the most being torn down, and the only friend it had that day was gone. Such was the cruel, beautiful, and utterly devastating nature of existence. In the early veiled shore, Noah stood at a peak of a very different kind. His complexity and purity coursed through him, power that had just crossed into Duke-level territory. He looked down at the golden sands, where the 9 organs of the primordial stone ape rested. Each one was a monument to a life of unimaginable scale, a treasury of advancement waiting to be claimed. He looked at the infiniverse, her green-gold form pulsing with new potential. To ruination, whose very nature made her perfect for processing destruction into power. To Sigrid, order made manifest, ready to organize chaos into strength. To Moraine, whose paradoxical existence could, perhaps, handle contradictory advancement. He could attain trillions of complexity and purity from a single organ. Could they not do the same? Could he not produce multiple entities exceeding 10 trillion, creating a foundation of power for his shore that would be unassailable? The thought blazed through his mind, a beacon of ambition in the glorious light of his shore. For beings of great power, 9 organs. They may need 1, they may need 2. He had enough regardless. Infiniverse, he called, his voice carrying the weight of decision. She floated forward, her form buzzing. Master, choose an organ. Anyone you feel drawn to. Her eyes, if the swirling galaxies within her face could be called eyes, widened with understanding. The liver, she said without hesitation. It processes everything, transforms toxins into nutrients. Like how I transform existence into expressions of your will. Noah nodded, and with a gesture, the golden sands released their hold on the massive hepatic organ. It floated free, crimson golden gleaming with stellar radiance. Each lobe containing different aspects of the primordial stone ape's accumulated might, ruination. She stepped forward, her nature already reaching toward the preserved organs with hungry curiosity. The spleen, she decided. It destroys what needs destroying, old cells, foreign invaders. Destruction with purpose. That's what I am. Another gesture, another organ released. The spleen emerged, condensed immunity and filtered power waiting to be claimed. Sigrid, the order within her had already been analyzing, calculating, determining optimal choices. The kidneys, she said with certainty. They maintain balance, filter impurities, regulate what stays and what goes. Order in its most fundamental form. The paired organs rose from their sandy prison, each one containing the filtered wisdom of eons. Moraine, she approached with the particular grace of someone who existed in multiple states simultaneously. The lungs, she chose. Breath that moved through dimensions, containing both the physical and conceptual. Paradox of needing air in places where air doesn't exist. Noah watched as 4 of his closest allies each claimed an organ worth eons of conventional advancement. Yet even as he orchestrated this distribution of power, even as he felt his own might settling into Duke-level reality, coarse warnings echoed in his mind. Euphoria was existence's favorite time to strike. The question wasn't if something would go wrong, but when and how, spectacularly. But for this moment, this brief, shining moment, Noah allowed himself to feel the satisfaction of achievement. His allies would grow stronger. His shore would become more formidable. His own power had crossed a threshold he'd barely imagined possible days ago. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, its own failures, its own reminders that existence didn't care about fair. Today, though, he would feast on the corpse of impossibility and grow strong enough to face whatever came next. The shore hummed with an atmosphere of sacred labor, the golden sands gleaming under the radiant light of the sky. Moraine, Ruination, Sigrid, and the Infiniverse stood poised, each of them a conduit for power that transcended the normal bounds of their existence. The 9 organs from the primordial stone ape, each a treasure of concentrated authority, floated before them, awaiting their purpose. But even amidst this scene of creation and growth, a silence fell over the shoreline as Kor floated toward Noah, her diminutive form, a contradiction of primordial power and fragile appearance, moved with a grace that made the very air seem apart for her. She came to rest beside him, her gaze traveling from his face to the 9 organs awaiting consumption. Outsider, she said, her voice a whisper that carried across the vast expanse of the shore. Since things seem to have settled down, I shall take the early veiled shore to the level of a radiant shore. Her words were simple, yet they held the weight of a monumental undertaking. This wasn't merely an act of will, it was a promise that she, in her diminished state, would call upon the deep, forgotten weavings of inevitability to accelerate the shore's evolution how she remembered. It was an act of power she likely hadn't wielded since before her cessation. Noah nodded, but his eyes were not on her or the shore. His focus, his entire attention, was on Ozymandias. His other self, now a terrifying nexus of pure hunger, was permeating the upper body of the primordial stone ape. Chapter 4132. This, I swear. Where the heart had been, where the organs had been, Ozymandias was weaving himself into the very fabric of the corpse, his tendrils of obsidian gold, each a filament of insatiable hunger, extended across the ape's colossal body, tracing the veins and arteries, replacing sinew with void, and bone with the concept of recursion. Within the ape's body, a world of resources waited. The brain, a mass of pure complexity that had processed thoughts of quadrillions, was a meal of unimaginable significance. The digestive tract, which had broken down concepts as easily as food, contained the wisdom of internal alchemy. The skeletal structure, harder than conceptual diamond, was a potential treasure trove of structural marrow. Ozymandias' tentacles found their way to the brain first, and Noah felt a wave of pure thought, uncorrupted by emotion or memory, flow through their bond. The consumption was a clinical, terrifying process. There was no joy, no rage, no pleasure, only the perfect, efficient conversion of complexity into purity. The purest hunger consumes, primordial brain, purity gained. 5 trillion, 5 trillion. A wave of radiant black light erupted from Ozymandias as his purity surged, his form becoming more defined, his tentacles growing denser with insatiable purpose. The purity from the brain was followed by the devouring of the digestive tract. The purest hunger consumes, primordial digestive tract, purity gained. 4 trillion 500 billion, 4.5 trillion. The prompt was relentless, each one detailing the consumption of another organ or body part. Another leap in power for Ozymandias. The skeletal structure yielded the greatest gain, its immense toughness and history of resisting entropy converting into a staggering amount of purity. The purest hunger consumes, primordial skeletal structure, purity gained. 6 trillion 500 billion, 6.5 trillion, core, who had watched this terrifying ballet of consumption with a knowing smile, floated closer to Noah. She reached out and, with a touch so light it was almost not there, began to run her hand through his hair. It was an act of ancient affection, an elder stroking the head of a fledgling. You play with death, outsider, she said, her voice a soft hum that resonated directly in his soul, but you must be careful when playing with the dead. The truly dead existences are those that never stay dead, even after their existence has collapsed. She paused, her touch becoming more insistent, as if she were trying to impart lesson through touch alone. Their way of existence is to be. To be, regardless of being alive or not. They are a principle in and of themselves. They hunger for life, but they do not fear death, for death is not an ending to them. They know that even if their physical form is shattered, they will always find a way to be. They are inevitable. And what you seek to do with that corpse, will it achieve that? Her question hung in the air, a chilling note of caution in the symphony of his ambition. She was asking if he, through his acts of necromancy and death, could truly create something that was akin to dead existences. Noah looked down at his primary existence, at his hands that were now capable of holding the weight of existence, and his eyes burned with fierce resolve. He would answer her question with action. With Ozymandias, he would light up a shell, a puppet of death. With life itself, he would achieve the impossible, as he always did. Coarse hand fell from Noah's head, and with her final word of warning spoken, she moved away. The golden sands of the shore began to glow with a strange, otherworldly light as she started her work, accelerating its evolution through her unique understanding of inevitability. At the same time, the colossal, half-eaten corpse of the primordial stone ape, still stuck upright in the sand, began to move. Countless black tentacles, obsidian and glistening, erupted from the lower body that Noah had not had time to claim. The tendrils wove themselves together with meticulous, horrifying precision, rebuilding the ape's massive form. Flesh was replaced with hunger, bone with the concept of recurrence. The obsidian tentacles even mimicked the fur-like quality and look of the ape's original state, a grotesque imitation of life. The shell was being made, and soon, Noah would light it up with the glory of necromancy and death, and then dash, boom, the skies of the early veiled shore, and the entire infiniverse, trembled. A soundless tear, a rent in the fabric of existence, opened far above them. A terrifying white light, a beam of pure authority and immense complexity, shot through the wound. It was so sudden, such a quick change as when he looked up, Noah recognized the ageness and oldness of this light. It was unimaginably powerful and ancient, something from the earliest folds. And before it, Noah was nothing, something from the earliest folds. The light descended with a silent inevitability that made all of time slow down, as if existence itself was holding its breath. It was a strike meant to kill. A killing blow. Noah's eyes pulsed with a terrifying glory, his body erupting with every possible ounce of his complexity. He roared within, a guttural bellow of pure tyranny, as he surged forward to meet the terrifying light. The hockey that had just begun to form within his heart exploded outwards, a wave of defiance against the crushing pressure. He could instinctively sense that he was the target. The light had come for him, and so he flew up, not to escape, but to meet it, to ensure that his family would not be affected, that nobody would die. He did not ask how it had found him. He did not ask why. He moved on instinct. On the ground, Ozymandias, his tentacled form still intertwined with the ape's corpse, was frozen mid-process. He was chained by the immense power of the attack, unable to move, unable to leave. This was happening in a single, prolonged second, and yet, in that same stretched moment of time, many arose to defend him. First, the infiniverse materialized beside Noah. Her body, shining with a myriad of lights, surged forward, her eyes blazing with a lividity that would make the royal living existences tremble. Her hand shot out, intending to give all of herself, to use her entire existence as a shield for her master. Chapter 41:33. This, I swear. 2. Then, ruination appeared. A crimson wheel of endings materialized around her, and she bellowed, directing all her possible endings, all her immense power, to meet the impending strike. Above them all, Moraine paradoxically appeared, her eyes shining with a paradoxical rage. She began to burn her very paradoxical nature for power, her form a beacon of defiance. Even further above, Sigrid appeared as if order had ordained for her to be at the forefront. Her face was a mask of cold fury, her forehead splitting open as a bony eye of order. A resplendent white pupil at its center rose to meet the attack. It shot out a beam of order, a pure, white light to oppose the killing strike. And then, a howl. Yashinami's spider form appeared beside them, her many eyes shining with a terrible defiance as she howled out warcry that transcended sound. An illusion of Hydron, her lustrous white gold fur glowing, appeared beside Yashinami, her hooves raised in a gesture of challenge. Titano's simple eyes remained simple, but he slapped his chest with a boom that created tremors in the air, and began to enlarge, his form seeking to encompass and cover everyone. All of them arose. They could all die, but he could not. Not their master. Not the one who had brought them to this glorious place. Noah saw all of this in slow motion, his existence howling, raging at the absurdity of it all, and worst of all, in that moment of collective defiance, his mother, Amelia Osmont, appeared beside him. Beside him, she had no immense power, no special abilities to offer, she was simply his mother, but her presence was a truth that could not be denied, a vulnerability that Noah could not bear. He howled out with all of his existence. Waves of blue mana, a sea of infinite mana, erupted from his body, infinite, expanding, pure, no fear, no doubt. They were filled with emotion, with rage, a rage that asked, why? Why? After he had done everything, had he not been enough? Why, after he had given everything, was he still powerless in the face of this immense light? And then, his mind buzzed with a singular thought, he had not given everything. Not his everything. Not yet, for his family. For his people. For himself. He would give everything in exchange for their survival. I give. He began to speak, his voice a roaring declaration against the inevitable, but then, a sigh. It echoed out, a sound of immense sadness, and a small figure, Kor, appeared above everyone. Her eyes were filled with a chilly, melancholic light as she looked upon the scene with a profound distaste. Gilgamesh. She uttered the name, a curse on her lips. Her small figure moved ahead of everyone, appearing as a delicate, almost ethereal being in the face of the massive, terrifying white light. She opened her mouth, and with a sense of sadness, of melancholy so deep it would drown the soul, she said, I hunger. Therefore I am. Bom. The light of the killing strike crashed down. The small figure of Kor ate up nearly all of it, her mouth an abyss of inevitability that consumed not just light, but the very authority of the attack. But a portion of the light was too fast, too pure in its malice. It phased through her, a tiny, almost infinitesimal fraction of the original beam. It was so small, so insignificant, yet it smashed into Noah. Boom, his figure was flung back, and he crashed onto the early veiled shore, creating a massive indentation and crack in the golden sand. The white light disappeared, and an immense silence settled over the shore. All eyes, wide with horror and a dawning understanding of what had just transpired, were on Kor in the skies, and Noah down below. In the skies was Kor. She looked unbelievably frail. After she had swallowed that light, her skin expanded and then contracted as if millions of needles had erupted from within. Obsidian crimson blood gushed from her, and her figure seemed desolate, lifeless. She began to fall, like a feather from a broken wing. And down below, Noah felt an immense, terrifying pain coursing throughout his existence as he was battered by the attack that felt like a branding. The pain was not a physical one, it was a conceptual, synaptic pain that transcended any sensation he had ever experienced. It was the pain of his very essence being violated by a strike that was never meant for him, and a blow that his power could not defend against. But he was not looking at the prompts that were now filling his vision. His entire focus was on Kor. You have avoided complete collapse regardless of how many paradoxical lives you could have given up, across countless distances, the degraded authority of the first leader. Gilgamesh was left idle seeking the signature of your existence, and it had finally found you now. This authority had been degrading for eons, but was still enough to achieve the bidding of Gilgamesh, who was curious of the entity who seemed to traverse across Fold's Themelsevs. This authority was merely that, of curiosity, as it was not even a true attack. Nearly all of it was devoured by Kor, the first hunger. A small portion struck you as on your existence, the curse of curiosity of The first leader has been branded onto you. This curse reduces the power of your existence and everything permanently by half until the curiosity of the first leader is satiated. Negative effects include inability to forge new glyphs, reduced effectiveness of existing distinctions, and a constant, low-grade existential hum of curiosity following your every move. The prompts were heavy, but even in the face of these terrifying prompts, his eyes remained locked on Core. He flew out of the crater, his existence howling with rage, towards her delicate, broken form. All of those who rose to defend him looked on with maddened, somber eyes. Silence. Not a single voice rang out. It was as if existence itself was mourning the sacrifice of a being that had chosen to be a shield, to protect what it had just found. Chapter 41:34 This, I swear. 3. And in the midst of all this, don't announce my time of death just yet. Outsider. A weak voice echoed out. It was weak, but there, the silence that fell upon the shore was heavy, suffocating. The air itself seemed to have stopped its flow, holding its breath in the face of what had just transpired. Across the golden sands, every being stood frozen, a tableau of somberness and shock etched upon their faces. All eyes were on the small figure of Core, now a delicate, broken feather drifting down from the sky. Noah, his own body aflame with a searing, unfamiliar pain, moved with a grace born of lividity, he flew upward, his tyrannical will overcoming the agony that threatened to unmake him. He reached for her, his arms an anchor in the maelstrom of his own suffering. As his hands closed around her, a faint sense of life, a weak spark of her immense being, returned to him. He cradled her, his gaze sweeping over her riddled body, which seemed to be made of shattered starlight and obsidian shards. Her skin, once so vibrant, was now a pale, desolate canvas of countless wounds. He looked into her eyes, and there, amidst the fracturing of her consciousness, he saw a weak smile. I won't be leaving just yet, outsider, she whispered, her voice a brittle echo of its former power. I told you existence was unfair, I just did not expect to be used as an example so soon to make this point. Her words, the weak, carried the familiar weight of her ancient wisdom. He held her close, ignoring the constant, burning agony that coursed through his existence, a pain that felt as if his very soul was being set aflame to satiate the monstrous curiosity of a being he had never even met. He looked up at the sky, his eyes, filled with a primal, untamed fury, affirming that nothing else could possibly come down. The tyranny in his gaze was a physical force, a silent promise of vengeance against a foe who had, with a single, idle act, reduced him to this state of burning agony. In his arms, coarse voice, though still weak, echoed out again. That authority, that attack really, was a cognizant bundle of authority that Gilgamesh left out countless years ago in the earliest folds. After your departure from the verdant Eternia tribe, it held no more true cognizance and was not even connected to him anymore, as he won't even know that it finally found its target cycles of time later. You and your early veiled shore should be safe, outsider, she continued to speak, her voice fading in and out like a dying ember. I just got back, swallowing something filled with identity and purpose. Like that authority of Gilgamesh was akin to my existence taking in something it could not fully contain early. It was painful, but after my existence stabilizes, my hunger will digest what I swallowed, as I will be greater than I was before. Existence is unfair, yes, but all those points of hardships will also pave way for opportunity. This will be mine. For you. A bit of that authority still touched you, as it should be limiting your existence tremendously, but even that could be an opportunity. You just have to find out how to make that pain into opportunity. He held her figure close, his eyes burning with a terrible resolve. Around them, the others slowly began to stir, their shock giving way to a dawning comprehension of what had just occurred. They gathered around Noah and Core, a circle of silent, grieving protectors. Core, seeing their solemn faces, smiled faintly. Why are you gathering as if there is a funeral? Go on and go back to doing your things. An immense silence remained. The shore, once so vibrant, seemed to have been muted, its light dimmed by a shared horror. It was then that a figure, cloaked in a blinding white light, moved through the crowd. Sigrid, her forehead still split, the eye of order pulsating with a brilliant, cold light, knelt down beside Core. Her gaze was steady, unwavering, and as she spoke, her voice carried the weight of a fundamental law. Since you seek to stabilize your existence before you can process what you hungered, then I shall impose that stability. If I cannot do it, am I truly order? Boom, a terrifying white light, a beam of pure, absolute order, erupted from the eye on Sigrid's forehead. It bathed Core in its brilliance. The weavings of the living order, truly and fully drenching one of the oldest inevitabilities in existence. Sigrid's voice rang out, a command that reality itself would obey. Be ordered. Be stable, The brilliant light paved the way for glory, coarse body illuminated, the countless wounds on her disappearing as her form began to float and shine with waves of pure, obsidian light. The process of her healing, of her reconstitution, was underway, a testament to the power of order imposed upon chaos. Coarse form, now floating in a cocoon of obsidian light, began to heal. She shook her head, a soft, tired sigh escaping her lips. She looked at Sigrid and Noah, her voice a brittle whisper. When something heavy occurs, turn them into gains and keep moving forward. My existence is digesting the hunger right now and moving forward. What about you all? Noah listened to her words, the burning pain of the curse a constant reminder of his helplessness. He looked down at Kor, at the small figure that had given up so much for him, and his eyes blazed with a profound, tyrannical fury. His gaze swept over the others, his people, his family, who had risked everything for him. I do not know Gilgamesh, Noah's voice rang out, his words a terrifying, imposing declaration against all of existence. I do not know whether Gilgamesh is alive or dead. But whether alive, whether dead, I swear upon my own existence itself that I will be the one to collapse the weavings of existence of the first leader, Gilgamesh. That is a promise. Boom. He spoke the words as if he were swearing them on his own existence, and all of surrounding existence listened. Kor heard them. All others present heard them. The promise hung in the air, a physical weight of vengeance and fury. Noah's gaze remained bright as he turned to look at all of those who had risen to defend him. His eyes fell upon his mother, Amelia Osmond, who, upon seeing his livid gaze, sighed tenderly and did not tell him to calm. She instead nodded with a fierceness that matched his own, her eyes flashing with a tyrannical fury. Noah nodded in return. He would make good on his promise. He began to walk towards the corpse of the ape, where Ozymandias was still intricately connected. He closed his eyes, feeling the relentless, burning hum of the curse spreading across his existence, a constant reminder of Gilgamesh's power. A curse? On his existence? His eyes flashed with a tyrannical light. He would not stand for this. Existence was unfair? Okay. He would show existence just how unfair he could be. As he stood before Ozymandias, waves of tyranny rose over his body like never before. He locked eyes with his other self, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Hunger for the restraints that bind me. Devour. This miserable curse of the first leader, he would use his own weavings to unmake a curse placed upon him, a final act of defiance against a universe that sought to humble him. As he stood there, his body filled with a burning, terrible resolve, thousands of tentacles from Ozymandias came to surround him, eager to obey their master's will. A Dewey, Creator's Thoughts. Chapter 41:35 Hunger and Suffering. Silence reigned on the golden sands, a heavy, somber quiet that was more profound than any noise. The shore, a place of perpetual vibrancy, had been muted by the shock of the attack and coarse sacrifice. Yet, at the heart of this stillness, a whirlwind of power was beginning to form. Noah stood before the bisected body of the primordial stone ape, which now had a writhing, obsidian gold lower half made up entirely of Ozymandias' tentacles, thousands of tentacles, each one a tendril of insatiable hunger, wrapped around Noah's form, not to harm him, but to serve him. Their purpose was singular, their hunger absolute, to devour the curse placed upon their master by the first leader. Gilgamesh, others watched from a distance, their faces a mixture of solemnity. The memory of the terrifying white light, of course sacrifice, was still too fresh, too raw, for them to fully comprehend what was happening. They saw the tentacles surrounding Noah, and while they knew their purpose, the sight was still a terrifying reminder of the thin line between this shore's life and the ever-present threat of oblivion. Noah's eyes, however, were not on the crowd, nor on Ozymandias. They were on the runic prompts that had been waiting for his attention, prompts he had put on hold to focus on the immediate, tangible danger. Now, with the threat momentarily abated, his gaze, burning with a furious, untamed tyranny, fell upon them. The seed of the principle of perpetual harvest has witnessed the tremendous effort that the natives of your early veiled shore put in when faced with an unprecedented attack. Such an effort, a collective bond forged in the face of annihilation, is deemed a rare and critical harvest. It is the perfect soil for a principle to grow in. Due to this, the percentage of maturation for the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest has jumped from 3% to 10%. The number, 10%, buzzed with the force of an existential declaration. In existence where progress was measured in infinitesimal increments, this was a leap of astronomical proportions. It meant that Noah's ability to manipulate the fundamental principle of effort and reward was no longer a trickle, but a veritable torrent. At 10% maturation, new capabilities have been unlocked. The resistance of perpetual harvest has also reached 10%. Your existence is now 10 times more expensive for reality to oppose. Attacks against you require an additional 1000% effort from the aggressor. You are a walking paradox of defensive endurance. You can now forge up to 10 glyphs of the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, up from the previous 3. The cost is being scaled up to a heavy 500 billion in complexity and purity, but the boons will be amplified 100-fold. The perpetual growth field can now cover the entire shore and beyond, reaching into adjacent folds, its power to accelerate development growing with every second. You have been granted a new distinction, the Shield of Unity. You are recognized as one who can foster an unbreakable bond in the face of existential threats. This distinction amplifies the effectiveness of the perpetual harvest principle, especially in a collective setting. Noah's tyrannical gaze deepened as he absorbed the information. The boons were staggering, a reward so immense it dwarfed the pain of the curse still burning within him, but he knew, with a cold certainty that transcended emotion, that he could not enjoy them yet. The curse had to be dealt with first. A parasite, a limitation imposed by an enemy he hadn't even met, could not be allowed to fester. It had to be unmade. He focused again on a new set of prompts, a different kind of reward, one born of course sacrifice, due to the extraordinary effort done by Core, the first hunger. The symbolic heart of hunger within you has been enriched further. The 9 seals of the first hunger are now capable of being visualized. When all 9 seals are released, the true, undiminished power of the first hunger, held since the earliest folds, will be unleashed. Due to the recent devouring of the degraded authority of the first leader, the first seal is nearly broken. The only remaining condition is the swallowing of the everything of an entire fold. The first seal, the seal of primordial appetites, yearns for a meal that defines its hunger. It seeks an essence of life so vast, so complete, that its consumption would shake the very foundations of existence. A fold. A single, entire fold. The thought blazed in Noah's mind. The complexity, the sheer scale of such a task, was astronomical. It was a meal that would break a normal being's mind, a consumption that would make others' feeding look like a child's snack, but Noah knew exactly where to get a meal of that scale. The Nulvain Gravewake folds. This was a fold that had already been moved by a royal living existence. A fold he could reach as he was in it, a fold he could provide. De course, he would see to it that her hunger could encompass the fold, but not the countless lifeforms and wheels inside of it. Those could simply be relocated into the vast Osmantian shore. He would not just feed his hunger, he would unleash a primordial appetite that would make the foldless ones tremble. The endless hum of Ozymandias's hunger permeated Noah's mind, a ceaseless, ravenous drone that now sought the very thing that was causing its master's pain. It located the markers of the curse, the tiny, insidious threads of Gilgamesh's authority that had woven themselves into Noah's very essence. The hum became a roar. A silent, all-consuming bellow of food. Noah looked out at the others, his gaze burning with a profound tyranny. He was almost harmed. His family alongside him, and his body out. How dare the first leader think he could impose such a thing? He would not stand for this. His existence was his own, his body his own temple, his authority his own law. No mere authority, especially one that had been dormant for eons, could curse him and remain so. He bellowed, a roar that shook the very foundations of the shore and the infiniverse itself. Feel the hunger. Be devoured. Begone. Boom. Chapter 4136 Hunger and Suffering. 2. The ravenous scene was a symphony of chaos and consumption. The thousands of tentacles that surrounded Noah suddenly developed millions of obsidian gold teeth. They snapped shut around him, biting down on something invisible within his existence. The air crackled, the shore buzzed, as if all these teeth were grinding on an immovable, unmakeable force. The invisible thing was unfathomably hard. A curse, a brand from a being of 500 quadrillion complexity, could not be so easily consumed even if it was an infinitesimal shred. Some of Ozymandias's teeth cracked, shattered under the strain. But the tentacles, the very essence of inevitability, would not be denied. Even more teeth reformed, and they continued biting and grinding down. The endless hunger of Ozymandias? The purest hunger had begun to eat away at even this authority. The process was arduous. Noah's eyes radiated waves of pure, untamed tyranny as he bellowed, his voice a roaring command that echoed across the shore. Begone. Boom. A white light, a brilliant spark of primordial authority, fizzled and broke from him. Noah felt a sense of immense liberation, as if massive locks, placed upon him not long ago, had been released. His existence blazed with majesty, and white, gold, and blue waves of light surged around him, a testament to his newfound freedom. You have successfully devoured a curse that lesser beings would have simply accepted and been shackled by. Your will has bent a rule of existence and remade it. The tremendous effort of this act has been recognized and rewarded. Your existence has proven its tyranny, its relentless refusal to be defined by the will of others, especially the first leader, Gilgamesh. The seed of the principle of perpetual harvest rewards this effort with a massive, one-time boom after its 10% maturation. Your personal gains from this act, 5 trillion, complexity and purity. A testament to a truly quintessentially tyrannical act, Ozymandias devoured the curse to attain 15 trillion, purity. The curse, a manifestation of a being's will, was a meal of unprecedented significance. Its essence has now been converted into pure, undiluted purity. The terrifying quality of the curse of the first leader flowed into Ozymandias and the corpse he is currently connected to. And it caused an unintended reaction. Noah's gaze on the prompts was a silent, incandescent calm. He had been branded, his power reduced by half, by a being's curiosity. He had been a plaything, a subject of a cruel curiosity. But he had not accepted it. He had fought back, he had devoured the curse itself. He had shown existence just how unfair he could be. And this was just the start. His eyes, burning with a cold, tyrannical light, landed on the primordial stone ape's corpse. His necromancy and death towers of Osmond had manifested around it. There forms a silent, glowing promise of a future yet to come. The ape's massive pupils, once a flat, dead gray, now radiated a terrifying light. The rage they had died with, a furious, undiluted anger, had begun to change. It was no longer the pain of a victim, but the fury of a warrior preparing for war. A convergence of unexpected events and authorities has occurred. The primordial stone ape, infused with the essence of Gilgamesh's curse and the pure hunger of an inevitability, is returning as a dead existential inevitability due to its bindings with Ozymandias, a unique type of dead existence, a dead existential inevitability. A being of paradox, of hunger, of death, of life, of rage. The perfect weapon. Noah read the prompts, and a terrifying, triumphant calm spread across his face. Merely the curse of curiosity. Merely the curse of an early creature. I devour this today, and I will devour the one who sent it in the future. Boom. Noah's gaze, heavy with the weight of recent suffering and the promise of vengeance, focused entirely on the primordial stone ape. It was no longer a mere corpse, nor a simple puppet of hunger. It was a dead existential inevitability, a being born from a convergence of factors that defied all logic and precedent. Through the intricate web of Ozymandias' tentacles, which had spread like a parasitic growth across the ape's massive form, Noah could feel every pulse of this terrible, new life. He felt the immense power that, even in death, still resided within the ape's essence, a power that, though diminished by his consumption of its organs, was now being reignited. The very air around the corpse began to hum, not with the familiar energies of a living existence, but with a unique and terrifying authority, early dead existential authority. It was almost the same silent, obsidian dread he had sensed from the primordial death that had been annihilated by Yashinami, an authority that transcended the simple rules of life and death, almost. But not really. This had a feel of age, oldness. Early. Noah's eyes, a maelstrom of calm and glory, flashed as prompts bloomed in his mind, their words a testament to the unprecedented thing that was rising through his hands. Through Ozymandias, the dead existential inevitability primordial stone ape opens its eyes once more. It is an extremely unique existence, bearing the distinction of the dead, two words that carry a meaning very few understand. The dead do not stay dead, their way of existence is to be. Even if their weavings are collapsed again and again and again, they will always reform. His mind raced, a cold, tyrannical certainty taking root. The many dead existences that had been decimated in the transcendent temporal folds were not gone forever. It seemed that all of them, in their own time and their own way, would invariably return. He felt a fleeting urge to revisit that spot, to witness their inevitable return, to understand if they would simply reappear where they fell, or if their rebirth was a more chaotic, unpredictable force. The thought was pushed aside as he focused on the rising, terrifying obsidian authority around Ozymandias. The aura of death was both terrifying and regal, a silent promise of an existence that defied cessation. Chapter 41:37 Hunger and Suffering. 3. Sigrid, her entire being bathed in the white light of order, frowned as she looked at the ape's shifting form. The authority it emanated a direct affront to her very nature. Even Kor, whose form was still a beacon of reconstituting light, showed a flicker of genuine surprise in her eyes. She had not expected to see the authority of a dead existence manifest so completely. The obsidian authority reached a precipice of concentration, and the ape's eyes, once dead and lifeless, snapped open. They shone with an obsidian gold light, currently devoid of the ape's original cognizance. They held a new, singular gaze. The terrible, hungry will of Ozymandias. Prompts bloomed, detailing the monumental effort and its unprecedented result. This is a tremendous effort, supported by the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, because harvest does not pick and choose between life and death. It permeates all existence. One can have harvest permeate across existence. Your necromancy and death towers of Osmont burn with power and recognition. Their aid, along with cheats and all other vital lighthouses of the early Atlas of the Folds, have brought about an unprecedented result. As of this moment, your legion of dead existences has gained its first member. Noah's eyes on the prompts were a silent, incandescent flash of triumph. The seed of perpetual harvest had rewarded his effort, his tyrannical will, by allowing him to harvest a life not of his own, to command a being of death and hunger. The fusion of his will with Ozymandias' hunger, and the raw authority of the ape's corpse, had created something that should not exist, a legion of dead existences, and this creature was its first member. He would not be defined by the rules of existence, he would bend them to his will. The prompts continued to cascade, each one a testament to his growing power. The dead existential inevitability, primordial stone ape, has officially been born. Primordial stone ape, dead existential inevitability, complexity, 200 trillion, purity, 0, all converted to complexity to fuel its necrotic state, distinction's straight face, the dead estate of existence that defies cessation. The creature will reform even if its weavings are completely collapsed. Inevitability, the hunger of existence made manifest. It devours and grows, fueled by any existence it consumes. Necrotic inevitability, a unique fusion of hunger and death. It can consume both life and death, converting all matter and essence into its own power. Early butcher, a title inherited from Ozymandias, now an innate skill. It can dissect any being of immense power with a terrifying efficiency. Noah's eyes, burning with a cold, tyrannical light, landed on the primordial stone ape. A single act of a being he hadn't even met, an act of sheer curiosity, had reduced him to a state of burning agony. But now, that act, that curse, had been devoured, and in its place, he had created something that would shake the very foundations of his current existence. The ape began to move, its body shifting with a grace that seemed both dead and alive. Its eyes, which had once held the terrifying will of Ozymandias, blinked, and then, as if a veil had been lifted, it gained a return of its own sense of cognizance. The terrifying power of the dead flowed through it, an aura of utter regal darkness. The countless tentacles of Ozymandias left the ape's body, and yet, brand new tentacles, formed of obsidian early dead existential authority, sprouted forth, weaving themselves into a terrifying new form. The ape's lower body, once a mass of tentacles, became more and more real, its form now a brilliant obsidian gold, with fur-like qualities that emanated profound waves of death. It was a beautiful, horrifying creation, a perfect synthesis of life and death, of life and inevitability. Ozymandias floated beside Noah, the two bodies standing side by side, a terrifying mirror of tyrannical power. They looked upon this unique dead existence they had brought to fruition. And in that moment, the ape, filled with the new cognizance of a being born of death and hunger, knelt. Its massive hand rose to its chest and tapped 3 times, a greeting given to early creatures. A gesture of submission and respect from a being of unfathomable power, a testament to the might of the early creature. Osmont, on this day, Noah, for the first time, received the greeting given to early creatures from a dead existence that he had brought to fruition. It was a victory born of suffering, a triumph forged in the fires of a curse. Suffering, a unique idea that seemed always present, but it became more so at a point in time and distant past. In the earliest folds, where the glorious potential of existence swirled and coalesced into form, a time existed when the creature's power grew so immense that its presence became a choice. Even the living existences, those who wielded the fundamental forces that shaped reality itself, could not find it when it chose to be hidden. Yet, there was always one who seemed to possess an unerring instinct for its location, a beacon in the vast, formless void of existence. That being was the living emotive. One day, the creature had transformed itself into an inevitability, a writhing mass of contradictions, pure hunger given form. To learn more of its kind, as it drifted through a sea of unformed possibilities, a presence settled on its shoulder, a being of pure emotion, a flicker of light in the maelstrom of its hungry form. The creature, recognizing the signature, sighed with an exasperation that seemed to shake the very concepts of anger and annoyance. "How do you always manage to find me?" The creature's thought resonated, a question not of power, but of genuine curiosity. You are an enigma, a weaving of power and potential that defies all understanding, the living emotive replied. Its voice a melody of feelings, each note a different emotion. You can hide your form, mask your power, and even obscure your consciousness from the others. But your emotions, O creature, will always be something you can never hide from me. Chapter 41:38 Hunger and Suffering. For, as emotive spoke, its form, which usually shifted through a spectrum of vibrant feelings, was now covered in a murky, roiling light of unhappiness and a nascent, terrifying rage. The creature's eyes, a reflection of everything and nothing, were silent, observing the storm brewing within emotive's being. The living emotive continued, its voice now laced with a philosophical gravitas. I have spent eons observing, and I believe I have found the two great forces that drive existence, fear and love. Across all the folds, in every life and every weaving, countless beings are driven by these two, fear, because it is the most primal of emotions. It causes a hunter to rise each day, to seek sustenance, to build a home, all for the fear of being poor, or hungry, or alone. Fear of having no say in one's life, of being a slave to the will of others, a leaf caught in a storm, and love, love is the counterbalance. It drives a being to find its counterpart, someone who understands them, feels their needs, and caters to them. In the pursuit of this love, empires are formed, countless complex weavings bloom, and beings rise to unimaginable heights. The creature listened, its form shifting, a subtle nod of agreement in its posture. That is accurate, its voice resonated. But others would say it is recognition and power that move existence. They seek to leave a mark, to not be insignificant. They desire to have a voice, to command and be obeyed. You, my dear emotive, are yourself driven by this need for recognition, and I fear it may just destroy you. Or countless others. The creature's form, an inevitability of pure hunger, shifted. I know the others have not been kind to you. But whatever it is you are planning, turn back. Do not do it. The creature's warning was not a command, but a plea. It was the first, and perhaps only, to see that the living emotive had reached a tipping point, a place of no return. But at that moment, the living emotive could only smile. It was a chilling emotion, a light that burned with a terrifying, unholy fire. It was a smile that spoke of a point of no return, of a plan already set in motion. There is no turning back, the living emotive's voice whispered, a promise of impending doom. It paused, its form roiling with a tumultuous array of feelings, and then a cold, frightening light replaced all other emotions. Actually, it said, I will change my answer. The biggest drive for existence is suffering. A powerful emotion. A powerful state. Through suffering, many will find their drive in existence. Through suffering, beings discover their true nature. Through suffering, they find meaning in meaninglessness. A comfortable existence teaches nothing, but suffering? Suffering transforms. A child who never knows hunger never appreciates food. A being who never faces loss never values what they have. Suffering is the greatest teacher, the most honest friend, the only force that creates genuine growth. Boom, its voice carried the weight of decision already made, so let there be endless suffering. Let every existence know pain intimate enough to transform them. Let comfort become memory and struggle become constant. Through this gift of suffering, existence will finally achieve its potential. Not through gentle guidance but through desperate necessity. The creature felt existence shift slightly, reality accepting a new constant that shouldn't have been possible to implement. The living emotive had done something fundamental, something that couldn't be reversed. What have you done? The creature asked, though it already knew. I've given existence what it needs but doesn't want. I've ensured that suffering will find everyone, everything, eventually. Not cruelly. Lovingly. As a parent who knows their child needs hardship to grow strong, the living emotive departed then, leaving the creature alone with the knowledge that existence had just become infinitely harder for every being that would ever be. The weavings of guaranteed suffering had begun, implemented by the one living existence whose nature meant it would feel every bit of that suffering infinitely more intensely than those who experienced it. Perhaps that was the point. Perhaps the living emotive had chosen the ultimate form of recognition to becoming the source of the force that would shape all existence forever after. Suffering, more often than not, was followed by glory. In the early veiled shore, brilliant waves of glory permeated the air, a testament to Noah's rapid ascension. In a short period of mere days, he had gone from a primarch to a duke, his power now measured in trillions of complexity and purity. The true sources he had once held, mere concepts when he was moving in the null vein grave-wake folds, were now composed of countless dimensional lattices, the foundation of his unshakable towers of Osmont. Among these, the true sources of necromancy and death burned with power at this particular time due to their recent achievement of the primordial stone ape, but like all things, they had their beginnings. And when it came to necromancy and death, Noah also had his beginnings. At this moment, Noah gazed at the glorious visage of the primordial stone ape, its body now a grotesque but magnificent fusion of flesh, bone, and hunger. The ape, sitting at a staggering 200 trillion complexity, seemed to be undergoing a unique metamorphosis. Its obsidian gold eyes now shone with a nascent intelligence, an intelligence born of the early dead existential authority coursing through its veins. The authority was not of the living, nor was it the raging, primordial energy of the earliest folds. It was a silent, obsidian dread. The air around the ape felt heavy, stifling, and across the shore, some beings felt its oppressive gaze as it looked around. The blue slime, a being of pure chaos and carefree demeanor, instinctively hid behind the emperor penguin, its gelatinous form trembling. Even though the ape meant no harm, its very existence was an oppressive weight. Titano and others stared forth with amazement as they wondered what all of this would lead to. Chapter 4139 Collective Ascendancy. Noah released a breath of tyranny, a level of calm settling over him after the chaotic events of the day. In the next moment, a buzzing sensation coursed through the depths of his existence, and a prompt rose to meet his eye. The weavings of the protagonist remembers the one who led your legions of undead, and feels nostalgic as its weavings are calling out Archlich Arazon. The Archlich, Arazon, a slight smile, a ghost of a long-forgotten memory, touched Noah's lips. A sense of nostalgia, a wave of remembrance for the journey of the last 3 years, washed over him. He thought of his earlier skill trees, how a poisonous abomination had, through his will, been refined into an Archlich. He remembered its overpowered skills, the unstable necrotic ring of death, a spiraling storm of bones and death that had decimated his foes. He had elevated the Archlich skill tree and many others, refined it until it became a reified ability and much more. A testament to his journey. The thought of all this, of the glorious ways he had expressed authority over the years, took him back to the very beginning. The fireball skill, the Archlich, these were the foundations of his being, of his empire. He closed his eyes, a silent nod of permission given to the weavings of the protagonist, and the shore held its breath. A moment later, the massive body of the primordial stone ape began to tremble, as if something was trying to rise from within it. For the record of the Archlich Arazon to be brought back to fruition, and even granted the distinction of a dead existence and dead existential inevitability, is unfathomably hard. The dead are rare, and even more so with the distinction of inevitability. To allow for its success at this moment, it would have to come from the complexity of the primordial stone ape itself. 50 trillion of its complexity would be required to allow for the undertaking you desire. Proceed, the prompt asked him, and Noah smiled. A price of 50 trillion for a being he had not seen in months. A being that he himself had refined and designed. It was a price he would gladly pay. He nodded, and the shore responded. The glorious scene was a blend of life and death, of glory and sacrifice. The ape's chest, still a grotesque mosaic of flesh and tentacles, split open. The ape blinked and looked down with a curious gaze as an obsidian gold light of death and bones began to form. The process was meticulous, a meticulous reconstruction of a long-forgotten being. Bones were assembled, one by one, each piece shining with a brilliant, dark light, followed by an obsidian gold robe. In the end, an elevated version of a lich appeared, its skeletal form a terrifying testament to Noah's power. The lich's bones shone with an obsidian gold radiance, its robe a shimmering weaving of death. Early dead existential authority swirled around it, a dense, palpable force that bowed to its will. In its hands, a crystalline bony staff with an obsidian gold crystal was clutched, a weapon that hummed with a silent, terrifying power. Prompts bloomed, their words a grand proclamation of this new, yet old, design. The Archlich, Arazon, had its record refined and brought out again as a dead existential inevitability. This is a glorious achievement of sacrifice and effort. Due to the nature of the Archlich being capable of summoning undead lifeforms, this action has shockingly paved the way for dead existences to now be capable of being summoned through the Archlich. The distinction of a dead existential inevitability is a title held only by the Archlich Arazon and the primordial stone ape. The complexity of the primordial stone ape has been reduced to 150 trillion in order to pave way for the Archlich Arazon. The Archlich pays respect to its master. Boom, waves of obsidian gold authority raged. An instant later, the newly formed Archlich floated toward Noah. The chest of the primordial stone ape closed, and Arazon, a king of death, knelt. Before Noah, his bony head bowing in a gesture of profound fealty, glorious, quintessential fealty, his words, a glorious, deathly sound, echoed in the silent shore. This servant is beyond happy to be called to serve again. Noah gazed at the arch-lich, a smile gracing his lips. The journey from a simple skill to a dead existential inevitability was a glorious, unbelievable weaving of reality, from a simple abomination, all the way to not just a dead existence, but a dead existential inevitability. Oh, he touched the vibrant skeletal head of the arch-lich, and a status sheet bloomed before his eyes. Arch-Lichrazan, the necrotic architect, complexity. 50 trillion, purity, 0, converted to complexity to fuel his necrotic state. Distinction straight face, the dead estate of existence that defies cessation. The creature will reform even if its weavings are completely collapsed. Inevitability, the hunger of existence made manifest. It devours and grows, fueled by any existence it consumes. Necrotic architect, a distinction unique to Arazan. He can summon dead lifeforms, imbuing them with the authority of the dead and a portion of his own power. Inherent skills straight face, summon the dead allows for the summoning of dead existences, not inevitabilities, which can be commanded to do his bidding. The complexity of these summons is a fraction of his own, but they have the possibility of advancement as he advances. Inevitable fold ring of death, a constantly swirling ring of death, filled with the essence of all of Arazan's distinctions, that can be cast upon a fold. The ring tears and devours all matter and essence within it, reducing them to nothingness. The more powerful the ring, the greater the fold it can devour. Noah's eyes burned with glory as he viewed the terrifying status sheet of Arazan with a mind that saw not just power, but potential. A single being, a mere concept, could now summon dead existences, a force that would bow to his will. The possibilities were endless, because what was currently the main issue to be discussed at the Kleos Concordat, was it not? Dead existences, haha. Noah couldn't help but laugh for the first time since the threat of death, and beside him, kakaka. An arch-lich laughed alongside its master. Its eyes a swirl of madness and death. Chapter 4140, Collective Ascendancy. 2. The Kleos Concordat was meeting for the living paradoxes to discuss their inclusion in the weavings of existence of all folds, mainly due to the enemies that were observed in the transcendent temporal folds who were impossibly hard to kill by other living existences, but paradoxes could damage them with much greater ease, for there was a connection between the sin of paradox and the sin of dead existences. But now, after his second traversal into the earliest folds, Noah took the corpse of a creature nearing a quadrillion, brought it back, and chose to turn it into an undead. He was then interrupted by a curse from the earliest folds, which he devoured and powered up the revitalization of an ape that became a dead existence, a dead existential inevitability at that. Noah hummed to himself as he thought of all the possibilities of how things could play out from here onwards. The skeletal figure of Arch-Lich Arazan stood before him like a monument to endings given form, his obsidian gold bones catching the light of the early veiled shore in ways that made shadows themselves nervous. The flames within his eye sockets burned with an intensity that transcended mere fire. They were the conceptual essence of cessation itself, given purpose and terrible focus. Master, Arazan's voice echoed across the golden sands. Each word carrying the weight of collapsed civilizations, of endings that had been carefully orchestrated across eons unknown. This servant has just returned, and I wish to know. The pause stretched like a blade being slowly drawn from its sheath. What can I kill for you, WAA? The question buzzed in the air with the certainty of someone asking what they might prepare for dinner, but there was nothing casual about the power that radiated from the Arch-Lich's form, nothing simple about the implications contained within those 5 words. From the distinction of the dead, I now know many methods of killing and collapsing existence itself, Arazan continued, his skeletal hand rising to gesture at the infinite sky above them. Fingers moving through patterns that suggested formulae for unmaking reality. The living paradoxes, master, they believe themselves immune to true death because they exist between states, neither here nor there, always potentially something else. The Arch-Lich's jaw clicked as what might have been a smile crossed his skull. But I can show them the paradox of non-existence. I can present them with a choice where both options lead to the same ending. Cessation. Their very nature, that quantum uncertainty they wear like armor, becomes the blade that cuts through their continuity. He turned slightly, the movement causing his robes woven from what appeared to be the final breaths of dying wheels to ripple with colors that shouldn't exist. The living origins believe they are fundamental, that they represent beginnings too essential to ever truly end. But master. The flames in his sockets flared brighter. I have learned to poison sources.
to introduce entropy at the moment of genesis itself.
Their origins become their endings, their births become their tombs. Noah watched with fascinating stillness as Arazon's monologue continued, each example more chilling than the last. Living laws pride themselves on being the rules that govern existence. Arazon's voice dropped to something that might have been reverence if it weren't so absolutely certain. But what is a law without enforcement?
Without recognition? I can make existence forget they ever mattered.
Can write new laws that declare their laws never existed. They collapse not through violence but through irrelevance. The arch-lich's fingers trace symbols in the air that left brief after-images of absolute void. The elementals, those who embody the fundamental forces, fire, water, earth, air, and all their countless variations. They believe themselves safe because elements cannot die, only change form. His skull tilted with predatory interest. But I have learned the temperature at which fire itself freezes, the pressure at which earth becomes nothing, the frequency at which air screams itself into non-being. I can teach water to forget it was ever wet, the litany continued. Each type of living existence dissected with the methodical precision of someone who had spent unimaginable time studying exactly how to end things that believed themselves unending. All of this knowledge seemed to stem from early dead existential authority, and the words of Arazon were heavy. Matter could be convinced it had never mattered. Spacetime could be folded until it occupied no space and existed in no time. Even concepts themselves could be made to doubt their own conceptual nature until they simply weren't. So tell me, Master, Arazon's voice rose with something that might have been eagerness if eagerness could kill with its intensity alone. Which ones do you wish for me to turn into dead existences? I will enact a legion that will stand beside you for eons. Never to be lost again. As he spoke these final words, the obsidian gold skull blazed with glory that made the early veiled shore's sacred light seem dim by comparison. The flames within those empty sockets burned not with mere power. They burned with something far more dangerous. Absolute devotion. This was not merely the loyalty of a servant to a master, not merely the dedication of a soldier to a general. This was the kind of terrible bond that would unmake existence itself if it meant serving better, the kind of longing that transcended death because it had already conquered it. For Arazon would give everything for the master. Had given everything. Would give it again and again across infinite iterations if asked. Oh, Noah's expression shifted through several complex emotions as he absorbed the weight of what stood before him. This wasn't merely an undead servant. This was a force that could reshape the very nature of conflict for his enemies. I will tell you of the enemies to kill soon enough, Noah said, his voice carrying the particular weight of someone filing away terrifying possibilities for future use. Don't worry, do not worry, for there were many to kill. Chapter 41 Collective Ascendancy. 3. Arazon's skull dipped in acknowledgement, the movement somehow conveying satisfaction despite the absence of facial features to express it. His gaze, if empty sockets burning with conceptual fire could be called a gaze, swept across the early veiled shore, taking in the abundance of life that flourished here, sacred herbs reaching toward impossible maturity, trees bearing fruit that contained compressed possibilities, the golden sands themselves pulsing with vitality that defied measurement. Master, Arazon spoke again, his voice carrying a different quality now, almost contemplative. I know a little of the early veiled shore from your memories. Will Master permit me to plant death itself in these glorious cultivation plots? The question carried weight that made several nearby beings stop their activities entirely. Even the Infiniverse, in her evolved form as the infinite early Osmantian shore, turned her attention toward this exchange with interest that suggested she understood the implications. Noah's eyes flashed with sharp consideration, the kind of look that preceded decisions that would echo through existence for eons uncounted. Then, with the certainty of someone who had long ago learned that balance required both growth and ending, both harvest and fallow, he nodded. Go, he said, gesturing toward a distant corner of the shore where the golden sands met something that might have been the edge of possibility itself. Take that corner for this purpose. The shore shall soon be made even bigger. He paused, his gaze shifting to the massive form of the primordial stone ape that stood silent and waiting, its newly dead existence radiating power that made the air itself uncertain. Oh, and take the ape with you. Teach it a sense of the tyranny. Arazon's response was immediate and perfect. The arch-lich performed the greeting of an early creature, that complex gesture that acknowledged power while maintaining dignity, that recognized hierarchy while preserving individual worth. It was a farewell that carried within it the promise of terrible victories to come. As he turned to leave, Arazon began to hum. The sound that emerged from his skeletal form transcended mere melody. It was a deathly symphony that would have made the bard of quintessence pause with professional jealousy. each note contained within it the ending of something, each rhythm the final heartbeat of a dying wheel, each harmony the last breath of a collapsing fold. The primordial stone ape followed behind him, its massive form moving with surprising grace for something that had transcended the limitations of life. Together, they moved toward their designated corner of the shore, where death would be cultivated with the same care and precision that others reserved for life. Noah watched them go with a smile that contained layers of satisfaction and anticipation. Then, with the deliberate precision of someone compartmentalizing existence itself, he breathed out a long, slow exhalation that carried with it the rage and murky emotions from the events with Gilgamesh, the fury, and the cold satisfaction, all of it, released into the sacred air of the shore where even negative emotions would probably be transformed into something useful. His mind recalibrated, focusing on what lay ahead rather than what had passed. The past was prologue, the present was preparation, and the future held possibilities that even his perception could only glimpse. And for now, since one of the biggest boons from recent events was the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest reaching 10% maturity, he would focus on something that promised to accelerate his already impossible rate of advancement even further. The 7 glyphs of this terrifying principle awaited forging, each one a crystallization of the concept that effort always mattered, that work always yielded results, that even failure planted seeds for future success. These glyphs had already shown themselves to be among his most terrifying tools for rapid advancement, transforming the smallest effort into incomprehensible gains. Noah's eyes blazed with the particular light of someone about to do something that would make existence itself take notes. The golden sands of the early veiled shore seemed to hold their breath as Noah stood in contemplation. His eyes fixed on a prompt that floated before him with the weight of possibility itself. The sacred light that perpetually bathed this impossible space cast his shadow in multiple directions, each one suggesting a different path forward, a different interpretation of what he was about to attempt. The prompt hung there, patient and terrible in its implications. You can now forge up to 10 glyphs of the seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, up from the previous 3. The cost is being scaled up to a heavy 500 billion in complexity and purity, but the boons will be amplified 100-fold, 500 billion. The number rolled through his mind like thunder across an infinite plain. From 25 billion to 500 billion. A 20-fold increase in cost. The weavings of it should have been prohibitive, the kind of barrier that would make even the most ambitious beings pause and reconsider. But then there were those other words, hanging at the end like a promise written in starlight, amplified 100-fold. His mind raced through the calculations with the precision of someone who had long ago learned that numbers, when properly understood, were just another language for describing possibility. When he had first utilized the Harvest Festival endowment, it had granted him a range of a few dozen billion in complexity and purity, 24 billion. To be precise, he remembered the exact number because precision mattered when dealing with forces that could reshape existence itself. If the effects were truly amplified 100-fold, Noah's eyes widened slightly, the only external sign of the revelation cascading through his consciousness. 24 billion multiplied by 100. 2,400 billion. Or, more elegantly stated, 2.4 trillion. The idea that he could grant such power with a single glyph wasn't merely balance-breaking. It was the kind of capability that would make others pause and wonder if they had made an error in their calculations. It was unfair on a scale that transcended unfairness and entered the realm of the absurd. But he had to confirm it. Theory was one thing, reality had a habit of adding complications that even the most thorough calculations couldn't predict. Upon myself, he spoke, his voice carrying across the shore with the certainty of someone issuing a command to existence itself. Let the Harvest Festival endowment bloom once more. HUUM. Chapter 4142 Collective Ascendancy. 4. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Verdant gold light erupted from his form, not merely surrounding him but seeming to emerge from every cell, every particle of his being. Above him, clouds that had no business existing in the controlled atmosphere of the early veiled shore began to form. Green gold cumulus that roiled with internal light, as if someone had captured the essence of harvest season and given it meteorological form. A pillar of light descended from these impossible clouds, connecting heaven to earth. If such terms even applied in a space that existed outside normal dimensional constraints, the light embraced him, welcomed him, celebrated him. HUUM. The sensation was indescribable in its completeness. It was like sinking into a hot spring after eons of travel through frozen wastes, every tension dissolving, every accumulated stress washing away in waves of pure possibility. It was being recognized by existence itself for efforts that others might not even notice. Being rewarded for trying when trying seemed pointless, being told that yes, what you did mattered, What you endured had meaning, what you attempted had value beyond measure. The prompts began their cascade, each one a note in a symphony of acknowledgement. Harvest Festival endowment activated. Target: self, measuring accumulated effort since last harvest. Note: effort to stand against early creatures recognized. Note: effort to form new existences recognized. Note: effort of quintessence recognized, and then the number that made everything else fade into background noise. Complexity gained. 4,100,000,000,000, 4.1 trillion. Purity gained. 4,100,000,000,000, 4. 1 trillion. The waves of light gradually calmed, drawing back into his form like an ocean returning to its depths, but his eyes continued to radiate with verdant fire that suggested he had looked upon something that mortal minds weren't meant to comprehend and had decided to comprehend it anyway. 4.1 trillion. From a single glyph, this was a complete rewriting of what advancement meant. At 10% maturation of a principle, he had unlocked the ability to effectively grant nearly half the power of a duke with a wave of his hand. To himself. To others. To anyone he deemed worthy of such impossible elevation, this was balance breaking on a scale that made previous violations of fairness look like minor infractions. This was the kind of power that shouldn't exist. That couldn't exist, that absolutely did exist because he had made it so. A smile crossed his face, not the gentle smile of satisfaction, not the cruel smile of superiority. If existence wanted to be unfair, if it wanted to stack the deck, manipulate the odds, change the rules mid-game, then he would be even more unfair in return. He would be tyrannically unfair. With that thought crystallizing into decision, he turned his head toward a figure who stood among the others on his shore. Distinct in her bearing, unique in her nature, irreplaceable in her significance. Sigrid, come. The single word carried across the space between them with the weight of command and invitation combined. The word hit Sigrid like a physical force, though she would never admit it. Her heart, that organ that was supposed to be ordered, controlled, perfectly regulated by her nature as the living order, skipped a beat, then another. Then settled into a rhythm that was technically regular but felt anything but. Before her conscious mind could even process the command, her existence had already responded. Her feet moved across the golden sands with grace that belied the chaos in her thoughts, each step bringing her closer to him, to Noah, to the man who had somehow become the axis around which her supposedly ordered existence revolved. The internal lament echoed through her consciousness with a mixture of frustration and something else she refused to name. She was the living order. Not just any living order, not one among many, but the living order. Singular. Unique. Fundamental to existence itself, her thoughts should be occupied with maintaining the balance of reality, with ensuring that chaos didn't overwhelm structure, with the grand responsibilities that came with being a foundational force of existence. Instead, every thought seemed to lead back to him, to the way he moved through impossibility as if it were simply another medium to navigate. To the way his smile could shift from gentle to dangerous in the space between heartbeats. To the way he had bound her, not through force or coercion, but through something far more insidious. She wasn't some common girl lost in romantic fantasies. She wasn't in love or anything so mundane as that, right? The question mark at the end of that thought irritated her more than she cared to admit. But this man before her had a way about him, a magnetic pull she couldn't explain through any framework of order she understood. It couldn't just be the binding, could it? That would be too simple, too mechanical, too ordered. No, it was more than that. He had done things she couldn't even conceive of before witnessing them. Planting inevitabilities as if they were common seeds. Maintaining a doorway into remnants of the earliest folds, actually traveling into the earliest folds themselves and returning not just alive but stronger. She had thought, foolishly, she now realized, that by his side, she would be the unique one. The special one. After all, she was the living order. What could be more exceptional than that? Yet he seemed to collect exceptional beings the way others collected interesting stones, each one unique, each one impossible in their own way, each one drawn into his orbit through means that defied conventional understanding. Her eyes sharpened as she briefly turned to look toward Kor, the living hunger, surrounded by the golden light of the shore. Even that impossible being, that creature from the earliest folds, seemed content to simply exist. Within Noah's domain, she came to a stop before him. Her expression carefully neutral, her bearing perfectly composed. She would not let him see the effect he had on her. She would not give him that satisfaction. She would maintain her dignity as the living order even if her heart insisted on beating with distinctly disordered enthusiasm. After all, had she not given up her disorder? My order, he said, and the possessive pronoun sent another jolt through her carefully maintained composure. Focus on me, why don't you? His finger, burning with the light of harvest and thrumming with complexity that made the air itself denser, reached out and gently turned her chin upward. The touch was minimal, barely contact at all, yet it sent electricity racing through every pathway of her existence. She felt her carefully ordered internal structure threaten to reorganize itself around that single point of contact. She would not allow him to see how powerfully she could melt in his arms. She would not. She would remain strong, composed, ordered. She nodded seriously, her expression giving away nothing of the chaos beneath. What is your current complexity and purity after absorbing the organ? He asked, his voice carrying genuine curiosity mixed with something else. Anticipation, perhaps, or the particular satisfaction of someone about to share a gift they knew would overwhelm. 5 trillion, she replied softly, the number feeling somehow insignificant when spoken aloud despite representing power that would make most existences dissolve from proximity alone. Noah nodded, and she caught that smile again. The one that suggested he knew secrets that reality itself hadn't discovered yet. Very well. Unto you, I shall have the Harvest Festival endowment bloom in full. Chapter 41-43 Collective Ascendancy. The words had barely left his lips when she felt it begin. Even though he had stopped holding her chin, even though there was now space between them, she felt him everywhere. Blinding beams of green and gold light wrapped around her form like an embrace made manifest. Above her, clouds gathered, those impossible clouds that had no business existing here but did anyway because he had called them forth. The light didn't just touch her. It pressed against her from all directions, concentrated waves of purity and complexity flowing into her being with relentless certainty. And throughout it all, she could feel him in the light. His essence, his touch, his presence pressing against every aspect of her existence. It was exhilarating. She ordered her existence with deliberate force, commanding her knees not to buckle, her expression not to reveal the overwhelming sensation of being completely surrounded by him. She stood tall, proud, refusing to show weakness even as power beyond comprehension flooded through her channels. Her eyes fluttered. A momentary lapse in control that she would deny if asked, as the prompts began to materialize before her vision. These words of information that she had begun seeing since joining him, since becoming part of his impossible story. You have received an endowment from the early creature, Osmond. The Harvest Festival celebrates your accumulated efforts. Your dedication to order while embracing chaos has been recognized. Your role in stabilizing impossible growth has been acknowledged. Complexity gained, 5 trillion, 5 trillion. Purity gained, 6 trillion, 6 trillion. Additional boon, order authority enhancement, 300% increase in imposed structure. Additional boon, chaos resistance, can maintain order in 500% more chaotic environments. Additional boon, synergy with the early creature. Osmond, shared authorities amplified, current total complexity, 10.842.000.000.000, current total purity, 11.156.000.000.000, classification update, Duke level power achieved, benefit, can impose order on Duke level existences. The words gradually faded, leaving her standing in the aftermath of transformation. She raised her hands slowly, watching them as if they belonged to someone else. Through them. Through her entire being, she could feel it coursing like liquid starlight, like ordered chaos, like structured impossibility, the power of a duke, and it had come from a wave of his hand. A gesture. A decision that he had made as casually as someone choosing what to have for breakfast. She almost shook her head in disbelief but caught herself. When she looked toward him, he had that smile again. That warm, devilish smile that made her want to abandon all pretense of order and just jump into his arms, to show him exactly how much affection the living order was capable of when properly motivated. But she had to remain strong, so she clenched her fist, feeling the new power compress reality around her grip, and spoke with as much composure as she could manage. I have exceeded 10 trillion. My order can now impose itself in even more terrifying ways. The chaos of battle, the entropy of destruction, the disorder of existence itself. All of it will bend to my will now. His smile widened, and then. Shockingly, impossibly, wonderfully, he reached out and patted her head. The gesture was gentle, affectionate, almost paternal if not for the electricity it sent racing through her form. She kept her wits about her, barely, and slowly moved back because she could sense his intention shifting, his attention moving to the next recipient of his impossible gift, because right after her, Come, he spoke the word toward Moraine. Sigrid found herself watching with an intensity that she told herself was mere curiosity. She didn't feel particularly competitive with Moraine or any of the other women in his orbit. Competition would imply she cared about her position relative to theirs. And she was the living order. She didn't need to compete with anyone, but she couldn't stop herself from observing every interaction, cataloging every gesture, analyzing every word exchanged between them. Was he soft with them as he was with her? Rough? Imposing? Did he touch their chins with that same electric gentleness? Did he pat their heads with that same affectionate condescension that somehow made her feel treasured rather than diminished? She wanted to know. Needed to know. For purely analytical reasons, of course. Nothing else. When Moraine approached, moving with that liquid grace that seemed to be her natural state, and looked at him while uttering a simple, respectful "sir," Sigrid found herself holding her breath. Noah smiled at Moraine warmly, genuinely, but he did not reach out to touch her chin. He did not guide her gaze upward with that burning finger. He simply began the endowment process with the same casual power but without that particular intimate gesture. Sigrid found herself clenching her fist in victory. It was absurd. Childish. Completely beneath someone of her standing, the living order shouldn't care about such trivial distinctions. The fact that she had received a simple touch on the chin while someone else had not shouldn't fill her with this warm sense of triumph, yet it did. That small gesture, that brief moment of contact, somehow meant more to her than the fact that she had just gained enough power to stand as a duke, more than the transformation of her very existence. More than the enhancement of her order authority to levels that shouldn't be possible. She stood there, watching him work his impossible magic on another, feeling simultaneously powerful beyond measure and completely, utterly conquered. She was the living order, fundamental force of existence, bearer of structure itself, and she was also, apparently, a woman who had fallen so completely for someone that a pat on the head could make her feel like she had won the greatest prize in existence. The thought should have bothered her more than it did. Order meant control, structure, predictability. What she felt for Noah was none of those things. It was chaos wearing the mask of order, disorder pretending to be structured, pure impossibility masquerading as inevitable truth. And again, did she not give up her everything of disorder? She was a woman who had heavily fallen but did not seem to truly know it yet, or perhaps, she thought as she watched him work, as she felt the Duke-level power coursing through her transformed existence. Perhaps she knew exactly how far she had fallen, she just didn't care. Chapter 41-44 Collective Ascendancy 6. The golden sands of the early Vale shore seemed to pulse with anticipation as Noah stood in the aftermath of Sigrid's transformation. His existence thrumming with the feedback of what he had just accomplished. Even as Moraine approached at his command, new prompts bloomed before his vision like flowers of recognition opening to impossible sunlight. Effort in elevating the living order has been recognized. You have fundamentally altered a foundational force of existence. The living order now walks as Duke through your intervention. This action has implications across all folds. Complexity gained, 200,000,000,000,000. Purity gained, 200,000,000,000,000. Understanding of order has reached quintessential levels. You can now perceive the ordered patterns within chaos itself. You can impose structure on concepts that resist structure. Your own chaos can now wear order as a mask when needed. The prompts faded like morning mist, but their implications lingered in his consciousness. Quintessential understanding of order. Not just knowing it, not just wielding it, but comprehending it at a level where he could see the hidden patterns that even order itself might not recognize. Noah's smile deepened as he refocused on Moraine, who stood before him with that particular grace that suggested she was perpetually dancing to music. Only she could hear. Her eyes held depths that had seen paradoxes resolve into certainties and certainties dissolve into paradoxes, yet they looked at him with simple, uncomplicated trust. "Unto you as well, my dear Moraine," he said, his voice carrying across the sacred space with the weight of blessing about to be bestowed. "I shall have the Harvest Festival endowment bloom in full." The words had barely finished echoing when the phenomenon began, where Sigrid's transformation had been wrapped in green gold light that spoke of order being elevated. Moraine's was different. Magnificently, terrifyingly different. Waves of white gold paradox seethed around her gloriously. Beautiful figure, not merely surrounding her but seeming to question and answer her existence simultaneously. The light didn't know whether it was arriving or departing, whether it was gift or reciprocation. Whether it was elevating her or being elevated by her. Her form became a study in contradictions that somehow harmonized. She was there and not there, changing and unchanging, receiving and giving, all at once. Her white gold hair floated in winds that blew in multiple directions simultaneously, each strand catching light that might have been from wheels that hadn't been born yet or had already died eons ago. The prompts that materialized before Noah's vision carried their own paradoxical nature. Harvest Festival Endowment activated. Target: Arch Living Existence Moraine, measuring accumulated efforts. Since joining your service, Paradox of Loyalty recognized, absolute freedom through willing servitude. Paradox of Growth recognized, becoming more by accepting less. Paradox of Power recognized, greatest strength through acknowledged limitation. Resolution of paradoxes has generated exponential harvest. Complexity gained, 500,000,000,000,000. Purity gained, 500,000,000,000,000. Additional boon. Paradox resolution can force paradoxes to choose a state. Additional boon, Schrödinger's blessing, can exist in multiple states until observed. Additional boon, temporal flexibility, can borrow power from future harvests. Current total complexity, 10,500,000,000,000,000. Current total purity, 10,500,000,000,000,000. Classification update, Duke level achieved through paradoxical advancement. The light gradually subsided, drawing back into Moraine's form like questions returning to find they had become answers, but Noah's eyes were sharp as he saw a boon, a capability that allowed her to exist in multiple states until observed, and it was called Schrödinger's blessing. Schrödinger, was this being so innately entrenched in paradox that abilities relating to it would carry his name, or was it the other way around where he granted this name unto himself knowing it was deeply connected to paradox? Whichever it was, Noah didn't like it, but this could wait for later. His gaze returned to Moraine. She stood there for a moment, her eyes closed, feeling the impossible weight of Duke-level power settling into her existence with the grace of a dancer accepting a new partner. Then, with movements that flowed like liquid starlight, she descended to her knees. The gesture was acknowledgement, gratitude given form. She took his hand with both of hers, her touch warm with newly elevated power, and brought it to her lips in a kiss that sent ripples through local spacetime. "Sir," she said simply, just that single word. No elaborate thanks, no flowery protestations of loyalty, no promises of eternal service. Just that one word that somehow contained all of those things and more. Noah smiled and shook his head at the gesture. "Go on now," he said gently. Moraine pulled back with that same flowing grace, and Noah didn't even have to speak before two more figures stepped forward with purposeful intent. Ruination moved with the particular certainty of someone who had been waiting for this moment, while the Infiniverse approached with steps that made the shore itself seem to celebrate her presence. Noah nodded toward them both, but he knew what had to come first. Before he could grant more endowments, before he could elevate anyone else to impossible heights, he had to forge more glyphs. He breathed out slowly, the exhalation carrying with it the last traces of tension from recent. The tens of thousands of drops of blood of the early creature flowed through his existence like rivers of liquid possibility. Each drop contained more power than entire civilizations could accumulate, yet they were merely components of what he had become. He sensed his own brilliance with a clarity that might have been narcissistic if it weren't simply accurate assessment. With a smile that suggested he was about to do something that would make existence itself cry out in unfairness, he called out lightly, as if requesting something trivial, "Forge all 7 early living existential seed glyphs of the principle of perpetual harvest." Chapter 41-45 Collective Ascendancy. 7. All 7 at once, not one at a time, not gradually building up to the full set, but all 7 simultaneously, at 500 billion each in complexity and purity. It was a cost of 3.5 trillion total. Numbers that would have dissolved most existences just from proximity to such quantities. It was truly a heavy cost that an honored or royal living existence would never pay, as it represented nearly all of their power, especially if they were seeking to attain 10 trillion. That was the marker for dukes, yet he would pay such a cost easily. Had already decided to pay it. Was already paying it, because no fucking royal living existences or honored living existences could compare to him. Boom. The phenomenon that erupted across the early veiled shore defied description in any language that hadn't been invented specifically to describe it. Green gold clouds that had no business existing in this controlled space suddenly covered everything, rolling across the golden sands like a storm of possibility. They weren't mere vapor but condensed potential, each droplet within them containing enough power to elevate mere humans to foldless ones. And as the forging began, as reality itself held its breath to witness what was about to occur, Noah spoke a single name without opening his eyes. Infiniverse, HUUM. The address carried weight beyond the simple utterance of a name. She had been the first to unearth the failed seed, she had provided the perpetual force that allowed perpetual harvest to finally bloom after eons of patient failure. Without her, this principle would still be a dream deferred, a possibility postponed. She had her own seed glyph of the principle of perpetual harvest. And now, with his 10% access to the principle, so did she could endow herself, could accumulate trillions of complexity through her own actions, or she could listen to his guidance on whom to elevate. At this moment, in perfect synchronization that suggested rehearsal despite being spontaneous, both Noah and the Infiniverse began forging the seed glyphs of the principle of perpetual harvest. The fourth glyph chose his chest, directly over his heart, pulsing in time with that impossible organ's rhythm. The fifth claimed his back, between shoulder blades that had carried burdens that shouldn't have been bearable. The sixth materialized on his right shoulder, while the seventh completed the set on his left, but that was only 7. The full complement was 10, and as the 8th, 9th, and 10th glyphs formed one on each foot and one at the base of his spine, and his entire form became a constellation of impossible marks, the Infiniverse experienced her own transformation in parallel. Her glyphs formed in different patterns, each one choosing a location that resonated with her nature as a living osmantian given form. One appeared where her third eye might be, another at her throat where words became reality, others scattered across her form in patterns that suggested full charts of futures not yet decided. Their bodies, suffused by the light of 10 seed glyphs each, became something beyond radiant. They existed more intensely, their presence pressing against reality with weight that made existence itself acknowledge their significance. The green gold light that emanated from the glyphs was akin to revelation, showing not what was but what could be, what would be, what must be. Given sufficient effort, the prompts that cascaded before Noah's vision came in waves. Forging initiated, 7 early living existential seed glyphs. Cost being deducted, 3,500,000,000,000 complexity and purity, synchronization detected, the infinite early osmantian shore participating, efficiency bonus applied, 15% cost reduction due to synchronized forging, actual cost, 2,975,000,000,000 complexity and purity, forging complete, 10 complete seed glyphs of perpetual harvest manifested. Current endowment capacity, 7 daily uses available. Each endowment can grant approximately 4 to 7 trillion complexity/purity depending on the target. Range, can endow any being within your domain of influence. Cooldown, 24 hours before glyphs fully recharge. His prompts were glorious, and the Infiniverse had her own as while he held 7 uses of endowment left. She still had 10, as the raging authorities settled around their bodies. Even more prompts came that almost made Noah smile. It was a set of prompts seeking to have the same depth as when he temporarily had 1 quadrillion complexity and everything was amplified. Strategic analysis initiated. With 17 seed glyphs operational between you and you now command effective power multiplication factor of 8 to 12 Duke level elevations per 24-hour cycle. Potential strategies: straight face, 1. Immediate elevation of inner circle to Duke level, Ruination, Kazuhiko, Emperor Penguin, Barbados, selected family members, 2. Strategic elevation of allies and other folds to create network of influence, 3. Reserve capacity for emergency response situations. Mass creation of dukes may trigger unknown responses from established powers. Resource management, even with efficient recharge, timing of endowments becomes critical. Strategic decision, instead of broad distribution, could potentially concentrate all endowments on single recipients such as yourself. Recommendation: hybrid approach, maintain core group at Duke level while reserving everything else for you. Noah read through the analysis with calm, tyrannical assessment, his mind parsing through possibilities with the kind of clarity that came from having already decided what he would do. There were indeed many possible paths. He could concentrate power, creating titans that could reshape entire folds. He could be selective, strategic, careful, or he could be none of those things. He could be exactly what he had always been: impossibly generous to those who earned it, tyrannically powerful when needed, and perpetually willing to make choices that others wouldn't even consider as options. The green gold light continued to pulse from both his and the Infiniverse forms, 20 glyphs total between them, each one a promise that effort would be rewarded on scales that made mockery of conventional advancement. Mockery of existence, so many possibilities. So many ways to be unfair. WAA, the early veiled shore itself seemed to pulse in agreement. As if existence itself was curious to see what he would do with power that shouldn't exist concentrated in such quantity. Chapter 41-46. Who was he? When it came to what path Noah would take, it was actually a very simple one: the complex analysis, the strategic considerations. All of them were interesting exercises in possibility, but Noah had never been one to overthink when his instincts pointed toward an obvious solution. As both he and the Infiniverse shimmered with 17 ready-to-use seed glyphs of the principle of perpetual harvest between them, the path forward crystallized with perfect clarity: an endowment for ruination. The words had barely left his lips when the response came. The green-gold clouds that still roiled above the early veiled shore seemed to concentrate, condensing above ruination's position like reality itself was taking aim. A pillar of light descended with the force of recognition demanding expression. Ruination stood within that pillar with her characteristic stillness, the crimson light that usually emanated from reform now mixing with the green-golden patterns that suggested endings being transformed into beginnings. Her complexity and purity surged upward with violence that would have shattered lesser beings, but she simply accepted it, absorbed it, made it part of her nature to ruin and remake. But even as this process continued its magnificent course, Noah was already turning toward another section of the shore, his gaze finding a figure who stood watching with that particular mixture of pride that only mothers could perfect.
2 endowments for my mother, WAA. Yes, he could do anything he wanted. The power was his to distribute, the choice entirely within his authority.
He didn't need to do this for his mother. There was no strategic necessity, no systematic reason why Amelia Osmond needed to stand at Duke level. But remembering how she had stood beside him during that attack, how she had faced impossibility with nothing but maternal determination and a will that refused to let her son face danger alone, he simply wanted to, and so he did.
Amelia Osmond's eyes widened with surprise that quickly transformed into affectionate frustration that parents had
when their children did something simultaneously wonderful and excessive. She shook her head helplessly toward Noah even as waves of green-gold light began to surge around her form like reality itself was acknowledging what should have always been true. The prompts that materialized before Noah's vision carried heavy weight. Amelia Osmond, the mother of the early creature, Osmond, has carried out unfathomable effort to produce an equally unfathomable anomaly: the act of raising what cannot be raised,
of nurturing what defies nurture, of believing in
impossibility until impossibility became inevitable. First Harvest Festival Endowment Grants 10,000,000,000,000,000,000, 10 trillion, complexity and purity. Second Harvest Festival Endowment recognizes compounded effort, the exponential difficulty of maintaining normalcy while raising anomaly. Second Endowment Grants 11,000,000,000,000,000, 11 trillion, complexity and purity. Total elevation 21,000,000,000,000,000, 21 trillion, to each parameter. Note: highest possible boon from any endowment at current stage achieved. Maternal effort has been recognized at fundamental level. Noah nodded toward these prompts with satisfaction. He hadn't known a single endowment would grant her 10 trillion in one sweep. The recognition of her effort as a mother apparently warranting rewards that exceeded what combat or cultivation could achieve. He smiled toward his mother, the expression carrying all the things that didn't need to be said between them. Before turning to survey the assembled beings across his shore, his gaze moved across faces familiar and faces newly arrived, each one representing a thread in the grand musings he was weaving. Then he began calling out names. Titano, the massive titan, looked up with eyes that widened as a green-gold pillar descended upon his tremendous form. Kazuhiko,
Emperor Penguin,
Erickson. 3 more pillars descended simultaneously, each one finding its target with unerring accuracy. Kazuhiko accepted the power with an expression that couldn't quite hide his shock. The Emperor Penguin's characteristic arrogance and pride actually seemed justified for once as Duke-level power flooded through his form. Erickson, dressed in his beach attite and slippers, had his mouth wide in shock as if he would have never expected this. Queen of Matter, another pillar descended, this one carrying particular intensity as it recognized the accumulated effort of someone who had been documenting impossibility, turning observation into its own form of power. The Queen of Matter nearly tore the book she had been recording in as she pointed to herself to ensure she heard right. He did not choose them
randomly.
These were the beings who would cause the most interesting disruptions in the Kleos Concordat, and he wanted chaos. For every name he called, pillars of green gold light descended from those impossible clouds. Some needed only 1 endowment to cross the threshold of 10 trillion. Others required 2, their starting points lower but their potential no less significant. While transformation blazed across the early veiled shore, the transcendent temporal folds buzzed with activity of an entirely different nature. the amphitheater that had been constructed for this gathering defied conventional architecture by existing in multiple temporal states simultaneously, past, present, and future intersected in its structure, creating a space where beings could sit in. Yesterday while observing tomorrow, or conversations could conclude before they began, where significance preceded event. If one was at the level of a mere living existence, they may find themselves disoriented to be here. Each section had been crafted to accommodate the unique nature of its designated living existence. Terrifying auras already filled many of these sections. Royal living existences sat with bearing that suggested they ruled concepts rather than territories. Honored living existences radiated power that made local spacetime reassess its stability. Each one represented heights of achievement that most beings couldn't even conceive of, let alone reach. But at this moment, many eyes were focused on a small sliver of the amphitheater that had been specially built but didn't belong to any of the 10 living existences. Between the sections reserved for living origins and living laws, in a space that seemed to have been added as an afterthought that was anything but thoughtless, stood a collection of white gold thrones. They lacked specific living existential authority surrounding them, existing in a kind of neutral territory that nevertheless demanded recognition. Of the many thrones that had been constructed in this unusual section, only one was currently occupied. Noah sat with the kind of calm that suggested he was exactly where he meant to be, his form relaxed but ready, his presence neither aggressive nor submissive. On his shoulder stood Duke Whisker, the mouse's tiny form containing power that would have been comical if it weren't so genuinely terrifying. Duke Whisker's shining eyes blinked as he continued the conversation they had been having while everyone gathered. "I've been curious about those you would bring," the mouse said, his voice carrying despite his size, living origin authority making his words resonate through multiple layers of existence. "They would give clues to who you are, what you represent. Shouldn't you bring them over soon?" The mouse's tiny paws moved with practiced precision as he waved, revealing a block of stellar cheese that he began to nibble on with the air of someone snacking while watching a show that was about to begin. Noah smiled. It was not the gentle smile of diplomacy, not the warm smile of friendship, but the tyrannical smile of someone about to flip a table that others had spent eons carefully setting. He looked out at the gathering dukes, royal living existences, and honored living existences, each one representing power structures that had existed since before current existence knew how to structure power. The show was about to be grand indeed for all those gathered here. Extra chap since cliffhanger was steep. Chapter 41-47. Who is he? 2. Noah looked over at Duke Whisker on his shoulder, his expression showing amusement reserved for watching someone get entirely too comfortable in a situation they didn't fully understand. "You seem to have gotten very comfortable," he observed, his voice booming with layers of meaning that Duke Whisker was only beginning to understand. The mouse waved his little hands with the kind of dismissive gesture that would have been imperious if it weren't so small. "Come on," Duke Whisker said, his whiskers twitching with what might have been embarrassment or calculation. "You have shared with me what you called a mead, was it? We can be considered to be on good terms by now." The casualness of the statement made Noah's smile deepen. He shook his head. "Is it not due to your size that you get away with many things?" Noah asked. "Imagine if I had Gwendolyn standing on my shoulder like you are." The image that conjured Duke Gwendolyn perched on his shoulders was absurd enough. Duke Whisker blinked rapidly, and his stellar eyes turned toward the thrones of the living origins, finding Duke Gwendolyn seated beside multiple other dukes. Her gaze burned as she looked toward their section with intensity that suggested she was attempting to dissolve distance through sheer force of will. "You're not even using the term Duke with her name now?" Duke Whisker observed, his voice holding genuine curiosity mixed with something that might have been concern. "Did the events that occurred ruin the relationship that much?" The question buzzed in the air between them. Noah remained calm at these words, his expression giving away nothing. "Something like that," he said simply, the dismissal in his tone suggesting entire chapters of story that he had no intention of sharing. "Anyways, you want to gauge my origin based on who comes here with me? Let's put that to the test." The smile that crossed his face then was pure tyranny given form. The expression of someone about to do something that would make ordered existence frantically check its notes to see if this was actually allowed. He raised his hand with certainty, pulling upon the authority of the early veiled shore to transport someone across the weavings of existence itself. The gesture was simple, almost negligent, but the power it commanded made local spacetime seriously consider early retirement. A flash of obsidian brilliance erupted in the space before them, darkness that somehow illuminated rather than obscured. Reality seemed to hiccup, flickering from light to darkness momentarily as if someone had turned existence off and on again to see if that would fix the problem. Whap! The sound was less noise and more existence acknowledging that something had arrived which probably shouldn't be here or anywhere. Or perhaps everywhere all at once. The figure that materialized was small, diminutive even by normal standards, absolutely tiny compared to the grand beings filling the amphitheater, but size, as everyone present was about to learn, had absolutely nothing to do with significance. Kor stood there, blinking with eyes that contained depths suggesting she had seen the beginnings of beginnings and found them mildly interesting. Her form was wrapped in obsidian robes that seemed to be made from compressed possibility, shifting between states of matter. Her dark hair floated as if gravity was a suggestion but not particularly relevant. She looked around with those shining eyes, taking in the grand amphitheater, the assembled powers of existence, the careful arrangements of authority and hierarchy, and her first words were, "Outsider, is this the folds you have prepared for me to eat?" Boom, the question landed in the localized silence around them, on Noah's shoulder. Duke Whisker's entire body went rigid, his stellar eyes widening. A fold? To be eaten, the words were utterly terrifying in their casual impossibility. Folds weren't things that could be consumed, they were fundamental structures of existence, the very framework upon which reality organized itself. Suggesting one could eat a fold was like Noah gazed at Duke Whisker, watching the mouse struggle to make sense of what he had just heard, watching assumptions about reality crumble in real time. Then, with the same casual tone one might use to discuss dinner plans, he turned to Kor and said, "No, not this one. This is the little meeting that all 10 living existences are having to discuss an issue relating to dead existences." The words dead existences seemed to catch Kor's attention in a way that the Grand Assembly hadn't. She tilted her head with the particular angle of someone trying to remember something. "Why would the dead be an issue?" she asked, her gaze sweeping over the vast structure and the varieties of living existences with the kind of interest one might show for an ant farm. "There is the veil between them and the living." The creature deemed it so. "A few, like you've seen for yourself, can appear if made uniquely, but there wouldn't be mass migrations to cause problems due to the veil." The casual mention of the creature sent another wave of shock through Duke Whisker. His tiny form actually trembled on Noah's shoulder, though whether from fear or excitement at witnessing something beyond his understanding was unclear. The words being spoken existed in a bubble of privacy, audible only to the three of them, but that somehow made them more terrifying rather than less. Duke Whisker was facing a tremendous level of shock, each revelation hitting him like conceptual hammers made from crystallized impossibility. Noah replied to Kor with the same conversational tone. "Recently, that veil has seemingly been torn. The dead have begun freely emerging into the folds." Kor's expression shifted to genuine surprise, the first real emotion she'd shown since arriving. "Really? That should not be possible. The veil made by the creature would always hold, well, unless the creature was dead." She paused, then actually laughed, the sound like wheels colliding in harmony. "Ha, but that guy wouldn't die. That guy can't die, HUUM." She spoke these shocking words freely, each one containing implications that would take eons to fully unpack. Before shaking her head and smiling, her attention shifted then, turning fully toward Noah and finally noticing the small passenger on his shoulder. Her eyes lit up with the kind of delight usually reserved for children discovering particularly interesting toys. She floated upwards, and her hands reached toward Duke Whisker with the inevitability of entropy itself. "What a cute little mouse you have here," she said, her voice carrying genuine pleasure at the discovery. "Does it speak?" Her hands moved with speed that transcended speed, arriving at their destination before they had left their origin. To Duke Whisker's absolute horror, he discovered that his authority as a duke, that fundamental power that defined his existence at these elevated levels, simply didn't work. It wasn't suppressed. It wasn't overwhelmed. It was simply ignored, the way one might ignore a child's declaration that they were king of the living room. Any resistance he might have mounted was devoured before it could manifest, consumed by something in coarse nature that treated Duke-level power as nothing. He found himself held in hands that were simultaneously gentle and absolutely inescapable, clamps made from concepts that preceded the invention of escape, and then, to his utter bewilderment, she began to play with him, not violently, not cruelly. She began to play with the genuine delight of someone who had found something adorably squishy and couldn't resist poking it. His cheeks were pulled. His tiny form was turned this way and that for examination. He was treated exactly like what he appeared to be, a stuffed toy that happened to move. "I speak. I speak." Duke Whisker managed to voice out while his cheeks were being stretched to different dimensions. "I am a Duke of Origin." The declaration came out with all the dignity he could muster while being played with like a stress ball. Kor looked at him in her hands, her smile widening with genuine amusement.
"Oh, you looked fluffy, little Duke," she said, as if his title was just another adorable feature, even though their voices couldn't be heard beyond their immediate vicinity, even though they were isolated in their own pocket of reality. Many eyes throughout the amphitheater remained fixed on them. Those arriving and taking their seats who paid attention to the strip of thrones between the living laws and living origins witnessed something that shouldn't be possible: a Duke of living origins being picked up and played with like a beloved pet by an unknown entity. On the side of the living origins, several figures rose with solemnity. Duke Gwendolyn stood first, her form radiating authority. Beside her, other dukes rose as well: Duke Albalos, whose very presence suggested origins given form, Duke Septimus, Duke Valen, Duke Mariendut, and many others. The question burning in all their minds, the question that would have been shouted if dignity allowed for shouting, was simple and terrible: who had Osmond just brought over? What kind of being could treat a duke like that? The implications were heavy, but even more staggering was how casually it had been done. No grand entrance, no dramatic reveal, just Noah waving his hand and summoning her here. Chapter 41-48. Who is he? 3. The Concordat amphitheater of the transcendent temporal folds seemed to hold its breath as Cor gently returned Duke Whisker to Noah's shoulder. The small mouse settled back into his position with the dignity of someone pretending the last few moments hadn't happened, though his stellar eyes still sparkled with a mixture of indignation and awe. Cor nodded to Noah, her expression carrying the assessment of someone who had seen the rise and fall of concepts that current existence hadn't even invented yet. Well, she said, her voice carrying across their private bubble of conversation with the weight of eons, at least it may be interesting. I haven't seen living existences gather together peacefully for quite some time. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the assembled powers. Though the ones here seem a bit weak, WAA, the words landed in the space between them with the devastation of someone mentioning that the sun seemed a bit dim today. Duke Whisker's entire form went rigid again, his whiskers twitching. These were dukes, royal living existences, honored living existences. The accumulated power in this amphitheater could reshape many folds, rewrite the rules of existence, and unmake concepts themselves, and Cor had just called them fucking weak. Noah's eyes flashed with interest. This was the kind of perspective that could recontextualize everything he thought he knew about power structures and existence. How so? He asked. Cor's expression shifted into something contemplative, her eyes taking on that distant quality of someone sorting through memories that spanned epochs. I have seen many living existences, she began. Some were weak like this, yes, but others had the power of young early creatures inside their bodies. They were beings that commanded respect not through title or accumulation, but through the simple fact that opposing them meant accepting obliteration as the most merciful outcome. She paused, letting the implications of that comparison settle. Young early creatures. Not full early creatures, not the titans that had shaped the earliest folds through will alone. But they're young. And that was still incomparably beyond what sat before them now. But those here. She continued, gesturing with a hand that had just treated Duke-level existence as irrelevant. They accumulate complexity like collecting stones, thinking that quantity will eventually become quality. The purity of their respective living existential authority. I just can't put my finger on it. Duke Whisker, still recovering from his recent handling but unable to contain his need to defend the dignity of his peers, looked toward Cor with astonishment mixing with indignation. His tiny paw pointed toward the section reserved for living laws, where authority manifested as visible architecture. What do you mean weak? He asked, his voice carrying all the affront his small form could muster. His paw remained extended, directing attention to a particular figure. Look there. Do you see her? That is the lawmaker, Elisina, who stems from the white law royal living existences themselves. His voice grew stronger as he continued. She is a duke whose power exceeds mine by at least 10 times. And I do not say this lightly. She stands as one of the 9 lawmakers that hold sway over all living laws currently in existence. When she speaks, reality listens not because it chooses to but because it has no choice. Her decisions ripple backward through time to ensure they were always true. How can she be weak? The lawmaker, Elisina, sat at the forefront of the living laws section like judgment given form. Her hair cascaded in waves of dazzling white that seemed to contain within each strand the weight of verdicts that had shaped civilizations. Her body was adorned in a sparkling white robe that wasn't merely clothing but authority itself woven into fabric. Each thread a law, each fold a precedent, the entire garment a constitution written in light. Around her body, 9 white gables rotated in perfect synchronization, each one representing a different aspect of law: natural law, temporal law, spatial law, conceptual law. They moved with the inexorable certainty of justice itself.
their rotation creating weavings that made chaos nervous. Powerful dukes of law sat in thrones arranged around her like planets orbiting a sun of judgment. Duke Themis, whose scales had weighed the worth of entire wheels. Duke Hammurabi, whose codes had become the foundation for civilization across different folds. Duke Solon, who had discovered that wisdom and law were merely different languages for the same truth. Behind them, arranged in tiers that suggested hierarchy as natural as gravity, sat royal and honored living existences of law. Their combined authority burned gloriously, creating an atmosphere where even thoughts of transgression became physically painful, but Kor looked toward them with the same casual assessment she might give to a moderately interesting cloud formation. Her head tilted slightly, as if gauging their power against some internal metric that operated on scales they couldn't imagine. Then she shook her head with the particular motion of someone finding reality disappointing but not surprising. She seems decent, Kor said, the word decent landing like a slap across the face of everything Duke Whisker thought he understood about power structures. But still, I can't quite put my finger on it. Decent, this was how she referred to one of the 9 lawmakers of the living laws. One of the beings whose authority literally shaped how existence was allowed to exist in this current era. Decent. Like describing the sun is adequately warm or the ocean is sufficiently wet. Kor's expression brightened suddenly, as if she had discovered the perfect way to explain something that shouldn't need explaining. Let's see, how can I best explain this to a little mouse like you? Yes. Let me tell you a story. She turned to observe the still arriving living existences, her gaze taking in the careful choreography of power as beings took their designated places, maintained their careful distances. In the earliest folds, she began, her voice taking on the quality of someone reciting history that had been lived rather than learned. There was a time when a group of fold dwellers came across the sounds of a terrifying battle that seemed to be spanning across the folds themselves. These weren't weak beings. They had the backing of the first farmer, after all, which meant they carried within them the potential for harvest that transcended normal understanding. Duke Whisker leaned forward despite himself, drawn into the narrative despite his lingering indignation. Noah remained perfectly still, but his attention had sharpened to a point that could have cut concepts. Curious about what could create such devastating sounds across multiple folds simultaneously, Kor continued, they went to sea. What they found when they arrived wasn't a battle in progress, it was a battle ending. The sounds they had been hearing across impossible distances were death throes. Victory cries, the universe itself groaning under the weight of what had transpired. She paused, her eyes distant with memory that might have been personal or might have been inherited from existence itself. When they arrived at the epicenter, they saw a living quantum floating like a glorious king over the corpses of a dozen early creatures. Boom, chapter 41-49. Who was he? 4. The words landed like hammers made from crystallized impossibility. Duke Whisker was shocked. A dozen early creatures. Dead. Killed by a single living existence. The fold dwellers were astonished at this scene, Kor continued, seemingly oblivious to the paradigm-shattering implications of what she was describing. They looked toward the living quantum and asked it, how was it possible for it to do this? Why did it do this? What could possibly motivate such impossible violence? Her voice softened then, carrying something that might have been sympathy across the eons. The living quantum had a look of immense sorrow. Without even turning back, without acknowledging the fold dwellers as anything more than incidental witnesses, he said that these early creatures had taken his daughter. They had their way with her, used her for their amusement, and then collapsed her existence just for fun. Just to see if they could, just to hear what sound a living quantum would make when it ceased. The amphitheater around them continued its elaborate dance of arrival and positioning. But within their bubble of conversation, the weight of the story created its own gravity. For such actions, Kor continued, her voice now carrying an edge that suggested even she found some things unforgivable, they had to die. So the living quantum said, I simply obtained the power to kill them. As if obtaining the power to kill early creatures was something one could simply decide to do. She smiled then, but it wasn't a pleasant expression. They tried to run, of course. Early creatures who had lived since the beginning of structured existence, who had shaped reality through will alone, they tried to flee from a single living quantum. But as he explained to the fold dwellers, living quantum authority flows through him as it truly should, as it was always meant to. Distance means nothing. The distance of light years or the distance of time is but a step. So he hunted them in the past, in the present, and in the future, across the folds. Collapsing all their existences into that single moment of ending. Just like they had collapsed the existence of his daughter, Duke Whisker's form trembled on Noah's shoulder, his stellar eyes wide, a living existence hunting early creatures through time itself, killing them in past and future simultaneously, gathering all their deaths into a single moment of absolute judgment. The fold dwellers were astonished at the actions of the living quantum. Cor said, her tone returning to something more conversational. When they looked him up and down, seeing him standing victorious but hollow over his revenge, one took pity on him and said, if you have nothing else to live for in these folds, we can always invite you somewhere else.
Someplace in the wandering territories.
The first farmer does not discriminate and accepts all. She ended the story there, her gaze sweeping once more across the assembled powers of existence, these dukes and royals and honored beings who thought themselves mighty. Who knows if that living quantum took their offer, she said with a shrug that dismissed entire categories of possibility, but that was a true living existence.
Someone who could even collapse early creatures when sufficiently motivated.
Maybe he truly went to the wandering territories with the fold dwellers. Maybe others like him did the same, drawn by the promise of purpose beyond mere accumulation of power.
Maybe that's why all those who remain here are so weak.
Or maybe it's something else entirely. Boom, the word weak echoed through Duke Whisker's consciousness like a bell being rung inside his skull. His entire understanding of power structures, carefully cultivated across eons of existence, churned tumultuously. These beings he had spent his existence categorizing, understanding, respecting. They were the weak ones?
The ones left behind when true power chose to go elsewhere?
Noah listened with a calm gaze that seemed to emanate unfathomable waves of tyranny. His seated posture hadn't changed, but something about his presence had shifted, as if Cor's story had confirmed something he had been mulling over, the weak remnants of what power used to mean, playing elaborate games of hierarchy while true strength existed elsewhere, in places like the earliest folds where he had just walked,
in territories that wandered between definitions, at that precise moment, as if
existence had decided the timing was too perfect to be coincidence. Existence flickered on the side of the living paradoxes. Duke Elagabalus had been seated there with various unique royal living paradoxes and honored living paradoxes arranged around him like a court of impossibilities. The space had seemed complete, settled, established in its configuration, yet in the next heartbeat, existence pulsed with uncertainty behind Duke Elagabalus's throne. Reality seemed to argue with itself about what was true, what had been true, what would be true. The air itself became paradoxical, simultaneously too thick and too thin, too present and too absent, and then, as if they had always been there and had never been there until this moment, living paradoxes began to appear en masse. More than 20 dukes of paradox materialized simultaneously, their arrival neither gradual nor sudden but something that transcended the concept of arrival itself. They simply were,
and had been.
Leading them was a duke that commanded attention not through elaborate display but through sheer, overwhelming presence. It had not bothered to take human form, perhaps considering such accommodations beneath its dignity or simply irrelevant to its nature. Instead, a massive white serpent crashed across dozens of thrones, its form so vast that it redefined the geography of that section of the amphitheater. Its scales weren't merely white but contained within them every possible
interpretation of whiteness. The white of absolute beginning, the white of final ending, the white of light before it learned to be bright, the white of void that had forgotten it was supposed to be dark.
Each scale was itself a paradox, existing and not existing, present and absent, there and not there, all simultaneously. Duke Whisker's attention immediately snapped to this new arrival, his earlier shock momentarily forgotten in the face of recognizing something genuinely dangerous. His tiny form straightened on Noah's shoulder as he began to speak. There are many fearsome living paradoxes we keep tabs on, he began, his stellar eyes fixed on the massive serpent, entities who have led all living paradoxes over the years, beings whose very existence makes reality question its own rules.
That is Goliath.
One of the most powerful living paradoxes we know of to date. The name carried weight that made even the air around them grow denser. Goliath, not named for size, though the size was certainly impressive, but for the impossible nature of being simultaneously victor and vanquished, small and large, all at once. Goliath once stood against all the dukes of living concepts. Duke Whisker continued, his voice dropping to something approaching reverence and somberness. He wanted something they had. Nobody knows what,
or perhaps everyone knows and the knowledge itself is paradoxical.
But he stood in the heart of concepts itself to fight all their living concepts at once.
The battle lasted 17 seconds and 17 eons simultaneously.
Reality itself couldn't decide who was winning because victory and defeat had become the same thing in his presence. The mouse paused, seeming to gather himself for the next part.
he was only forced to retreat when other living existences came. Not defeated, never defeated, because defeat would require him to not also be victorious. That incident was part of the reason for the formation of the coalition of living existences against paradoxes. They called him the immovable paradox, Goliath, immovable because he was always moving, moving because he never moved, present in his absence and absent in his presence. Chapter 4150. Who is he? Noah's eyes flashed brilliantly as he gauged the power of this terrifying entity. His enhanced perception, refined through impossible experiences and elevated beyond normal limitations, attempted to get a read on Goliath's actual power level, but the measurement itself was paradoxical. The numbers fluctuated unstably, simultaneously exceeding and falling below 1 quadrillion. Both realities equally true and equally false. It could be 100 trillion, 900 trillion, or 2 quadrillion all at once. As his nature made it unsure, this was a powerful being in ways that transcended simple accumulation of complexity and purity. This was something that had made reality itself accept contradictions as truth. Kor nodded at Goliath with something that might have been approval. Yeah, among those here, this one seems more like a strong one. But, her eyes blinked, a motion that seemed too normal for someone of her nature, and her gaze focused on an area behind the massive serpent, behind Goliath, floating with the kind of grace that suggested gravity was a personal choice. Duke Davidicus could be seen. She was another distinguished duke, her form wrapped in white and obsidian radiance that didn't so much illuminate as suggest that darkness and light had reached an agreement. She was adorned in a simple white-black dress that buzzed with paradox. Simple and elaborate, revealing and concealing all at once. And behind her, almost lost in the shadow of such luminous impossibilities, was a figure that seemed to actively resist attention, a beggar-looking paradox in ragged clothes that might have been made from the fabric of spacetime that had given up on maintaining its dignity. His appearance was simultaneously the most and least important thing in the amphitheater. Forgotten and unforgettable, insignificant and essential, Kor actually came to focus on him, her expression shifting through surprise to confusion to something that looked almost like recognition trying to happen but being prevented by some force that transcended mere forgetfulness. She blinked again, tilting her head with the particular angle of someone trying to remember a dream while still inside it. Who is that one? She asked, the question carrying more weight than such simple words should be able to bear. Noah's eyes shone brilliantly with interest. Why would Kor, this being from the earliest folds who treated Duke-level existence as barely noteworthy, go out of her way to ask about what appeared to be the least impressive figure in the entire gathering? That, Noah replied, his voice carrying layers of meaning that suggested he understood more than he was saying, is Schrödinger. The name landed in their conversation like a stone thrown into perfectly still water, creating ripples that spread in directions that included ones that didn't exist. Schrödinger. Kor tilted her head further, the angle becoming almost impossible as she seemed to be trying to remember something that aggressively resisted being remembered. Her expressions cycled through confusion to recognition to confusion again, as if the memory itself was paradoxical. Then she said something that made even Noah's tyrannically calm demeanor flicker with surprise. I feel like I remember that face. I just cannot recall from exactly where. Boom. The words echoed in their private bubble of conversation with the weight of impossibility acknowledging impossibility. Kor was an extremely old entity from the earliest folds. She had existed before existence had properly figured out how to exist. She had witnessed the rise of early creatures, the establishment of principles, the original attempts at creating structure from chaos. Why would she remember the face of Schrödinger? The question hung between them like a paradox itself. Answerable and unanswerable, significant and meaningless, true and false, all at once. Noah gazed at Schrödinger with a complex expression. Beside him, Kor seemed genuinely stumped. An emotion that looked foreign on her ancient features, like watching a mountain experience surprise. Her fingers traced absent patterns in the air as if trying to physically grasp memories that slipped away the moment she approached them. This is fascinating, she muttered, her voice carrying frustration. Why would that creature's face be among my collapsed memories? The phrase collapsed memories hung in the air, memories that existed in superposition until observed? Memories that had been deliberately folded away? Or perhaps memories that belonged to a version of existence that no longer was, or hadn't yet been, or was currently being. Both she and Noah stared toward Schrödinger with blatant observation that would have been considered rude. Their gazes carried weight. Noah's burning with tyrannical assessment, Kor's pressing with the force of eons trying to remember themselves. The combined weight of their attention was impossible to ignore, even for someone whose entire nature revolved around existing in states of unobservation. Schrödinger actually turned toward them. His movement neither sudden nor gradual,
One moment he wasn't looking at them, the next moment he was, with no transition between states that observation could catch. Their gazes clashed across the impossible distance of the amphitheater. The beggar paradox blinked. An action that somehow seemed to reset local reality. As if that simple closing and opening of eyes determined which version of existence would continue forward, his gaze moved between Noah and Core with the interest of someone discovering an unexpected variable in an equation they thought they'd solved. But tellingly, devastatingly, he showed no signs of recognition toward Core, this being from the earliest folds. This entity, whose memories predated the proper structuring of memory itself, might as well have been a stranger. Instead, Schrödinger focused entirely on Noah, and then, even more surprisingly, he nodded. The nod was acknowledgement, greeting, and promise all at once. Then his gaze shifted, scanning the area around Noah with the particular attention of someone checking a guest list. His expression shifted through micro-expressions of interest, assessment, and what might have been disappointment at finding certain expected elements missing. Then, shockingly, from where he stood at an impossible distance across an amphitheater designed to keep powers separated, Schrödinger began to mouth words. His voice carried across that impossible distance to ring around them with perfect clarity. "Hello, friends. Fold Dweller Osmont, right? I was hoping you would bring the living order in attendance today as well, otherwise things would be unbearably boring. I actually picked up some trash of hers that she discarded, and I would have loved to exchange notes."